on, PJ. Come on, give it PJ.
That's enough, man.
You can't see it, but J2K and I are also dancing.
All right, here you go. I ain't over it yet, so that's enough right now. Give me a few more months.
A few more months.
A few more decades.
Just put some Caleb Williams highlights on repeat, and you'll be fine, buddy.
That's the problem. I already put it on. That's why I'm feeling the way I am.
No, don't watch the complete games. Just watch the highlights. You'll feel better.
Don't watch the complete games.
It's almost that defense, yeah.
Right.
Stop short of the fumbles.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Don't watch his 15 fumbles this year. No. Let's look over that.
I think it was like 22, wasn't it, Adam? You probably know more than that.
16.
So 16? Okay. Guys, what is up? Draft day marathon number 2. I know there's not much going on today with the Bears, but who knows? Maybe something will happen. We'll have a trade up or something. I don't know. It'd be nice to get back into the second round. We are joined tonight by DVD's hanging out with us again. Jason UK's hanging out with us again. We have our old partner in crime, J2K, hanging out with us again. And Adam Mason is going to be joining us for a while and maybe popping back in later. It's great to have you guys on the show tonight. Let's go around the horn. How are you guys? Like PJ, we know how you're doing. Foster, we'll get to you guys last. Let's go around the horn from Adam over. Adam, how you doing tonight?
Dude, so stoked. How can we not be? What a monumental time to be a Bears fan. I couldn't sleep last night. It was ridiculous. I couldn't fall asleep. I was so excited. You guys might know, I think everyone knows by now, Odunze is a farm boy. I love those farm boys. His mom grew up near to my hometown. He's from here in Las Vegas. Anybody who doesn't know, I live in Las Vegas. Odunze went to high school here. So I was so freaking stoked when that happened. I was on fire. Like I couldn't believe it. I thought I was dreaming.
Are you transplanted Vegas guy?
I am. I grew up in a small farm town 4 hours north of here, and I came down to school here at UNLV, and then I've stayed here after I finished school down here. So. Oh,
awesome! So were you born in that state?
I was born in Utah. Yeah, in a small farm town, and then I came down to college here. I came to university, UNLV, and I graduated here and just stayed here.
Because I thought I heard that if you were born in Nevada, you go to college for free there.
Yeah, I don't know what the whole rules of that are. I think it might be done with by now, but they call it the Millennium Scholarship. A lot of kids had that, and they basically there's small fees, but they basically got to go to school here, try to keep the residents here because a lot of people aren't from here, and then a lot of transplants here. But it's changed now. A lot of people, UNLV's improved a ton, and it's a school a lot of people want to come to now. So a lot different.
Awesome. So how did you become a Bears fan?
So everyone asked that question. It was Cubs fan first. My brother's 7 years older than me, and when I grew up on the small farm, basically it was WGN and TBS. That was the two. I mean, this was the 80s, so it's not like it was today. A lot of younger generation doesn't understand that. So you were either a Braves fan or a Cubs fan, and we were Cubs fans, and then from then we just became Bears fans, and we finally made our first trip to Soldier Field when I was in my 30s. It was 2012, and now we've been to half a dozen Bears games. We've been to a lot more Cubs games. We went to first Cubs games down in Arizona. That was a lot easier, but yeah.
Okay, so when you was on our show, I could have sworn, I know I asked you those questions. I guess Shorty was just totally zoned out there, huh?
Yeah, I probably was. I was running.
You might have briefed you.
I was doing something over here, PJ. Some of us do something in the background on this show.
Die Hard. My whole life, it's been my only teams that I've loved. You know, other sports, other teams, but for Bears and Cubs, that's the only. I'm die hard to my teams. So
That's awesome, man. DVD, how you doing tonight? How you feeling? What times you go to bed?
Way too late. I think the last time I noticed what time it was like 4 a.m. But but my problem is I think probably on the same boat, but I was doing what I accused Swifty of doing this morning. I was just laying in bed, and every once randomly I'd just giggle and go, Caleb and Odunze. That kept me up for a while.
Me too. Jason, how are you doing today? How are you feeling after everything last night?
Yeah, I'm good. I survived the day at work. Similar to DVD. Actually, I was just so pumped, man. It was crazy. I was proud of myself. I think I put a little comment on last night's video that I wouldn't say I called it. I said I'd be very happy with it. It would be an insane draft if we got Williams and Odunze at 1 and 9. And yeah, I still can't believe it. That's all I've been thinking about all day at work. It's just crazy, isn't it? I love it. It's the best time to be a Bears fan ever, possibly. I just can't. We've only got 2 more. I can't see us drafting up, moving up, trading up. But no, I'm great, man. I just can't wait for football now. I just cannot wait for football. Yeah, I'm obsessed. It's great.
Awesome, man. And last but not least, with our guests, J2K, man, how you doing? Good to have you on. We had a blast last draft last year, and excited to have you back on with us tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really excited about the draft. I couldn't sleep last night, so I actually stayed up and watched some more Odunze tape. I'm liking it more and more. I think it's settling in more who we have and who we're going forward with. So I am excited about it and really curious how the draft unfolds for the second round and if we move up, if we stay, who falls. So yeah, I mean, enjoy hanging out with you guys and seeing how this thing unfolds.
Awesome. We're happy to have you. And we have another guest just popped in, Vernon, my man. Adam, in case you don't know, so Vernon worked for the Bears in the mid-'90s when Kramer was the quarterback, Wanstead was the coach, and he kind of got me a job as a sidekick. And we worked in the press box. We had to run off stats of every quarter and hand them out to all the sports media people, broadcasters and journalists and stuff. And so the great part was we got to go to every home game, sit in the press box. We got to go on the field. We got to go into the locker room. We got to go to Platteville and stay at training camp for 2 weeks and dorm with the team and eat our meals with them. And the shitty part was that we had to get up with like 5 minutes to go in every quarter and run off all these prints and staple them together and hand them out to people. But Vernon, it's great to have you hopping in with us tonight.
I appreciate it. Let me do this. Let me jump out and come back in. I'm getting a lot of feed.
You're getting some feedback? Is that what you said? Feedback?
I think he's frozen.
No, he didn't freeze.
Yeah, real bad.
Okay. Do you have any earbuds?
It's good enough.
Do you have any earbuds?
Yeah,
okay.
Earbuds.
Okay. Try those out and hop back in.
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Okay, hang on. I think it's gotten better now.
Okay.
You were getting really frozen there, Vernon.
Okay.
And skipping.
Sounds like you have a delay.
I'm really delayed, but I just wanted to. It's been a long time. PJ, I have a mission for you. And your mission said that you will accept. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you say you got a mission for me. What was the mission?
And that mission is I need you to conduct a very precise dance class with the man called Dan. I didn't try. I have known him for like 30 years, Dan, or more.
Yeah.
And we never had dance classes.
You don't like this one?
No. You see, here we go.
I don't know. I have to get paid overtime for that.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We can do a GoFundMe.
Right.
Yeah.
Give me some dance lessons.
Yeah.
Oh man.
There's not enough money to
Guys,
fix
I
that problem.
wanted to ask you all, now that the night is over, we had the fantastic picks. What does the BCP team think?
Oh, well, PJ is never going to get over the trade of Justin Fields. He's going to be in his 90s, sitting there in a rocking chair. And
I'm glad PJ's not on the show to answer for himself.
I was just doing you a favor, buddy.
He'll change his tune when we sweep Green Bay.
90s, isn't he already near the 90s? I don't know.
Foster, the man who met Moses on the other side of the Red Sea. Stop it. Talking about I'm already past 90.
Why is Foster so quiet tonight?
Huh?
Wait, we just started the show. We were going around the horn and saying hi to everybody, and you hopped in last. So we actually got to you right before we were about to get to. I was going to get to PJ last, and he can probably answer your question. Foster, how are you doing tonight? What time did you go to bed? How are you feeling after sleeping on this?
Okay, go for it. Go for it.
What happened?
The Bears traded the first pick to the Commanders.
I was here last night, mostly, believe it or not. I think I was up till like 2:30, 3 o'clock, because my mind, I had to go back and I think during one of your shows, Adam, and I know I did it on Undefeated Network. I was talking. This is in February, and it was these these were the two guys I was talking about. So I was like, I'm going, man, I swore we had this, like I had this whole thing in my head, and I had to go back and find it because it was driving me nuts. But I've been talking about Williams and Odunze if they were not keeping Fields since February. So it's Pole's got his guys, man. So we should let's just say got to break this cycle of insanity on the Bears, and that's hopefully what this all is about, man. Is we're done with this crap where it's a never-ending cycle of quarterbacks and GMs and coaches. It's got to end, man. It's just got to end.
And if you watch the Poles interview,
go ahead.
If you watch the Poles interview, he looked like he got annoyed by that question about quarterbacks not succeeding in here in Chicago, and like what does that mean? And he was very calm, cool, and collected, and then he started getting like sitting up
I'm getting tired of hearing that.
Yeah.
Well, it's the past.
It's a fair question.
Past. That was his answer. It's past.
It's still a fair question.
That's what I'm here to do, is change that.
Right.
That was the statement. And how many times does he have to tell them to shut the fuck up? He's here to change that before they shut the fuck up.
About another 2 years.
Yeah.
Chicago media.
Of Caleb trying to fight back the media until they finally give him a damn chance.
Yeah.
PJ, I saved you for last, man. How you doing tonight? Feeling any better?
I'm doing all right. I mean, you guys see me keep looking because my TV's over there where I'm looking at the draft, so that's why you'll see me looking over there. But as far as the draft, I mean, I guess if they didn't trade back, I knew they was going to take Caleb. I thought they should take a defensive end with the second pick after a trade down, a small trade down. But I'm not mad. I'm not mad about the Rome Odunze pick. I mean, he's a good player. I think the offense should do well. But to answer the bigger question as far as the state of the Bears, my thought is, well, is Caleb right now that much better than what Justin was? I don't know. I mean, I can't compare a player who's played in the NFL to a guy who's just coming in. So where the Bears will be with that, I know he will have better weapons, so therefore he should perform better. If the O-line holds up, the O-line should be better, so he should have better protection. but I do wonder whether or not our defense will take a step back, because Green Bay kind of showed me last year in that last game that, okay, if we sit up there and take care of Sweat, the rest of the guys can't get home to the quarterback. So those are the concerns I have. But as far as the mindset, I mean, yeah, I'm not going to even. I mean, Justin, yeah, he's my guy. He's going to always be my guy. But we'll see what we have in Caleb, and I just hope, and this is my true hope, when he has struggles, that people don't start complaining and saying, "Oh, we need another quarterback in another 3 years." That's what my concern is, because truly, if we're not giving these guys a chance to grow, get better, do better, and we want to give up on them after 3 or 4 years because they're not where we think they should be, that's what I have a problem with the fan base, when they want to start complaining about the player we have. I mean, we've drafted 3 quarterbacks in the last 3 years now in the first round. At some point, we got to stop thinking that it's the quarterback problem. It's more of a team problem.
Well, PJ, the thing is, you got to understand that Caleb Williams is nothing more than the bridge to Arch Manning.
I would have believed that if we would have acquired some more first round picks, but seeing that we didn't do that, I don't know about that one.
Tyson Bagent could have done that.
Right.
That's true, right? I don't think Arch Manning is going to be a number 1 pick, though. I think he'll be probably. He might be a first. He'll be a first rounder probably, but he's not going to go number 1.
Well, he hasn't
The
played.
name Manning insists it will be a first rounder.
Yeah, and he's still got time to play, right? We got to see him on film. So I wouldn't make any assumption. But that Tennessee quarterback, Adam Mason, you know his name. The young guy?
Andre Ioseleava.
Man, you got that name down. I appreciate that.
Good practice on that.
But that guy's got some real size to him and some physical freakness, so to speak.
He's the real deal. I want to focus on Caleb now, but yeah, I've done several videos on the 26 class. The 26 class is going to be special, but I don't think anybody expected 12 in the top 12 picks, 6 quarterbacks to go off the board yesterday. That was bizarre. I mean, we knew this was a good class, but I think the eternal debate was, is this more like 2020 or more like 2021? There's good quarterbacks in each class, but what will they live up to? And obviously, we're hoping it's going to be more like 2020. We're hoping Caleb will be Joe Burrow-esque, or even better. But what you were saying, PJ, I think it's hard for some fans to get past the. And I'm wearing the number 1 jersey. I was doing that for Odunze actually, and then because he was number 1, but now he's number 15. Obviously, a lot of people, and I even looked in the chat and I saw a couple people that still have their hair a little ruffled by me and my take that I took on Justin Fields. The reality is, this fan base, if we didn't see yesterday, already broke the sales record for a jersey for Caleb Williams, which is really cool sign for our fan base, because the Civil War we had, it shows that 95, 99% of us have gotten past the Justin Fields thing. And it's going to be something we talk about until the season gets going and Caleb Williams has a chance to prove himself. But I don't think I haven't lived to see this type of team. Even the 85 Bears didn't have this kind of offensive weapons.
No.
I remember being excited back when we had Brandon Marshall and Alshon Jeffrey, and that got me super excited about the weapons we had. And this is just unheard of. Like, I'm seriously pinching myself, unbelieving that we have Rome Odunze to come in with already Keenan Allen and DJ Moore and Cole Kmet. Even added there Gerald Everett, who's not, he's not the same conversation as the other 4 we mentioned, but he's still higher than average caliber. So this is, I don't have those. Caleb Williams doesn't have those concerns. He's not afraid of the challenge. He's not going to be worried about what people say. He probably will have a game or 2 where he struggles. Every rookie does. But if any rookie ever came into a situation where they're set up to have instant success, 300-yard games, 4,000-yard season, 30-plus touchdowns as a rookie, it's him. I mean, he really does have the talent to do it. He was the projected #1 consensus #1 for a reason. I think there's nothing but excitement and optimism right now. This dude is going to be it. He's got every opportunity to. So it's exciting. It's electric.
What do you think about all?
And I'm curious.
Go ahead, Jay.
You guys, the more I hear Caleb Williams talk, and I've listened to interviews of him before, post game and all that kind of stuff. That kind of seemed like he was going through a bit of a routine post game. But hearing him talk more and more through this process, I've liked him more and more. I feel like I have more of a connection where I think there was some sense of entitlement to him, and maybe not character problems that he's, driving around drunk or he's got guns, but he's got some kind of a entitlement issues. I'm losing that kind of potential belief that I think some people made a big deal out of nothing. And I really like the kid and how he's responded to everything and how he's approached everything. Even though he's a little more emotional than most people, he's very charismatic and he's very likable.
Yeah, he seems to wear his what's that saying? His
Heart on
sleeve,
the sleeve.
his heart on the sleeve of his shoulder.
Yeah.
And when you watch the Pivot video, the Pivot podcast interview of him, and him talking about how he was out of the contention to be able to compete for a national championship, and that's what made him like run up, and he didn't even know, he just saw his mom there and hopped up there just to give her a hug, and then she started hugging him, and he lost it because he realized he wasn't going to be able to compete for that. And it wasn't that he was a crybaby running to his mommy. It was just that's how it happened in the moment. I think people get caught up in charismaticness, and they mistake that for diva or character issues. So well said, J2K.
By the way, first pick of the second round is Keon Coleman.
Yeah, to the Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
That's a great pick. That's
Yeah.
going to fill that hole from Gabe Davis that they had. And also the Stephon Diggs that they just lost. They kind of did a pretty good job trading completely out of the first round, but still getting what I believe is a first round caliber wide receiver.
Yeah. They didn't get much for that trading out of the first round either, though.
No, they got a third rounder, though, for the first trade they did.
For the 32?
They traded
twice.
From 28 to 32, and then they traded from 32 to 33. They didn't get much for 32 to 33, but they got a third rounder.
That's what I was referring to. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I gotta hop off, but I want to say one more thing about Caleb Williams real quick, because if there's anyone that's a poster child, I guess I can be that for admitting they were wrong. So, and it was more that I was defending Justin Fields in the moment of those things, and sometimes I didn't do it the right way, but I don't remember. Maybe it was J2K or Doug Van Dorn that was just barely saying it. Sorry, I was distracted by the draft too, but I was listening to you. But the more I listened to Caleb too, the more you take the time to get to know him as a person, the more you listen to him in interviews. He's sharp, he's refined, he's prepared himself for this moment. He's driven, he's got goals. He's emotionally a lot more stable than what I was. That was my main concern in the beginning. Is he too Hollywood? Is he too emotionally unstable? And it has nothing to do with that. He's just comfortable with who he is. He's preparing his whole life for this, and he's driven. Watching him come onto the stage and go, let's go. Watching him even walking with his girlfriend from their hotel to the draft, where he had a couple moments where he just starts shaking his fist. Like, that wasn't a competitive environment. He knew he was going 1-1, and he felt it in him because this is his life. And we've wanted that in Chicago. We've wanted someone no knock on Justin Fields, because you guys know I love Justin Fields, and I wish him all the success in Pittsburgh, but I'm a Bears fan. And Justin Fields wasn't that as much. He wasn't as open. He was more put his head down and go to work. And I thought I had to be one or the other, blue collar, but it's not necessarily the case. Caleb clearly goes to work, but he has that switch in him where when it's time for competition, he can do both. And so I really am learning to love this kid. I'm really grateful that we had 1-1 gifted to us. It's a huge opportunity we've never had. And I'm embracing it. I'm 100% embracing Caleb Williams. I want him to succeed. I want him to be the best Bears quarterback in the history, not even just the Bears, of the NFL. I would love to see him chase Tom Brady. So with that, I got to pop off. I will probably pop in later for you, Shorty. I'll direct message you on Twitter, on X. But thanks for having me on.
Just pull up the channel. If you don't see nine screens on here, you got a space to hop in.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, brother. Have fun.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks for hopping on with us.
You bet.
Yeah, Adam.
One thing I'd like to add about Caleb, and this is something that it's reminiscent to me of Derrick Rose when he was MVP with Bulls. He was a great player, but when you put a camera in front of him, he had a little deer in the headlights going on, and you could tell he had all of this intensity and focus, but he was monosyllabic, flat tone when he was speaking to the press and speaking to people. And Justin was sort of like that. He wasn't as bad as D Rose was, but he didn't give you much of a range. He gave you a very flat sort of thing coming back. Caleb has goddamn fucking $1 million smile, and he flashes that smile like you cannot believe. And the thing that you couldn't tell before now was that all put on? And from actually sitting and watching him talk, that's real. That's him just going, that makes me happy. And I that's the point at which I have firmly become, he is, no matter, I love Justin, but if you have that ability to go into yourself and go, screw them, I'm happy with me, it doesn't kill you when people are calling for your head after you fumble the ball.
Mm-hmm. He's very charismatic. That's the best word I can come up with for him. He's very cerebral and charismatic, and he handles everyone really well, and he speaks really well. And I like how you eloquently said that, because I love Justin Fields. Like I said, a million times, I started the channel because of him. I thought he was going to be an MVP by now. I thought he was going to take us to the Super Bowl. It was just things that wasn't. I never got to the point where I thought he was going to be able to win that game for us, like to get us that drive that we needed. He didn't, like you said, he didn't have that switch to where he could just turn it on and win us the game when we're down by 7 or 10 or more. I truly feel that this kid just has a way of willing things differently.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was a piece on I watched earlier, like I have been all day since I got in from work, where I can't remember who he is. Another ex-player was talking about Williams, and he just says that he's got playmaking trait. It's like that's an ability to make plays, and that's what people talk about with Patrick Mahomes, isn't it? Is that he, when it all breaks down, when something's going wrong, he just does something. And it's just like it's rogue. It isn't sort of standard football. It's just something out the ordinary. You just make a play that doesn't look right. It shouldn't be right. It shouldn't be right. It's just something that he has this crazy ability to just make something happen out of nothing. And I think that's it. I think that's what it is, and that describes what you're just saying, Shorty. I think he can just produce something. And yeah, because I've been watching some tape now. I'm it's kind of like you guys. I think I said yesterday I was out for a while. I just couldn't, largely because of a lot of the chat was like really like horrifically toxic, wasn't it? With this fighting about Fields and Williams and all the rest of it. Another trade, by the way. This is second trade in his first 3 picks. Atlanta are picking now.
Ladd McConkey just went to the Chargers, which I thought was a great pick. Yeah. He's a really good fill-in for Keenan Allen getting open on those short routes and stuff. And a lot of people think he's just a slot guy, but he can play on the outside. And he'll be a weapon day one.
That was after a trade, though.
Yeah.
The Falcons have come up with traded down with the Cardinals.
No, so the Chargers didn't trade. I think Falcons are on the clock now with the trade up. Is that correct?
Chargers traded with the Patriots.
Chargers traded up.
Yeah. Chargers traded up with the Patriots to get that pick.
It is.
Now the Falcons traded up with Atlanta to get the pick there.
Oh, okay. There's double trade ups.
Yeah, exactly. So and Cliff has called it. I think there's a wide receiver run starting. So which could actually help us because I was looking earlier at what the team needs are, and there's a lot of teams before us that need an edge. So I'm really hoping we can get Neeland at 75. But I don't think he's gonna fall that far, to be honest.
We have New Breed 313, Steve from he just popped
Steve
out.
Good to see you, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
He was just in the background. He was getting ready to. I was going to bring him. He's at the draft.
Yeah.
I think we lost him because we were talking about last night. He probably has a shitty connection out there with all the. Am I going to be able to keep up with this scroller at the bottom of all the players that are getting picked? I don't think I am. Should I even bother?
No.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We're all looking at things that have the same thing up on the screen.
We're all watching. Yeah, I think we'll all just shout. We'll all just.
If we can just take the time and actually acknowledge when somebody's get drafted that way, we can keep abreast. Because there's some people in the chat who probably do not have access to that.
Steve, there we got New Breed now. What's up, my man?
Well, we can see you.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
I don't think you can hear us.
Can you hear us, Steve? No.
Steve.
Steve, yo.
What's up?
Ooh.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
What's up, Steve?
What's going on?
You got a crappy connection there, huh?
Bad connection.
Just move.
A little loud.
Show the phone around. Show the phone around.
Yeah, I can hear a little bit. It's real loud, so I can barely hear y'all because it's so loud.
Just show us the stage. Show us the stage with your phone. Show us the stage with your phone.
Okay, hold on. Let me try to flip it up.
The Falcons have taken Ruke Orororo.
I so much wanted to have Jeff Joniak have to say that name for the Bears.
Or Tom Thayer. Do you want to do all his breakdowns?
Oh, and it's Brownson's name. It's O-Ro-Ho-Ro. O-Ro-Ho-Ro.
It's O-Ro. Row, the same R-H-O.
No, O-Ro-Ho-Ro.
You're
Look at that view, man.
O-Ro-Ho-Ro.
Oro.
Yeah, there you go. You nailed it.
There's two. There's R-H-O, R-H-O, R-O. So, I don't know. Whatever.
You're missing an R when you're reading it. It is R-H-O, R-H-O, R-O, R-H-O, R-H-O, R-O. It's every single syllable starts with R.
A-ro-ho-ro-a-ro.
You're saying ho.
That's it. A-ro-ho-ro-ho-ro.
No, I think it's just going to end up being Rudge.
It's going to be row, isn't it? It's going to be row.
This is New Breed last night at the draft meeting
sweet.
Odunze after he met Caleb.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Awesome stuff.
Hair Bear, row your boat. Row your boat.
Row.
So anybody surprised that Jerron Newton is still on the draft board and we've got
Not
Root?
at all.
Is he the one that's having the off-field issues? Is one of them, isn't there?
No, that's Devondre Sweat.
Oh, is it Sweat? That's
But,
right. Okay.
I mean, Newton was considered a top 20 pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, PJ, did you disagree with that? You're not surprised?
No, I'm not surprised at all.
The only thing that I have heard that makes it surprising is that people have said maybe his arms are a little short.
Oh, the short arm thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, me watching him. I mean, I'm a I like guys from Illinois, the university, but watching him, his arms are short, and he doesn't give me. I mean, he plays 3 technique. He doesn't give me like a disruptor sort of vibe. I mean, he makes certain plays, but he's not really a true disruptor. So
Really?
I
I
was
thought he
surprised.
split the gap pretty well. And I thought his hustle was really good. We did a long breakdown of him on Coach T's podcast,
Mhm.
and he really liked him. And Coach doesn't get too wrapped up in what everybody else is saying, kind of a thing. And he
Right.
loved DeAndre Sweat too. So sometimes when I hear people talk about football players, they're not so caught up in the hype. I trust their opinion.
Mhm.
But yeah, I am a little surprised. But I get what you're saying, DJ.
Yeah, because a lot of the sacks that I saw him get was on stunts. It's like, he'll do the stunt and loop around to the outside and get a sack that way. But as far as just getting into the gap on his own, that B gap, I wasn't seeing a lot of that. So I'm not surprised. Plus, him being
Okay.
6'2". Now, if he was 6'4", 6'5", I think we have a different conversation. But having that situation at 6'2", I think it puts on a different light.
I'm gonna text Newbeard right now and just let him know thank you. He doesn't have to keep doing that because it's clearly a terrible connection.
Yeah.
What happened to Foster? Did he have to crawl back into his coffin, or what's going on?
He had to check it. Had to check the bait in his traps.
That, and he has to go out to the exercise yard once every few hours. So
So what do you think's going to happen? JTK, do you think there's any possibility that there's going to be a trade up into the second round by the Bears? Do you think we're just going to sit and stay put at 75, or?
My intuition is that we're gonna get to our 75th pick. I think there is a window, depending on who drops, from that 50 to 75 range where there's a possibility, and it really depends on the player. What I'm kind of thinking is that we actually trade back from 75 a few picks just to grab another 5th or 6th rounder, given how the board falls. We know that Poles has some real serious convictions on players. So we saw last year with Stevenson, he traded up for him, and then with our Roshan Johnson, when he fell to us, he was surprised that he fell to us. We actually traded back to get into that position to then draft him. Mm-hmm. So I can see Poles going either way. But my sense from him talking is that he's very happy with the draft as is. If he had to pack things up and go golfing for the next 2 days, he'd be fine with that.
Yeah. I kind of got that from his interview last night. He's like, yeah, it's going to be it's going to be very boring for us. I wish I could just go do something else.
Yeah. I think he's really looking at next year's draft. I think because he's built that pool of capital for next year. I don't think he'd be really willing to give too much of it up to try and trade up for someone now. He's got obviously 2 blue chips this year already. So yeah, I kind of feel the same, that I think he's just going to take the picks that we've got and see who falls. I've got a feeling that someone could. I think Cliff mentioned it just now, that Swifties put a video has shown like 20 or players that we still would be good for us. And I kind of got a hunch that somebody will fall into that 75 pick that will be useful. The 122 is a shot, isn't it? It's like those once you get to those sort of levels, you're rolling the dice. They might come good. Maybe you get a sort of squad player. But go ahead.
The problem I have is, like Hair Bear said, trading up would be too expensive.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I don't think he'll give it up. I don't think he polls. Is when he said build through the draft. That's why we were all surprised initially when we said we've only got 4 picks. Why, he wouldn't put up with that. He's got to trade down now, hasn't he? Because I thought that the first time I thought that when that was my first thought when he gave away a pick for Bates and then another one for Keenan Allen. I thought, well, he's definitely trading down there because he won't want to go into the draft with just 4 picks. But maybe he is, and he's got an eye on next year with what he's got now. So, because we haven't got any cap room really left, have we now, to make any big signings outside of the draft? So, you don't know. Maybe he'll surprise us, but maybe with an edge, it's like someone who's available as an edge potentially. If he's not happy with who he gets at 75, but I mean, I'm just kind of like throwing out thoughts now. But that's the way I kind of feel that Poles is thinking, you know. So yeah, I think we'll probably stick with the 2 we got and then see what we can get.
We got Triple R hopping in the background. Let's find out what time he went to bed last night. What's up?
By the way, though, Johnny Newton just went.
Hasn't been yet. He's probably still been awake all day, haven't you, Triple R?
I was going to say, DVD, you're getting the feed faster than us. So you can be the official announcer tonight.
Oh,
Okay.
there we go.
Yeah, but John Newton just went.
To the
That's a
Commanders.
good pick.
Yeah,
To the
it is.
Commanders.
Well, they kind of think. Well, with Allen being there and Payne still being there, that's kind of surprises me.
Yeah.
What's up, Trips?
Maybe Allen's on the trade block.
Shit, sleep. What's that?
What time did you go to bed last night?
Actually, I just uploaded a video I've been editing all day. A little something time sensitive. You know, I saw Ryan Poles' press conference and I got amped. And I thought about PJ. And I remember there's this cartoon character that said, "We'll never make it." That's PJ.
We'll never make what?
It. Whatever it is. Still it's the blank. Who is that? Scooby-Doo? No, who is that? What cartoon was that?
I've been hearing about Jerzon Newton from my buddy. He's like a bigger Illini fan than he is a Bears fan, and he's been talking about Newton for a long time. So I was hoping that we could have gotten him, but not enough picks.
Yeah. What I'm hoping is that maybe if we're going to trade up anytime in the next 4 or 5 picks, I would think the Commanders would be the likely ones because they have number 40 there.
Yeah, they've got 40 left, haven't they? So,
yeah.
Patriots pick is in. Here it comes.
Yep.
Oh, it's just cruising along now, huh?
Yeah. They're not messing about now, are they?
What is the second and third round? Is it 10 minutes?
5.
Oh, it's only 5.
Well, they were counting down 10 minutes for the first one. Of course, that might have been just the first one.
The first round is 10 minutes. I think the second round is the rest of the rounds are 5 minutes, I believe.
Did you guys see the on the Bears website where they show him calling in the pick? They're doing Poles calls the pick and he's talking to him and he said, like last year, it's like, you excited to be a Bear? But
I love those.
Yeah, me too. Did you see this one where he's talking to Caleb? He's like, so what did he say? He's like,
who's this?
Yeah. He's like, who's this? And Caleb's like, who is this? And he's like, they're making me wait till 5 minutes because it was so.
That's right.
Did you see that last night when they showed the war room? When they showed the war room with like 10 minutes to go, it's like they did it all in unison on purpose. Everyone just sat there like this.
Yeah,
had their arms crossed and they were just staring off into like at the wall.
Sorry to interrupt. That's another wide receiver gone. Jalen Polk taken by the Patriots.
Wow.
Thanks, Jason. I was trying to interrupt there, but I wanted to be polite.
I don't mind. I'm not polite. Don't worry, DVD.
I'm a little bit surprised. I sort of thought Polk would go down a little bit further.
I kind of agree with you, but I have been just hearing so much good stuff about Polk. And I watched him, and I thought he was a great receiver and underrated, in my opinion. But
Sorry to interrupt
quite
again.
hot.
I'm that guy.
Right
Tennessee's pick is in again already. The next one's in already. Tennessee have just nailed it straight in.
Yeah. Well, when they get to this point, they try it. They encourage people. Let's try to get if you know what it is, we're going to come to you right away. As opposed
we're going to wait for the ad break now. Of course, that's
you only have 5 minutes. Go ahead, J2K. What was you saying?
Yeah, sorry, JTK. Sorry.
Oh, just about Polk. I think, Steve Smith just came out recently and said that he liked Polk more than he liked Odunze, which was, pretty wild. But I think that it's a testament to Polk, and he's a very good route runner. And I think he was very underrated in the media and the fans' eyes, because when you watch Washington, it's Penix to Odunze. They kind of hammer that with you. And Polk really played very well. So I'm not shocked at this pick, but I am a little surprised in a way, because, I still have wide receivers that I still very much like. And so with New England taking Polk this soon over some of these other guys, that's a little my surprise, but he's still a good player.
Yeah. Well, there are always at least one irrational run on a position every draft. And this year there were two. There was the early quarterback run, and now it's okay. I guess if we want a wide receiver, we damn well better get it now.
One now, yeah.
Yeah, you saw offensive tackle in the first round as well, being a bit of a run.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tends to be depth in the draft is where runs come from,
Yeah. And there's a
Oracle
huge
poses a
draft
great
in wide
question.
receivers here.
Raging Oracle poses a great question. Would you guys trade the number 75 pick for Allen from the Commanders?
What's his
And
cap?
you gotta pay him too? No.
What's his salary? Yeah.
His salary
No,
should be
it's just a lot of these trade a
$15
draft
million a year.
pick for a player who's already out of their rookie contract and they're in some mega deal. It just never makes sense.
No, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, his salary should be like $14 million a year. But with them drafting Newton, I'm sure they're going to try to either move Allen or Payne. More likely for me is Allen.
How many years does Allen have left on his contract?
Yeah, I was going to say maybe not this year. Maybe that's just
2
like
years
his
left.
rotation while he learns on his contract.
It sounds like they're taking Newton to give him 2 years in a rotational position and then just letting Allen walk, or next year making that trade in his final year of his contract, because that's when you can possibly get like a 4th or a 5th round for a team that has a Super Bowl window. So they will make that trade.
Yeah, or maybe even a 3rd rounder if he's going to be really impactful.
Well, our 75th is the 3rd rounder, so
yeah.
Well, yeah.
Right.
There we go. So Cliff has just said it's 2 years on his deal. He's got 2 years left, 14 and 15 million. But I mean, Raging Oracle makes a good point. He's a solid. He's a real three tech, isn't he? But yeah, I'm not sure we wouldn't do that. I don't think, not for that money.
I'm interested in Allen, but I don't think I would give up the 75 to do it. So,
yeah,
I get it.
Do you think they want 3 tech over edge, or?
Yes.
Did anyone see the Green Light podcast with Montez Sweat?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I know what he said.
Yeah, when he was asked if he prefers a dominant interior lineman or another edge opposite him, and he said, I would prefer, if I had to choose, I'd prefer an edge. So, what are they going to do about that? Are they bringing back Yannick? Is he signed with anyone?
My gut says that he's kind of sitting there on the back burner, and he's a text message away from Flutes that he can basically bring him back. So I don't think they're too worried. And Poles did say something about we got our edge, meaning Sweat. So now I think it's actually might be even neck and neck. We want more production from our D line and a pass rush, but we don't really necessarily care where that comes from. And what's interesting is we were looking at Byron Murphy, who played a lot of nose tackle at Texas, and he was a disrupting force. He was very good in the run game, but he also was very good in the passing game. And he wasn't playing 3 tech, even though he was a prototypical 3 tech guy. I think had we drafted him, had we traded back and drafted him, he wouldn't have taken Dexter's spot. He would have taken what's his name? Our nose tackle. I'm blanking on his name. Billings, yes. He would actually taken Billings' spot and been a pass rushing nose tackle.
Yeah. Well, by the way, Texas's other nose tackle just went to Devondre Sweat.
Mm-hmm.
To the Titans.
To the Titans.
That's a steal.
It is.
If he can keep his weight down, his issues with his he had a marijuana charge and a gun charge, and then recently had that DUI. And I'm not so much worried about the character concerns on that side of it, but I worry about his discipline on the football side of keeping his weight down. When he showed up to the Senior Bowl, he didn't weigh in. He refused to weigh in, which he was one of nobody basically who did that. He was the only one to do that, and he looked very heavy at the Senior Bowl. So conditioning, keeping his weight down, that discipline, that's my biggest concern. But man, he could be very good if he does.
Rams just traded up to number 39.
Wow. What are the Rams going to do here? What did they? Well, they took. What did they take last night? A defensive end, right?
I'm sure they're going to go for probably a wide receiver.
Yeah. That might be the panic time because all the wide receivers are going.
Donnie Mitchell is still there.
Yes.
Yeah, now there is some talk, some chatter about the Rams wanting a young quarterback to replace Stafford in the next couple years. I think Stafford only has 2 years left on his contract. He's pretty old. Mm-hmm. So if I were to throw out a surprise pick here, possibly Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, we'll see in a moment here.
I mean,
wouldn't shock me.
Here it comes.
I absolutely loved Devin Leary's combine. Spencer Rattler was off on a lot of his passes. I love Spencer Rattler's. He's got a nice delivery. He's got like good footwork and he's got a nice pass, but he's a little small. And Devin Leary is a little bit bigger than Spencer Rattler. And Devin Leary had a hell of a combine. If I were to compare the two, I would say, like, I would have taken Devin Leary over Bo Nix.
Wow, okay.
I cannot believe he went in the first round, Bo Nix.
No, that was crazy. Oh, the Rams have taken Braden Fisk. Bugger. That's what we wanted.
Defensive tackle.
So
there's a run on defensive tackles now, isn't there? This is the next run. Yeah,
they have to replace what's his name with two guys.
Donald.
It's funny.
Two people in a Jeep.
They took an explosive defensive tackle with very short arms. I mean, what Aaron Donald-esque.
Didn't they take Verse in the first round?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they got two Florida State guys, huh?
Yeah, they got the buddies.
Yeah.
Yeah, going to be playing next to each other. 3 tech.
No, I like what Leo Factory said. Rattler to the Giants because they didn't go quarterback; they went wide receiver with Neighbors. That's a really good call.
Yeah.
And the other guy I liked, Jordan Travis. I really liked his college game. I know he doesn't have the height, and there's questions on the cannon of the arm, but from everything I watched, the guy just seems like a gamer.
Yeah.
He reminded me of that quarterback from Florida back in the day that the Bears actually picked up, but he didn't pan out. Number 12, I think it was, from Florida.
Oh gosh,
I forgot his name. He was a really good quarterback in college, though.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about, PJ.
Shane
Steve Walsh?
No,
Steve Walsh?
He was a black guy.
Oh,
from Florida?
Yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The quarterback from Florida that the Bears actually picked up either undrafted or something, but he didn't pan out at all. But he played well in college.
What year?
Danny Werfel? No, he's a white guy.
He
Chris
was right
Leak.
before.
Okay, I think GC's got it. Chris Leak.
Yes, that's it. Chris Leak.
Yeah.
Chris Leak. Yep. Thank you,
GCA.
Yeah.
Yep. Credit to him.
Chris Leak. He was pretty decent. He was right before dang, I'm blanking on names today. The left-handed quarterback that the Broncos took.
Did you eat a gummy tonight?
Lynch? Something Lynch?
No, the popular quarterback used to kneel and pray all the time.
Kaepernick.
Kaepernick.
Tebow?
Kneel and pray.
Oh,
Tebow?
Tebow.
Yes, there you go.
Oh,
he
yeah.
was a quarterback right before Tebow.
Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
Isn't this time fun where we've got like 300 names in our brain right now for just this draft, and you're trying to remember someone from like 8 years ago who like didn't make the team, was undrafted.
Right.
That's what I love about you guys. You guys know your stuff.
That's what the Florida State quarterback. That's who he reminds me of, is Chris Leak.
Right. No,
By the way,
that's
guys,
a good comparison.
Philadelphia has traded up with Washington and is now picking at number 40.
Ooh, in-division trade.
Wow.
Don't see that often.
Because Washington had 36 and 40 going into this. I did the haul enough times to know that. So,
ain't that the truth?
J2K, I want to ask you, what do you think about the Bills trading with the frickin' Chiefs, who are that's the team that they cannot get past right now?
The AFC nemesis for a wide receiver?
For like a guy that Mahomes can stand in the end zone and throw it to the other end zone for a touchdown to that guy when he's 15 yards open.
Right. Well, they traded back with the Chiefs and then traded back again, and the Chiefs and the Bills took wide receivers. So that is very interesting, because now you're going to look at this Coleman versus Worthy. If you're a Chief or Bills fan for the next 10 years, who made the right trade? So that is, good call, Shorty. That's very interesting.
Yeah,
because I definitely would not have traded with them especially if I had any inkling of an idea. Because we called it last night. We're like, this is going to be Worthy, right? Because they're looking at that speed.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think it's funny too, because I think everybody called it in the podcast I was on. We were all like, "This is Worthy. It's Worthy." Like the universe knew it was Worthy.
Yeah.
Well, they're different style quarterbacks. I think they needed different styles of quarterbacks. So the Bills needed wide receivers. They needed a bigger wide receiver.
Eagles got a pick.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, PJ. The preference for Josh Allen for an X receiver jump ball versus Mahomes and another, Tyreek Hill clone. Yeah, good call, PJ. I didn't even think about that, but I 100% agree.
Yeah. But you missed it last night. What I said about Worthy, I thought he was kind of small, especially going in the first round like that.
He's not as stocky.
Yeah, he's like 5'11", 165.
No,
that's interesting. The
175, I thought.
Washington picked up 50 and 53 to get to trade down from number 40, and the Eagles got number 40, and then there were a couple of 25 picks.
Washington going to have themselves a nice time there.
It's giving them an extra pick that we might be able to trade up for.
Xavier Worthy is 6'1", 172 pounds. So
he's not going to win very many contested catch situations, but he's going to try to run past them.
Yeah, but if he puts on 10 pounds in the NFL, he's Willie Gault at the best, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Not quite Willie Gault, but because he's faster. But
I don't know why I thought he was I thought he was like 5'11", 165 for some reason.
You're thinking of Tariq Cohen.
No, Tariq was like 5'8" or 5'9".
That's right. He was. Yeah, you're right.
5'6".
Oh, sorry, Jason.
Thanks. Yeah,
I forgot that you didn't have a link. Or you needed a link for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, I had to go get a new Oh, Cooper DeJean, yeah, cornerback.
Yeah.
Man, the Eagles they nail their draft every year.
Every year.
I mean, they just completely rebuilt that secondary in 2 picks as a late round picks. I mean, gosh, man.
DeJean wasn't going to get past Green Bay, so they knew they had to come up to get him if they wanted him.
Yeah, I see
Thank
that.
God, the Eagles got him and fuck Green Bay.
Fuck Green Bay. Let's have a collective 1, 2, 3. Fuck Green Bay. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Fuck
Green Bay.
And fuck him again.
Fuck you again, Green Bay. Fuck yourself twice, Green Bay.
PJ is Glum from Hanna-Barbera's Gulliver's Travels. That's who you are. You are Glum from Gulliver's Travels.
Never saw that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Never saw it.
I've heard of Gulliver's Travels, but
I heard of it, but I never saw it.
I'm actually thinking about doing fish and spaghetti.
oh God's sake, fish and spaghetti.
You heard
thinking
that?
about doing fish and spaghetti.
Hold on. I got sent an invitation yesterday. And Shorty, I'm gonna send you something to your phone here in a second.
Okay.
I'm actually
And I
thinking
want you
about
to
doing
post
fish
it.
and spaghetti.
I want you to post it because this is what I was sent
I'm actually thinking about
yesterday
doing fish and spaghetti.
as a invite.
You were sent this as an invite?
Yeah, someone want me to come and purchase this
Uh-oh.
Okay. Come and purchase this.
because he belongs to a church, I believe. Yeah, it was a church, and they're having a dinner. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, wow, look at that. Quinion Mitchell and Cooper
Did you get it?
DeJean, the Eagles have taken, yeah.
Yeah, they got 2 nice
They
cornerbacks.
got the two top cornerbacks in the draft, haven't they?
Right.
Yep. And the Saints are now picking.
Yeah. Having traded with traded up to with Green Bay. Swap with Green Bay. Yeah, as Cliff said earlier.
See, that's what it's like to have a Mac, guys. You send that to me, I airdrop it to my Mac from my iPhone. Boom, it's here within seconds.
All right.
Let's look at what the dinner is. I got sent this yesterday. I just want you guys to know that. Sent this to me yesterday.
Henry Brown Lodge number 22, catfish fillet dinners, spaghetti, coleslaw, dessert.
That sounds yummy.
Yeah.
That does. That looks good.
That
The Saints
catfish looks
Saints
fantastic.
have taken Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Where's the spaghetti in the picture is my question.
But that's what I'm letting you know. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. It's a normal dish for us. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
let me explain myself. Let me explain myself with this, okay?
Uh-oh.
I don't even like to take nice and crispy bacon and put it on something that's going to make it mushy. So anytime that I deep fry or bread something and crisp it, I don't want to put something on top of it that's going to make that mushy and turn it back into flour. Huh?
You ain't got to put it on top. You put it to the side. It ain't got to touch.
Fair enough. That's why I started to agree with PJ after he sent me the picture of his delicious spaghetti and catfish meal. Oh, I have to find that. I have that. I have that
I'm
here.
just saying. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. So it's like that's really a popular dish where I'm from.
Yeah. Guys, one thing I think that we should be thinking about is that New Orleans just took Kool-Aid McKinstry, but they traded up with the Packers to do that.
Yeah.
Packers were said to be honed in on DeJean. And when DeJean went the pick before, because Washington screwed him, traded up to the Rams, the Rams. They literally just got screwed out of the quarterback they wanted. So they said, screw this. We're going to get a little bit more out of this pick. And they didn't think that McKinstry was good enough for him.
Well, I think actually Cooper DeJean projects better at safety, in my opinion, and some other people's opinion. But I think they were looking at him as the safety. But I get what you're saying because they do need another corner, and Kool-Aid ain't a bad pick at that spot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, and here come the Texans.
I'm surprised Kool-Aid is still there, to be honest.
he's not there no more.
Oh, he's not. Wait, where did he go?
He just
Oh, he just went.
Yeah, went to the Saints.
Boy, I'm really listening well, aren't I?
Pay attention, Shorty. Come on.
Up and a run on cornerbacks. Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, there we go. Another one. This is
To the
another
Texans.
run.
And he went to the Texans, correct?
Which is great for us because we don't need any cornerbacks.
Exactly. Yeah, this is what we want. We want them run on corners. Faux
And
show.
You know,
How
if
far is
Frazier is there at 75, I'm going to cackle for the next 3 days.
If who? Sorry, who? DVD? Oh,
What
JCK,
number are we
sorry.
at now? Where are we at?
I said if
42.
Frazier is here
Oh man, yeah,
at
42.
75.
And where do we pick? 75?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
And that was 42.
That is PJ's fish and spaghetti, like right after
Fuck yeah.
So the next four,
Good.
the next 4 picks are the Cardinals, the Raiders, the Packers, and the Colts.
Now you see, now some people culturally they leave the pasta plain and put the sauce on top, like in
Right.
a ladle.
Well, that's
But,
how I had it, but then I combined it right before I ate it.
Well, I'm just saying some people, because
Yeah.
some people don't like their food touching, and
Yeah.
others like the sauce separate and the noodles, and others like just mix it all together.
Yeah.
Tell
Now
you what,
that works because it's blackened fish.
Well,
There you
the
go.
trick with spaghetti though is that you want to put a little bit of that spaghetti water in with the sauce, and then you mix that with the noodles, and that makes it so the sauce actually sticks to all the individual noodles.
Mhm.
That's a little spaghetti trick.
And also, don't forget you got to leave that what is it, a little al dente, so that when you put the spaghetti into the sauce with that with the starchy water, it still cooks and it absorbs the sauce into the noodles.
Yeah, very, very correct.
Exactly right, Cliff.
You can't tell me we don't have a bunch of chefs on this show. We have a whole bunch of chefs on this show.
Damn right.
I don't care what nobody's.
Football and food. That's what we're good at.
If you only knew, PJ, if you only knew.
Oh, I saw you. I saw you. I saw you. I saw you. With the apron on and everything. I saw you.
You gotta put in work.
GCA saying the Texans could be tough this year. We play them. I agree with you on that. Although we got Caleb Williams now, we're gonna go undefeated.
Yeah. I love that little quote from the interview with Rome, and he just said, "I can't see any defense that can stop us." That's what he said. I love that. I think, yeah, I agree. Well, that's. I think someone mentioned it earlier. Was it? My feeling now about our offense is that I'm not sure about our offensive line. I'm not sure about the line. Have we done enough to improve that in the offseason? Yeah, they're all on one-year contracts, but then maybe that's what he's looking at next year. I don't know, or in the free agency in next season. But
part of my issue is I think we're not a complete team yet, so that's I don't want to mortgage. Exactly. I don't want to mortgage our future by giving up because you have to overpay to move up. So
completely agree, PJ. Totally agree with that, and that's why I think we won't move up. It's because that he knows this rebuild isn't finished this year. I said it last night. I don't see us finish. I know I got my words wrong. I said I don't see us filling all the holes tonight. And what I meant is this in this draft. Right. So I think there will still be some gaps. We're going to have to run with a couple of weaknesses. We're going to be better, but I think the rebuild will be finished next year.
Well,
that's
wasn't
when
it
we're going to be in? Yeah.
Go ahead. The end of last 2023's draft, Ryan Pohl said that this team is about 75% complete. And so with this draft and the free agency period, how much closer are we to 100?
Probably, I think 90.
90. I was just saying that's the number that came to my head is 90% now. Yeah. A couple of holes left, and I think we're going to be better this season. But I think next year, I think that's where we're going to be hitting the peak, man. And I can't wait. That's just, oh man.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to mortgage our picks for next year per se.
Which I think you won't.
We're going to need
understood. I do want to make the point, though. I'm the guy that's been harping on the offensive line when the various moves releasing more Whitehair and Patrick leaving, etc., and all of the free agent moves. I'm 100% happier with the offensive line because we don't have a bad starting offensive line, but they can't stay on the field.
Agreed.
And the people that we've got now as the backups and a competent center, we are actually in a position that we don't have to rewrite the playbook every time one O-lineman goes down and then rewrite it again when a second O-lineman goes down. We can go out there and run the same damn playbook because the backups are capable of basically handling the same things. And that makes me feel 100% better.
Yeah, I think what he's done is he's picked like solid pros as depth. That's what he's done, as I feel. So our starting line would still be the same, wouldn't it? With a centre, obviously. I'm still not sure whether it's Shelton or whether it's Bates, but I think it might. I don't know who it is going to be. One of those two is the starting centre, but the other four are going to be the same as last year, aren't they? So they say when they're on their game, when they're all fit and healthy, that's a pretty good O line. It's not elite, but it's good. So I think he's added some three solid pros to act as depth for that across the entire length of the line, which I'm actually quite happy with, really, without sort of breaking the bank. So maybe that'll be the whole field next year, and that'll be the team kind of complete, really. Another elite edge, another cornerback. The Cardinals take another cornerback, Max Melton.
Wow, cornerback run. Hey, you guys, I got to bounce really quick. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes.
Sure.
Okay. You may just leave and then I'll come back in.
Yeah, you can pop back in. Yeah, I had a question for you, so I'll save it for you guys.
Okay, perfect.
For you specifically.
Okay, bye.
Okay, we'll see you soon.
Okay.
So there's a run.
Cornerback run.
Yeah, definitely.
Man, this is weird. This is the third irrational positional run.
Yep. Yeah, because I'm looking at ESPN now, and they're just on their kind of like best available list, and he's down in 14th, just gone. So, man, I thought about this earlier when someone said about Frazier, but JPJ's still not been picked.
Yeah.
Wow.
The only center that's been picked was Barton.
That's it. Yep. Goodness. That's why I've got a good feeling that somebody good is going to drop into our lap at 75. This is our draft, isn't it? It's got to be.
Well, that's the question. Knowing that we had the big break between picks, if there's somebody on Poles' board that it's like, oh, dude, that dude is still there. We got to get him. You know, what guy in what position would that be?
Oh,
Vitality, you can bring yourself in whenever you're ready, buddy.
What's going on, gentlemen?
What up,
hey,
man?
How are y'all doing?
We're doing great.
We're doing great, man. Yeah, loving this.
We're just hanging out here having fun. Thanks for hopping in with us.
Yeah, I threw the stream on while I was eating. I just got back a little bit from the airport, and I missed out.
Oh, there we go.
Definitely.
Day is gone.
Sorry, man. Yeah, Raiders are taking back to Powers Johnson.
Yeah, this stole my thunder.
Sorry,
I was gonna say there's JPJ and is Frazier, I believe, the other center they're both sitting on the board.
Yep.
So Jackson Powers Johnson goes. So I was gonna see if those kids stayed maybe 10 more picks. I'd wonder if the Bears start to get
trade up,
cold feet, get a little bit nervous
and think about trading up. Yeah, but we were talking about that earlier, Carl. I don't think he's willing. Poles is willing to spend the capital to go up at this level in this draft.
Yeah, I think the most valuable non-first round pick in the entire next year's draft is Carolina's too. So I don't know. I wouldn't trade that pick to try and get into the second round or third round this year, of course. Well, not the third round, of course, but
that was the guy that I wanted at 6'3", 330 pounds.
He would have gone a lot sooner. I think the only reason he's here and getting drafted this late is because of injury concerns.
It's funny.
Cedric Van Pran. Cedric Van Pran. Hey guys.
What's going on, PJ?
Yeah, I can see us picking him at 75, definitely.
Then Cran is a way step down from both JPJ and Frazier, though.
No, I thought about this last night because I thought about you, DVD. When I looked at the roster, I said currently the Bears have 2 centers, or actually 3. Where we're weak at on the offensive line, if you was to think about it, is probably offensive tackle. So I don't think we're going to draft with only 2 more picks. We're going to draft a center. If they're drafting, it's probably a tight end and a offensive tackle, in my opinion. So I'm looking at Kingsley or the guy from Yale. What's his name?
Him. We had him on our mocks, I believe, PJ.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So
Omega DJ.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking at 75, that's what I'm looking at is an offensive tackle. I mean, don't get me wrong.
75 would be such a good idea too, because it seemed like the kid was like he reminded me of Braxton Jones. Physically, he's got all the tools.
Yeah.
If he needs to sit and develop, that seems fine. But at the exact same breath, I'd love to see that with a center too.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, because after I looked at because the guy, the center from the Rams, he started all games last year, and then we got Bates, who's a good center / guard. So I don't see it. I mean, had we had more picks, I agree. Because in my mocks, I took centers because I trade down and had several more picks. But with the limited number of picks, I don't see us going after a center unless at 75, JPJ or Frazier is there.
JPJ was just drafted.
Edgerrin Cooper.
Who did he go to?
Green Bay. Yeah.
Green Bay.
No. Edgerrin Cooper just went to Green Bay.
Oh, good. Okay.
Man, they're gonna draft Edgerrin Cooper over Junior Colson.
Where did JPJ just go?
Raiders at 43.
Raiders.
Yeah, Raiders. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Next pick's traded. Carolina have moved up.
I think
you guys.
Do you think they go wide receiver here as well? Who did they just take last night? They took a wide receiver. I'm pretty sure.
Xavier Leggett.
Would it be weird for them to take Donnie Mitchell? Because he's still on the board, I believe.
He's on the board. Yeah.
Hey, you want to help out your quarterback? They might go tackle. Do they need a tackle?
There's got to be a good tackle left still. I'm sure they need all offensive line.
Kingsley.
I really like Roger Rosengarten.
Blake Fisher, Rosengarten's still there. Kingsley Summer, Tuaya, yeah.
I do like
Jones, Dominic Pooney, Kieran Amagaje.
When I look at the draft like this, I'm reminded. See, this is why I like to trade down. The more picks at the more bites at the apple.
Yeah.
Because waiting
At
around.
least your takes are consistent. You're holding on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, trading down is always going to be my forte. It always have been. I've always been a big proponent of trading down.
Yeah, I'm with that too, because we understand that theoretically the lower you go in the rankings, the watered down the talent is. So if you got a top 10, you want to get blue chippers. But the more picks you have and the better your scouting department, you should be able to identify those prospects that are good, and then have the capital going forward to fill whatever you need or have trade capital. I mean, it's like people with bad credit. They want to spend all their money and then borrow against the paycheck they ain't even got yet to spend. And that's how you get in trouble as a franchise.
Ryan Pace.
That was the Ryan Pace school of thought, definitely.
Yeah.
Holes is reaping the benefits of what you guys just said. He already did the massive trade down from one last year. Yeah. So we're still playing with house money, but I agree with you guys as well.
And I look at it like this, PJ. If Caleb Williams is the top prospect quarterback in the draft, and we got the number 1 pick, fuck it. We taking that top number 1 prospect in the draft, so there are no excuses as far as, we could have took the number 1 guy, but we got a haul instead. Then the number 1 guy turned out to be like a Hall of Fame.
Ooh, they took a running back.
Running back.
Was he the best running back in the draft? I'm not going to say who I think it is.
Ray Benson's number 1, surely.
Is he the player from Florida State?
Yeah. Who did they take?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Florida State running back was
Jonathan.
They took the Texas running back, but I'm saying who I thought was the best running back was Trey Benson out of Florida State.
Trey Benson, yeah.
Blake Corum.
And who knows why?
Poor
I
running
would say
back.
Blake Wormsney.
Poor running backs. They went from the second pick in the draft with Kajana Carter back in the day, all the way to like now you get the first one coming off the board in the middle of the second round, and like
No respect.
no shit. We're gonna be in the fourth round with like every damn running back available.
It was crazy seeing when Adrian Peterson was drafted to the Vikings. He just transformed that team, and from day one, he was a hellraiser for the Vikings. But there's really no one like that coming out of the draft anymore. It's so much different nowadays.
When you're tapping your helmet to come out the game after a run, you devalue your position.
Speaking of helmets, did you guys see what the NFLPA announced today, or whatever it is?
Yeah, that
it's the NFL themselves.
The foam thing.
You think a lot of those guys are actually going to wear those?
Wait, what?
Was it?
The foam helmet covers.
I didn't hear this.
For those who don't know, so I'm sure you've seen in training camp and just pictures of like OTAs and stuff, especially the offensive linemen.
Yeah, we had like a foam cover.
The Michelin star, man. Those are allowed in NFL games now.
Wait, the big things you can put on your head in practice?
The condoms.
Yeah, it's not mandated. It's not necessary. I'm sure the insurances are going to say that it's necessary moving forward.
Yeah, that'll be the thing.
They are allowed.
Yes.
Player choice.
Yes.
Wow.
I had an idea for that. I forgot what it was. It was something about what was it? Something that you could put in your helmet that would prevent like
concussion.
Yeah, like a
an airbag.
Yeah, like gel.
Well, the thing is,
like compression
no
gel helmet.
But the problem is, no matter what you do to a helmet, there's still that sudden impact, and no matter how cushioned it is, the space in your brain is still going to slosh against the inside of the skull, no matter how cushioned it is.
Outside the box nowadays with I forgot the players who are currently wearing it, but they've got that like neck ring.
Mm-hmm.
And what that's doing is increasing the blood flow to the brain to allow less sloshing around, which in theory makes sense. But it's so new. I'd like to see the data over a long-term period.
Plus, they added the slots now to where the helmet can bend in that area.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of like the technology of like a guardrail. If when you hit the guardrail head on, it's designed to collapse. That's what the helmet is designed to do almost.
Absorb some more of the impact. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
The problem is that you can only go so far with this before you're saying, "Welcome to the National Flag Football League."
Exactly.
Yeah, you're already slowly seeing the value with running backs. It's all throwing.
Well, it kind of in a way, wouldn't it be the best way to do that? Would it be to reverse engineer it and just go, "Hey, we're going to go back to leather helmets," because then you won't be using
helmet
your
lasts. Yeah.
Because if you have this thing on your head that's giving you this false sense of protection,
and you lead with it.
Yeah. So if you
rugby,
if you didn't have it, you would be more protective of your own head, right? At the very least, you're going to get tackled and your head smacks the ground. But if you
didn't Chris Watts bring that up, that rugby players, because they're not wearing a helmet, they know how to tackle without getting injured?
If he was here, we can ask him. But they've
changed the game. They've changed the laws of rugby as well. I was just about to mention rugby because you're talking about equipment. And what I found out last year, I love the national rugby. I watch the England side a lot. And what they now have in the rugby is that they have a gum shield that has an accelerometer in it that will tell them what sort of force the head has been put through. And they've had players pulled out for a concussion check.
Like to the referee's watch or something?
To someone on the sidelines, a doctor on the sidelines, to say, right, that guy's just got hit hard. The gum shield has registered a certain force. Get him out of the game. I need to check his head. And that's what they're doing now. They have a sensor in the gum shield that they wear, which tells them if the head has had a traumatic force, which is insane.
And the NFL is advertising their Microsoft services instead of real technology like that.
Say again?
Like just the NFL, I was just making a joke. They're just advertising their Microsoft services and all that type of stuff, but not actual real technology like that.
Yeah, exactly. And
that belongs to the NFL.
I feel the same. Like Cliff put a comment there about being a contact sport, and I totally agree. And I often feel the same when I watch the rugby, and suddenly you see there's a red card because the laws of rugby have changed so much that it's tackles now that the players you kind of see is almost like an accidental contact with the head. But any contact with the head now, and a rugby player is sent off. And that's it. And the game is changed totally. Like you're down a player. So I get it, but then you think about the damage to these guys' families and their health. You know, it's a really tough question to ask, and we haven't got time for it tonight because the Giants selection is in as well. But I think anything they can do to try and make it safer is a good idea. With balancing it against the game, you know, it's still a contact sport. So yeah, we could debate this all night, couldn't we? But anything that's I'm all for the technology to try and help. Oh, first safety off the board.
Yeah.
Was this Mike Brown?
Tyler Nubin to the Giants.
I believe this was our Mike Brown comp.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Carl. Yep.
Hey, I missed it, but did you guys talk at all about Cooper going to the Pack? To the Packers? Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker?
About it. We don't talk about the Packers here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good linebacker. But I'm a little surprised because who's the guy number 5 they got in the middle there? He's a high first round. Yeah, Walker.
Number 7, right?
Or 7, number 7. I thought he was going to be very good, but I don't know if he progressed as much as I thought he would have.
Maturity-wise, he seems to have degressed. He had all those crazy, like multiple flags, whatever the penalties called.
Yeah. He's very undisciplined in his play. So I think that Cooper pick is a damn good pick. Man, they spend so much on their defense. It's kind of wild. Last few years, so many first-round picks. And
when you hit the lottery multiple times at quarterback, you're allowed to do whatever the heck you want.
Yeah. Well, when you have multiple picks, you know, you can invest in a lot of things.
Yeah.
You catch that, Carl?
They only have invested, 2-3 resources into the quarterback position over 20 plus, 30 plus years.
Exactly.
Favre to Rodgers and now Love.
Yeah.
Yeah. We invested 3 in the last 10 years.
Correct.
Jack's pick is in.
Actually, that would be a really good comparison to see what exact resources the Packers spent on their quarterbacks between Favre and now, and just what the Bears gave up for Trubisky trading up one spot.
I don't want to know, man. Don't bring the night down,
Wouldn't
Carl.
that be? I could try and piece that together for you right now because obviously Rodgers was a first, I believe, but he slid.
Come on, man. Stop. Why are you trying to depress us, man?
Yeah, exactly.
No, this is a pivotal weekend in the NFL and the Bears' history. We don't have to worry about that no more. Now we can look back and reminisce about, we had it so bad.
Jack,
it'll be
saved.
Mason Smith to the Jaguars.
What's everybody's opinion on Mason Smith?
I don't know much.
He wasn't really high on my list when I was doing mocks.
No, I'm more of a Jordan Jefferson guy.
All right. Well, yeah, Mason Smith was kind of an enigma for me because he played really well when his freshman year. I think he actually started, and then he had an ACL and he came back overweight. It took time for him to rev up, but he never really got back to that person he was. And here he goes to the 48th pick, which I just think there's red flags all over this guy, and it's just a huge reach. There's so many people in the football community that absolutely rave about this guy because of his measurables.
Because of his size, yeah.
I just don't get it. You know, he looks like a Greek god, but he plays like Greek salad.
Yeah.
You've been waiting a while to use that, haven't you? You've been saving a while.
Hey, what is it? Look like Tarzan plays like Jane. That one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like that. That's
that one.
Yep.
Jake had to look at his notes for that, and he was like,
"Yes,
he looks like a Greek god, but that's right. It plays like Greek salad."
Yeah. Greek salad. There's some really good Greek salads.
Delicious. Some cheese.
The second round seems to be that round that teams will do that, though. They'll look at the measurables and kind of overdraft there. It reminds me of what the Bears did with Dexter.
Yeah, but Dexter is panning out, though, right?
He's still growing. He's still got baby fat on him.
I'm hoping for a leap this year from him. Yeah, I love Big Dex, man. He's got something about him that I like. I think hopefully the second half of the season he kind of come on a bit stronger. Yeah, he's not the finished article, but I'm hoping that he'll take a leap this year and he'll be
I wonder if he'll start
one of my
more outside snaps, though.
He has been
Right.
working out. He is really, really built up now.
Oh,
Yeah,
is
he's
that,
one
what,
of-
is that what you meant, Shorty? Physically working out?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a lot of tapes out and all that stuff. He's putting in the work for sure. I thought you meant as a player, as you working out for the Bears. I was saying
Oh yeah.
he is good so far.
Off-season
He's
training, man.
panning out.
In the last 25 years,
Whoop.
do you
Chris
guys
Jenkins.
Oh,
Yeah,
another-
right.
another
Great
defensive
selection.
tackle.
Great selection from the University of Michigan.
What were you saying, PJ?
Do you guys not know in the last 25 years, I think the Bears has only re-signed their first round draft pick 5 times.
Fucking horrible.
Wow, that is fucking disgraceful, man.
Fucking horrible.
Yeah, well, one of them was Kevin White. So I mean, come on.
We didn't re-sign Kevin White.
No,
It
we
always
didn't.
seems like the
I'm
Bears do
saying
better
one
in
of those
the second and third rounds.
What
Yeah.
up,
The
James?
first round is always a problem for them.
Yeah, because if my adding is correct, Brian Urlacher, Tommy Harris, Greg Olson, Kyle Long, and Kyle Fuller.
Yep.
And,
Those
I
are
love
all-
Cole Fuller, man. Cole Fuller was one of my favorite players.
Yeah.
I was really
So we
upset
only-
when we traded
we
him, man,
only
because that
re-signed-
boy could hit for a cornerback. He fucking put himself about, didn't he? Cole
Yeah,
Fuller.
those guys are the only ones we signed to a second contract.
Roshan, Jalen Johnson.
He was
wasn't
definitely a
he was
second round pick.
Yeah.
Oh,
And a few of those first round picks were traded in that second contract.
Yes.
On a double whammy.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Here comes
Then
Washington.
there's a few years where
Ooh.
we
See,
didn't
what-
even have a first round pick.
What PJ is describing is the angst of people who are a little bit older. And it's like we want to build a team with all of our picks and not trade them away, not sign guys that are like 30 years old to mega contracts because it's like, oh, well, he used to be good. So, yay. And it's like, no, build through the goddamn draft. And the guys that are young, that don't resign, now you get comp picks when they leave. What we've been doing, we've had no value of any players to get comp picks for. So we end up like going back to the basement.
And,
Right.
and in that same time frame, and that 25 years,
Oh man,
we have traded away 6 of our
in the
first
pick,
round
Carl.
draft picks.
PJ, our guy Mike Sanders still is gone. He just got drafted by the Washington Commanders. The run of Michigan players is going to start, boys. Buckle in.
I
Yeah,
told
it's
you,
a good
Washington's
nickel
having
corner.
a good draft, man. They
Yeah, I agree.
quietly having a good draft.
And Sanders still is widely regarded as quite simply an only slot corner. Cannot play outside corner, but he will add special teams value as well. He's not as good as Jabril Peppers, but he's got some juice.
5'9", right?
I can get
he's
some
a-
measurables for you.
he's a player.
He's smaller.
I'm seeing 5'10", but yeah, I think that's right where you're at.
Yeah, I like him. I like him a lot.
But the thing
Yeah.
is, if you're a cornerback like 5'10" and you put like Odunze in the slot at 6'3" or somebody 6'4", what the hell are they gonna do?
That's the challenge right there, because that's what Devontae Adams did to us a few times. They put him in the slot to go against our smaller corner.
That's why you value his coverage skills. You have to be able to either intercept the ball, knock it down, and not have to worry about playing bully ball. Whereas with the outside wide receiver, you just throw it back shoulder, jump ball. You literally can't out jump 4, 5, 6 inches like that. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
Size does matter. No Diddy.
That's what she
I will
said.
25
point
picks
out
to go,
here,
you
guys,
guys.
we
that-
got to get that on the stream somewhere.
I will
Can we
point out
modify
that
the
we are
title of the
getting into
stream?
the 50s, and the 50s are probably the only range that the Bears would consider trading up into. It
Yes,
would be
sir.
cheap enough to do, and yet there are still people like Zach Frazier who are there and that we could really use and
He's coming
probably
off some
have.
type of injury. Am I correct?
Pardon?
I said he's coming
Frazier?
off- Yeah. I
Yeah,
thought he had
he
some
did.
type of injury or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He didn't work. He didn't play at the Senior Bowl. I think was it the Senior Bowl he was there, but he wasn't playing.
Right.
Yeah,
Right,
Frazier had an injury in the middle of the year, and he was out for much of the year. And he came back to prove that he had recovered entirely from it and played like the last 2 games. and then said, better part of valor, I'm not going to do much of these things. I'm just going to hold myself out for the draft.
Yeah. So I found that to be very interesting over the last 25 years on where we've been, and therefore where we're going.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, totally, PJ. I think I really enjoy this change of attitude from the organization with polls saying we're going to build through the draft. Just treasure those picks. They're valuable, man.
Very.
You pick up a good player.
Right.
If you've got someone for 10 years, that's big. That's a big deal. Instead of picking someone in the first round and then 4 years later they're gone. It's just you're wasting such massive capital.
See, that's what I liked about Angelo. Angelo actually would trade back and get picks. He just didn't always do a good enough job of getting the right guys.
He couldn't scout worth shit.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't get the right guys, but he did do a good job of trading back, and that's why when we got the Pace and I think even somewhat Emerson when he was here for that short time, they were like big on trading. I mean, trading up, and I'm like, you don't trade up. I've never been a proponent of trading up.
Well, if it's a small move up, right? If you identified a player you really want, and it's a small move up, then whatever. But
like
Pace especially, he would do a lot of trade ups, and even with like a move for Trubisky from 3 to 2, that still took a lot of assets.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, especially when you look at the draft and you see all these quality players coming off the board, and you're like, man, like Washington's doing. Washington's killing it today. It's like, man, they're really capitalizing on this, and that's what I'm more of a proponent of. Give me more bites of the apple. I mean, I don't want to.
But if that quarterback doesn't pan out, it might not matter.
Washington's sitting there going, look at all the picks that we're taking with the trade we didn't make for Caleb Williams.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, true.
And because of it, they're going to be a better team.
Yeah, well, but we got the quarterback. We got the franchise quarterback though, so we all good. We all good, Glum. Stop being so glummy, Glum. Well,
now I will say, Poles is known to
I'm loving the
trade up.
Yin and yang.
He did trade up last year for Tyreek Stevenson. So
yeah, and I like that trade up.
Yeah, that was a good trade up.
Was that a big trade up?
I don't think it wasn't big, but it was
3 to 2.
And we gave up a fourth to do it.
Yeah, it was. I can't remember now. It was something like 8 places or something? It was around there, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
It was single digits, but it was yeah.
What happened was the Bears moved up from 61 to 56 in exchange or in addition giving up 136 overall.
Damn it.
That seems really fair, and I think that 136 came from something the Bears got as well.
Yeah.
Frazier's
gone.
Yeah.
Steelers. So hey, if Justin's out there playing, he now has a good center in front of him.
That's a good pick for Pittsburgh. They needed a center.
Well, he's
they
always
also
gonna be
got that
running away from
offensive
the center.
tackle on in the first round.
Fuaga, and I don't know if it's Fuaga. Someone definitely.
Yeah, you got the one from Oregon State, right?
Yeah, Fuaga. Left tackle, left guard, right tackle.
That's
kind
really
of
nice. That's
yeah,
really nice.
and they got Zach Frazier.
Yeah,
they're rebuilding that line.
Oh man, what's his name? Russell Wilson as well as Fields, whoever, going to have a nice line.
Yeah.
They're showing him wrestling now on the TV.
This Triple R.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it.
The power of polls compels you.
How do you make sure that the Bears get this right?
Yeah, it's a great question. One, the infrastructure has to be there, and I think we've done that part to have the
awesome Triple R.
Our quarterback now. I think the other thing is it's going to be our entire organization is going to have to be on the same page on how we handle this, how we develop Caleb. But I'll also say that it's. I think we have a really good approach with all the players. And I think that's different than maybe it was in the past. The way that we take it really serious in terms of the development from a nutritional standpoint to performance, to mental skills, to how our coaches teach. Like, I think we've made some really good strides there. But it's going to take everybody, and everyone's got to be on the same page. We got to adjust to strengths and weaknesses. But it's going to take everybody, and everyone's got to be on the same page. we got to adjust to strengths and weaknesses that the player has. What's our direction?
That's beautiful, man.
How
That's
are we going to
beautiful.
get there? And I think
That's awesome, dude.
I love it.
Yeah, just throwing a little something up there.
Thank you.
Love it.
Dude, that is I if I wasn't doing awake until almost 4 o'clock in the morning watching all the tape from yesterday's draft, I would have been watching your channel.
Boo-hoo there.
Get the fuck out of here, Jason. Look, I pulled the white guy, TJ. I pulled the white guy.
Welcome to the brotherhood, Jason.
Huh? Yes, I got pulled. I finally made it.
Man.
It's fucking 1:35 a.m. here. Screw you guys.
Where are you at again?
He's in the UK, I believe.
I'm in the south of England.
All right, so is that like, is it get a name or what the fuck?
Oh, you want to like my town or my postcode or something? You know what's
What city are you at? What, like, are you in London or?
I am west of London in a town, near a town called Reading.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Jason does a show with Chris Watts on BCP called The British Bears.
Okay.
Whenever Chris Watts can, whenever he's up to it, I should say.
Wait, where is Chris? I mean, all draft weekend. Where's he been? Where's he at? What the fuck?
He fucking fell asleep again.
He's more of a kind of morning guy. I'm a night owl, so I stay up till fucking stupid o'clock, and he gets up for a piss at 5 a.m. and then he's awake. So that's how we roll, you know.
Yeah, when he was visiting in Illinois with us for the game, he was like up at the crack of fucking dawn, took a shower, brushed his teeth. He's down there hanging out with my aunt in the living room. I wake up at like
hanging
10
out,
o'clock.
yeah, hanging out.
Oh,
And we have AD Mitchell finally going.
Yeah, man, I was going to call that, man.
To the
I was totally going to say something about that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I was going to call it before the pick was picked.
Okay.
Yeah, I see him sitting on the board, and from all the talk and chatter that he's a first-round wide receiver, I didn't quite think so. He's got the traits to be, but the production just isn't there. And there are some nuanced things in his game that I had issues with, and like boiling down to consistency. But man, I mean, 6'4", almost 200 pounds, and running sub 4.44, I believe.
4.34. Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a superstar athlete, but just the production wasn't there. So there's some questions, but that could be a superstar pick in the second round.
Yeah. With some coaching, man, that could be a fucking stud receiver for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Great hands, great route runner, in and out. He's got his hips and everything in his hands. I mean, his combine was spectacular.
Richardson should be a happy guy.
That's a steal at 52, isn't it?
Yeah. Seems really good value for the Colts. I agree.
Yeah.
With this Washington pick, I think they need an offensive tackle, and a guy who I thought was going to be a first-round pick, and I really liked him, was Kingsley Suamataia.
That's my
from
guy
BYU.
right there. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for.
I'm gonna make a little prediction here. We're getting into that range.
Yeah, that's my guy there.
See, I want to see a trade right now with Chicago trading up with Washington.
I wouldn't mind a trade up for Kingsley right here. I really believe in that kid as a future starting offensive tackle.
Ah, well, but the pick is in for Washington after the commercial.
Then it's Browns, Dolphins, and the Cowboys.
Yeah, and they're going to take Kingsley, right?
That's my guess, man. They need Charles Leno retired. So they got nobody on that left side.
I didn't know he retired. That's crazy.
I didn't know that either.
So the Bears have drafted 3 people first overall in the draft. I'm not going to bother with the names, but the 2 of the 3 positions, you guys know the 3rd position. But 2 of the other 2 positions were running back, and that was like back in the
1937,
30s,
yeah. 40s, the early 40s. I'm looking at that too.
1941 and 1947.
Mm-hmm.
And neither one of those guys, I believe, made the Hall of Fame.
Well, that was back when they ran the T formation. They needed all the running backs they could get. Quarterback was a running back.
According to Wikipedia, Tom Harmon was drafted first by the Bears out of Michigan, a running back, 1941. It says that the pick was received from the Philadelphia Eagles, but did not sign with a team.
Oh, wow.
So there are shenanigans going on in the 40s.
And Bob Fenimore was taken number 1 in 1947. He came from Oklahoma A&M.
That's right, Bob Fenimore.
Now, Sid Luckman was the number 2 overall pick in 1939.
1930. What the hell are you looking at? History book?
Who wants to address Robert Friel here? Polls abandoned building through the draft pretty quickly. Not a good sign.
Feels like this is PJ's question.
Well, no, but that's the thing. That's what I was thinking about with the not trading back, is because now, you know, you're not building through the draft anymore. You're kind of spending all your capital, but you got to spend the capital when you got the good players. And when you got the good players at the position of need, you got to spend that money, or that draft capital in this case. And so
a good wide receiver never ever hits a free agency. It's always you got to draft them or you've got to trade for them, and that's big assets. That's the exact opposite of building through the draft.
Let me.
If you're going to take a blue chip player at 9 and it's a wide receiver, I think that's a slam dunk. But
absolutely,
I'd also like to address this at some point too.
Yeah.
So is he suggesting that since we didn't trade back at 9, that polls abandoned? I'm not understanding the point.
Well,
to be honest.
What I'm saying is, it's not that it's not building through the draft. It's just that if you had traded, just say the first round pick, not the first round pick, the number 1 pick, and you got the value, whatever that was, that's what, 3 or 4 more different players and maybe some future draft capital. And so now you still are picking guys. It's just not at number 1. And now you're filling more depth, you're filling more needs, and you're filling the team through the draft.
Okay. So Robert just posted what he's saying. It's only having 4 picks in this draft is abandoning it. Now, I disagree with that, because you've got 2 high quality, 2 top 10 draft picks. And
I also want to point out, J2K, sorry to cut you off just very quickly. I don't think that a player in this 4th round, maybe I'm wrong, but I do not think a 4th rounder in this draft is going to be better than Keenan Allen. I'm going to go out on a limb.
And also to that point is that this draft, it really drops off after the 100th prospects. So this is, if there's any draft that you want to be top heavy in picks, it's this draft. And if you look at Poles' overall resume, I mean, he had 11, 12 draft picks. I mean, I don't see any kind of a scenario that Ryan Poles has abandoned some philosophy of building through the draft.
Yeah,
I think he built through the draft the first couple of years, and he how many starters has he gotten out of the last 2 drafts? You know, with the Khalil Mack trade and all that, turned 5 into 13, and last year, however many picks, and we got 8, 9, 10 starters out of that.
Shorty, was it this year upcoming or this past year that just passed that the Bears are finally no longer paying? I love the guy, the middle linebacker that they signed from Denver. Danny Trevathan. I think that it was last year or definitely this year. This is the first year they're not paying Danny Trevathan.
Yeah.
So that first year, he had to wipe the slate clean from Pace, man.
Yeah.
I want to,
guys. Sorry, Ben Sinnott has gone to Washington.
Yep.
Tight end, Ben Sinnott.
That's one of my favorite players.
That was
in
a
this
big
draft.
shout for Adam Mason. Adam Mason loved Ben Sinnott. He was pounding the table in our mock.
Yeah. I would really quickly like to address Robert here. The biggest thing that's happening this year is that going into this, Poles was looking at free agency versus the draft, and he had pretty much made his mind up that he was not going to trade down from number 1. He was going to take his quarterback. And that meant that he had to start filling in pieces that he wasn't going to get in the draft because he wasn't going to be able to add another 4 draft picks through the whole trade down. So he went in and he started to use the draft picks he had to fill holes that otherwise he would have done in the draft, simply because he knew that he was not going to have the access to the people that he wanted because he was going to not go for the haul. He was going to go for all of the eggs in one basket and use the number one pick on Caleb.
And you want quality players, not just quantity.
Exactly.
Thank
And
you,
it's the
JTK.
same
Instead
thing
of unproven, sorry, Triple R. Instead of unproven rookies to surround your rookie quarterback, you're surrounding him with veterans.
Exactly.
And then part of like where you say where the vision is, where we're not building through the draft anymore, we're trading away picks for 30-something-year-old Keenan Allen. But when Keenan Allen leaves, we get a comp pick back for him. So there's some compensation.
Hopefully.
And so a 4th-round pick is going to be a kid that's going to play for 4 years, as opposed to using that 4th-round pick for a veteran who's only going to be here for 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Guys, we got Coach B hopping in with us. Let's say hi to him. What's up, Coach B?
What's up, Coach B?
What up, Coach?
Hey, I hear a lot of background noise. I'm not sure what's going on.
Do you have the stream on in the background or something?
Are you watching it on the computer still?
Yeah. I don't know.
Mute your.
No, I'm not watching the computer.
Okay.
Michael Hall just went.
That's a good player.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. I think that the way Poles approached this year, he has given up he traded a lot of draft picks prior to the draft.
The ones that come to mind are Keenan Allen and Ryan Bates. And then maybe we're missing obviously. Thank you. And then there's like a 6th or a 7th missing because of Dan Feeney last year, I believe.
Yeah, 6th round.
So that's what the Bears are looking at next year. They've got their full suite of picks, 1st through.
We don't have
6th.
the 7th again. We didn't have the 7th this year either.
But then we have the 2nd from the Panthers, an additional 6th from the Dolphins, and then of course the 6th, which could be a 4th for Justin Fields.
So let me throw this out for you guys. What's going to help Caleb Williams, our number 1 overall draft pick, more? A 4th-round rookie wide receiver or spending a 4th round on Keenan Allen?
And Keenan Allen is also teaching your blue chip 9th overall wide receiver, who's only going to maximize that value as well.
Right. So even the trade suggests that he's still building through the draft and young players. He's just bringing in a teacher to teach the young players how to play well.
Well, but the thing is, then that comes to the question, don't they hire coaches for that?
No, actually, that's a misnomer. So coaches really teach the playbook and the nuances of the playbook. Players really teach each other the nuances of how to read film, read coverage. Give you an example. When Tyreek Stevenson, he had this great interception where he basically baited the quarterback between a high-low concept, and the first words out of his mouth is, "I saw Jalen Johnson do this in practice, and Jalen told me how to do this." So it really is a misnomer that players play and coaches coach in the NFL. It really blends in together, and coaches don't have a lot of time to say, "Oh, this quarterback is this type of a quarterback. He sees things this way. This receiver's this type of receiver. He runs these types of routes. So you really want to squeeze this part here and open this part here." I mean, that's what DJ Moore and Keenan Allen are going to be in the ear hole of Roma Odunze, saying like, "Okay, this is how you want to run this route against this DB because we've played against him."
Well, I understand that the experience factor from players helps, but position coaches used to be players, and that's what they get paid for, to coach the development of the players.
Well, I totally agree with you, Triple R. The first example that comes to my mind is on Dallas. You've got some kids who are really young who probably haven't been super good in the NFL, but all of a sudden, I think it's Deron Bland and then the Diggs brother. They burst onto the scene, and a lot of that credit gets thrown at Al Harris, who Packers. So what? He was a good player for them. So as a coach, I think he's good as a position coach.
And I'd also point out that a few days ago, Matt Waldman, I don't know if you guys follow him on Twitter. No, he was on the Barroom Network. There was an interview, and he talked about this specifically, exactly this conversation. And that's part of where I'm getting my answer from is someone who is scouted and knows this stuff. It is a little bit of a misnomer that, coaches coach and players play.
Patrick Paul, another tackle, just came off the board.
Patrick Paul's gone to Miami.
Yeah, but Eberflus has said that he wants players or coaches who actually teach. So that's the thing he's asking for, wanting out of his coaches. So it's a combination of the two, because I know there's been players who say that Eddie Jackson has taught them a lot on the sidelines after a play, but the coaches have to also be able to instill that within their players too, about some of the nuances of the game, especially the ones who has played.
Yeah, and some of these young kids coming in, they'll listen to a teammate a little bit more than they'll listen to a coach, just because they're young and they're out with their buddies and all that kind of stuff. Their teammates, and then someone's like, "Oh, hey, you got to squeeze this coverage a little more, buddy. You're going to get more interceptions if you do that." A coach is in your ear, rah 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 all day. You might tune that out sometimes, but it is a blend. To be fair, I think we're all correct in this answer.
That's why there's so much that goes into it when they're actually drafting the players. They got to know their coaches inside and out, what their style is, what their philosophy is. Then you get them in for the 30 visit, whatever the case is. How do they respond to that? So that there's so much that goes into it. It's not just darts on the board.
Do they need to kick the ass or they need a pat on the back?
Right, exactly. What do you guys think of Patrick Paul? Some people rumored him to the Bears. Anybody have thoughts on? I thought, he's a giant, but I thought he was kind of stiff and just didn't fit our wide zone team.
I like Kingsley a lot better. He's too high. He's too tall. He can't come down far enough to effectively leverage.
Can't drop the bucket and bend the hips.
Yeah, basically. At least he's not as good at it.
Not like Triple R can.
Watch out now.
Yeah, I just think that the way Poles has done it this year, it's. I mean, I get your point that a Keenan Allen is more valuable than a fourth round rookie, but in the same token, when you're doing too many of those trades and you lose so much capital and draft capital, it leaves a lot to be desired.
Exactly.
You can't pay every veteran wide receiver $30 million, so there has to be that fine line. They'll have their full suite essentially next year of their late round picks, and maybe that draft will have better talent or more talent at the back end. I doubt it. I don't know.
But the thing is, I find more comfort in knowing that the front office at Hallis Hall gets paid a lot of fucking money to do this, and they got spreadsheets. They know who's coming out in what year. They got the salary cap laid out, and so they got a lot more information. That's why I kick back.
They have all the information, yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like I'm not gonna worry about it. Can't stress it because they know it's like, all right, we got 4 picks. This is our roster. This is next year's draft. Here's what we're gonna do. They have a plan, obviously, because J2K was all up in their ass like last season. What's the fucking plan?
You remember. And hey, to be fair to Robert Friel, is Keenan Allen on a 1-year contract with a 4th round draft pick. That is a very expensive rental. So I understand where he's coming from. I don't want to just poo-poo his opinion or whatnot. I think there is some merit to talk about that. And if he does get hurt early in the season, I mean, that's kind of a waste of a 4th round draft pick. I hope he gets extended for 1 more year. But
did we get a 5th in return?
Whatever the comp is.
Did we? Mm-hmm. I just remember a 4th.
Reason why I'm asking is because when I look at the mock drafts, they say we have a 5th from the LA Chargers next year.
Oh, next year?
Yeah.
Maybe that's so.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So because I was with you, J2K. I'm like, that's kind of expensive for a 1-year 32-year-old. So if we got a 5th for next year in return, now I'm feeling better about it.
I wanted to ask you, J2K, before you popped out. Everyone here on the panel too. Where do you feel that this team is going with Tevin Jenkins, and could a Cooper Beebe kind of a player, maybe turn into kind of a Cody Whitehair where he could play guard or center, and we can kind of maybe take him at 75 if he's still there. Do you think that Tevin Jenkins is going to be around after this season?
Ryan Bates could be the direct replacement for Whitehair because they're talking about him either being the center or the guard. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Bates is
Or
your
a
right
guard.
replacement.
But I'll just sorry, J2K, just real quick. I think that Tevin Jenkins, I think they're solidly behind him. I think they believe in him, but I don't think they're going to give him any money until this time next year. He's got to have a full healthy season under his belt, prove it that he can stay healthy and deserve the money. Otherwise, they probably will have to move off of him because he's just. I love the guy. I think it's just too risky.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Agreed. Totally. Yeah.
Oh, you stole the words right out of your mouth, huh, J2K?
Well, to get into a little further, I think Cooper Beebe, I don't think he's quite the fit for the Bears. I don't think he's athletic enough. I'm trying to think right now. I think Christian Mahogany is actually a very good fit, and there was some talk about him at the East-West Shrine Bowl of him practicing at center and looking decent at center. Granted, he hasn't played there. Another guy to consider, Mason McCormick, who's a left guard for South Dakota State, who, make no beans about it, that was a good school that pumps out some good players. He made all the line calls from left guard, which is kind of rare, and he was a 6-year starter due to COVID and having extra eligibility. I really like the player, even though he's a small school guy. Think some other guards.
What about that Cohen from Miami?
Javon Cohen from Missouri?
Miami.
Just want to say,
Cohen
I'd
from
call a
Miami.
6-year starter a red flag. That sounds, I don't know about that.
Well, no, it was 6-year starter because of COVID. They had a full year off because that school didn't play at all. He started as a redshirt freshman, basically. So
that was probably in that 6-year time frame that had to have been before the NIL really took off. And I'm sure he's not a player who's getting much NIL. But how can you turn down any sort of NFL money if you're good enough to be in the NFL?
Well, no,
actually, okay. So that's completely. If you know about his history, okay. So Greenfield was his left tackle, and he was the left guard. They played together, basically reinventing that school. The running back that played with them is coming out this year as well, and he's going to be a decent round draft pick. And they won 2 national championships back to back. And the reason why he stayed back in school for that extra year, that because it's really 4 years plus the 5th year COVID, they came back for a 6th year because they wanted to win another national championship.
Look who Dallas took.
Dallas took Neyland. Dallas have taken Marshall Neyland.
Wow.
Yep.
God damn.
Yeah, I love the player, but 4 sacks in a year, that's not that great. He's more disruptive than productive.
Hey, let me jump in real quick. I got to bounce, fellas and ladies watching. But I want to, say, let's go Bears. Thanks for spending some time with me this evening. And
hey, thank you, Triple R. It's good to see you again.
Good to see
What's the plan, J2K? What's the damn plan?
What is it? We're figuring it out, man. And I'm going to keep watching all your videos you put out.
Hey, appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
All right, Shorty.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, Trips.
All right, Jay.
Trips, good to see you, man. See you tomorrow, right?
Trips.
Maybe I got to check the schedule and see what's up. I'll let Shorty know.
Okay.
Right
Wait,
on,
what?
y'all.
Wait, what?
Wait, what's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Saturday. We're doing the food thing.
Oh yeah, I could try and take a picture of something and dip in.
All right.
All right, cool. Right on, fellas.
Hey man, thanks for joining us. Tell everyone where we can find you on your new channel.
Oh yeah, that's Sports Chicago Style. Same moniker on the Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, as well as the YouTube channel and the .com, Sports Chicago Style.
Oh, I've got to check out the .com side of it. Cool.
Hey, gotta handle your business, baby. Gotta handle it.
Right.
All right, my man. You have a good
All right.
night. Thanks for
All right,
joining.
Take care, Triple R.
All right, bear the fuck down, baby. Bear the fuck down.
Bear the fuck down.
Peace.
Bear the fuck down.
Hmm.
And then there were fewer.
If I can just address Robert's point, I've just I went and got a drink and I had a piss and all that kind of thing. 1 in, 1 out. You know, yeah. But it's the fact I think Robert is kind of zoning on this year with and I was the same. I thought we only had 4 picks, and that's the poll said build through the draft. But I think you got to look at his whole body of work, how he turned how many picks we had last year into like 11. Was it 5 into 11 or something crazy? The first draft he didn't have a first rounder, and with the second round picks he got Brisker and Gordon. So I don't think he's abandoned the build through the draft principle. I think he's applying it, but you have to flex. You can't stick to your plan rigidly. You got to see what's in front of you, because sometimes if the players are right for you, if an opportunity presents itself, you have to take that move. And maybe sort of compromise your principles a little just to stay on that path, you know. So I would disagree with Robert Friel saying that he's abandoned the build through the draft thing, because he's looking at this year in isolation. Because last year we built a load of draft capital. Next year we've got a ton of draft capital too. So I disagree with that kind of thing about abandoning the build through the draft. I think he's still doing it. But sometimes, like I say, when you get a chance to build to use a 4th round pick for Keenan Allen, when are you going to pick a player like him in the 4th round? You know, so
what I find interesting about comments that Poles made in the recent press conference is that, like, they don't want to have too many. He said it's going to be hard to make the team.
Mm.
So trading back for a boatload of picks,
exactly,
is kind of a.
For players, you're going to have to cut free. It's like, right. Yeah, I agree. And that's why I'm really happy with what we've done so far. To take 2 blue chippers like Roman and Caleb, that's 2 fucking like proper.
Unless you're trading back into the 2nd and the 3rd.
But if you're making the picks for the players, you have to assume that you're going to re-sign them, because you are drafting them with conviction and think that they're going to be on your team. So if you have to re-sign 7 players in 1 year, that's not going to work.
Yeah, well, look at last year. Both our 7th round picks are no longer on our team, and both of them made 53 man rosters on the team that signed them.
Yeah,
because we put them on the practice squad. Bell and that safety cornerback from Stanford, both of them made 53.
Yep, that's Carl's point, isn't it? If you can sign 15 players in the draft, you've then got to try and re-sign them all, you know, and keep building your team, haven't you? So if you're going to keep picking 10 players every year, you can't.
The college class of players coming into the NFL does not abruptly stop after Mr. Irrelevant is picked tomorrow. There's still undrafted free agents, all of that good stuff too. So if you can scout those players.
And Clinton's got a great point there. It shows that the Bears roster is improving. You see 11 draft picks, 12 draft picks, 4 draft picks. You know, we've got a roster that is finally improved, and guys aren't just going to make the team automatically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the things that I noticed was that I run all these mock drafts, and I was trying to do the haul, and yet polls kept going out and signing free agents off into 1-year contracts who were invalidating a lot of the better players that you could get in the haul, because you're not going to draft, this guy if you already got if you already signed these 2 guys, right? So the more I saw that, I went, he's not trading down. He is not going to take the
article is making a point here that we got 2 starting jobs still need to be filled. Defensive end, and then what's the other starting job? Center, but I think Bates is their center.
Defensive end might not need to be filled. You guys might not like it, but the guy they got from Tennessee, Walker.
Well, next year. Next year, we really do need to have a new starting defensive end. This year, we don't have enough picks, but I'm talking long term as far as completing this roster. So, 3-tech, he's saying 3-tech is the other. Well, I don't know. I think Jervon Dexter is Flus's 3-tech, and that's different than a Lovie Smith 3-tech. Right.
You might not have the highest top end Chris Jones Hall of Fame presence there, but if you've got a solid rotation of I can't think of the Tennessee defensive end name. He can play either that. DeMarcus Walker could play 3-tech in a pinch if you need it. You've got sexy Dex,
There's-
defensive tackle we're
wait,
talking about, and then you've got Pickens as well.
I was
So
going to say
you've got a little rotation.
So there's two things. Zach Pickens, like you just said, and come on, we're bringing back Yannick Ngakoue, right? I mean, we have to.
Maybe. It depends on if we draft someone here, and
if he plays
guys,
for.
But hold on, DVD. Is there anybody that we're going to get here at this point that's going to be better than Yannick, who had 4 sacks in 5 games after we got Sweat when he had someone to help him out?
We need to get into the proper context.
He just got picked up.
These guys don't value the defensive, the edge rusher like everyone here thinks they do. They want their edge. They want a defensive end who goes and stands there and waits for the guys to come to him so he can seal it and not let them go past.
We don't need another Khalil Mack presence as a rusher. I'm sorry to cut you off. I totally agree.
Isn't that what they did with Zach Pickens in college, J2K?
But Braswell just got drafted.
The point is that Pickens is a little longer of a story, longer of an answer. I would say, to answer your question, Shorty, I think Adisa Isaac and Braylon Trice are 2 defensive ends that I would love to see get drafted if they fall at 75.
Absolutely.
And I do think they could be starters.
I'm feeling Trice. I've got a feeling about Trice.
I love Braylon Trice. I've watched so much tape on him, and I just don't understand why he's considered to be a late second, third round pick. I just think this guy's a bar fight every single play, and it's not even just that he's got hustle, but he's got moves, he's got counter moves. Just nonstop motor. I think the biggest issue with him is that he didn't test really well because he's not the overall athlete, which kind of takes him off of like the polls loose board, in my opinion. But man, I still see upside with him, and I think someone's going to luck out drafting him. I hope it's us.
Well, Bullard to the Packers, rather. I dislike that because I thought that Bullard was a great player.
When you said Mike Brown comp, Bullard is my Mike Brown comp because he is consistently in the right place at the right time. The first step is the right step, and I think he's got a little better speed. Not saying he's going to have the career that Mike Brown had, but coming out of college, I love that kid as a cover 2 safety.
Sure.
He's in a really good scheme with Georgia, I'd have to assume as well. So he might be a little bit, I wouldn't say overvalued, but may have been overperforming.
Yeah. We just another tackle just went off.
Yeah, but he also, he played great as a nickel cornerback. So you can go to a single high safety and have him drop down in the box and cover a wide receiver or a running back. I see a ton of upside with that kid.
I don't care who the Packers put in the slot. They can put Alexander. They're probably not going to be able to cover what the Bears got going on, hopefully.
Too fucking right. Yes, Carl. Yes. Doesn't matter who's fucking put out there. They can't stop us. That's what Odunze said at the interview. In his interview, he said, "I can't see a defense that can stop us," and I am down with that. Faux show.
What's the quote that's circulating with Rome going around right now? He said the quote is "in a career?" but I don't know what it's in regards to. Did someone ask him about his the Bears leading receiving yards or something? I don't know if you guys have any idea what I'm talking about.
No idea what you're talking about.
Well, I'll get to work. Let's see.
I would like to get to Raging Oracle's question here. If Sweat does go down, how good can this D line be? Because he really is the cornerstone that makes everybody else more productive. We saw Walker get very productive once Sweat was here. Dexter was better. All that. And I tend to agree. At the same time, I do think that there's just limitations you have on amount of draft picks and amount of money that you can spend. Well, sure. You could trade back and you get more names, but sometimes quantity of names versus a quality of names is generally better. I don't think you can live in the arena of drafting or signing players based on the fear that someone else is going to get injured. I think you want to build competition and you want to have depth because of that, but you can't just say, oh, what if our best player goes down? Let's get another best player behind him, right?
Well, I think that's what depth is, because you got to plan for the inevitable, because it's a contact sport, so your guy's going to get injured. So you have to build a team where you have depth in mind, because if you just have a good starting lineup, you're praying for health, and very few teams, if any, ever make it through the whole season without getting hurt. So you have to plan for that. That's got to be part of the equation.
That depth takes time. And I think that's the biggest issue is we're still finishing this rebuild, right? We're at 90% of a competitive full roster, right? Once we get to 100%, well, even that 100% can improve with better depth.
Well,
I don't definitely. Hey, Shorty. Sorry, PJ, didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I know polls said 75 to 80 last year. I don't think we're at 90. I really don't, because 2 offensive linemen go down, we're sucking again. I think we can weather the storm of a wide receiver right now going down. We'll be okay. Tight end, we can absorb an injury there, but defensive line, no.
Well, what if Caleb goes down?
No.
Do we spend money on a high-priced free agent quarterback?
I'm not.
The field's back. The field's back.
guys.
No, I mean Ryan Tannehill, right? I mean, should we go and spend
They'd roll with Bajan, man. I think they'd roll with Bajan.
$15 million on Ryan Tannehill?
Fuck no. It's Tyson Bajan. What's up, DVD?
I just want to point out that in terms of depth, last year, the biggest problem we had with lack of depth was interior offensive line. Sure enough, we got bit in the ass over and over and over again. That depth, PJ, I'm sorry to tell you, is not nearly as bad right now because of the moves he's made. The defensive line had horrible problems in depth because they didn't even Ngakoue wasn't even there as someone that you couldn't replace. But we have progressed to where Sweat is the biggest depth concern.
He's the de facto piece. Yes.
Yeah. And if we are at a point where he is our biggest concern, fuck, we're in good shape.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But you're incorrect.
Wait, quick. Side note. Vitality. You want to run chat so you can get used to it? Because I thought I saw you and I like pulled in one and out at the same time. So you want to run it? Let's have you run it.
Yeah, I don't want to step on your toes. I was trying to see what I could get away with.
You run it. Get used to it. What? Because you're a new producer now. What was your question for me?
What I wanted to ask was, one, if I play a video and share it on our screen here, all of you guys are going to be able to hear it, right?
If you're playing it from a shared
I'd be sharing screen and it'd share my audio, and then I have a feeling it'd play to the chat, of course, but I want to make sure you guys can hear it because I found what I was referring to regarding the Roma Odunze.
You should be able to if you pull up a web page and you click you click present and you go to share screen and then you pick one of your Chrome tab or whatever.
So it'll share the audio from the tab. Yeah, that should work.
That's clicked. Yeah.
Want to make sure you guys can hear that as well. And then, are you cool?
Really quick,
any issues with me sharing something from 670 The Score? It's just a minute and a half long interview.
Not a problem.
All right, K2K.
Bishop just really quick, by the way, the safety.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to bring up. I really like Cole Bishop in this draft. It's a good box safety. Someone who's going to be a great special teamer. I think he's just an all-around good player. Someone I did a lot of research on. I like the kid.
Alrighty, boys, take a listen.
I love that when you got to Washington, you looked up the program receiving yards records so that you knew what you had to do in order to break them. Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Oh, Brandon Marshall.
It's a good guess. It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long way.
Johnny Morris.
How many does he got?
He's got 5,059 yards.
in a career.
in the career, man. He played in the 50s and 60s,
Welcome
bro.
to our world, Rome. Welcome.
In his career?
Hey man, well, I'll hope I'll go break that record and hopefully add a few thousand to that. So we'll go get after it. But I think we got some offensive power to do some big things over here. So 5,000 is the goal. Then let's get after it.
I fucking love it, man. I love this shit. This is what someone
Perfect
said earlier.
mentality in a career.
Insane.
Yep. Put that on a t-shirt. Put that on a t-shirt for sure.
In a career?
Love it. In a career? We've changed, man. This is it. It's someone was it Swifty said it? Was it a Swifty video?
Whoa.
We have flipped, man. We have flipped we are joined in the fucking NFL now, aren't we? With this, we're no longer a defense and a runner, run offense, defense team. This is the Lions have taken a cornerback, Ennis Rakestraw.
Yeah, wow. So that's
Another
two cornerbacks
corner.
in this draft.
With us, man.
Eagles went double defensive back as well, so it's all an arms race to stop the Bears.
Yeah,
Goodbye, Kendall Dildor.
Great for us. Yeah.
I was gonna say, man, if Detroit took Braylon Trice, I'd be so pissed because they do need another edge. And I thought that was a prime position. Man, I'm so surprised that Kingsley.
We're coming up fast.
Kingsley Suamataia is still on the board, man. That is shocking to me. I thought he had fringe first round grades.
They might have to do a little tiny move up, just like get the player that they want.
This is getting exciting, man, isn't it?
Yeah, we're getting close, and I mean, I've got Trice and Kingsley as two guys I would love to be on the Bears, and we're a little more than 10 picks away. 13 picks.
There are 13 picks between us and right now.
I would have been happy if the Karan Amageji would be available as an offensive tackle, but having Kingsley as a possibility, wow.
Omega DJ is best if we can figure out how it's.
Omega DJ, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, just think of a really big DJ. Omega DJ
was our guy, an offensive tackle.
Omega DJ.
Yep.
That's a great way to say it.
You know what I learned about being in Maui for 2 months is when you see a Samoan name that you have to pronounce all of the vowels like as you would say the vowel. Like so, Kingsley would be Suamataia.
there you go.
Suamataia.
Caleb Williams likes to say Troy Palualu.
Let me pull this up since we're talking about Kingsley Suamataia.
Ravens pick is in. Yes, Cliff. The Bears are finally showing up on the ticker, aren't they?
Yep.
Ravens have made their pick. Niners are next.
Kingsley Suamataia.
Great length, great athleticism. Now he's a little bit raw with his hand usage. Oh, Rose Garden went to Baltimore.
Another tackle goes. Yep.
Another tackle, man.
Ravens have got Rosengarten. Yeah.
What I love about
like a 5th round guy in my
what I love about Kingsley is that he kind of reminds me of the guy we already have at left tackle, Braxton Jones. It's when he gets out in space to block, he's very athletic and he nails down his block. I think this is a good clip of him getting outside, athletic, boom. Man, the guy's got so much hustle to his game too. I saw a play where the running back hit the hole up the gut, and he was behind the running back, but he's sprinting behind the running back, and the running back got tackled by a safety, and Kingsley just was sprinting down the field just so he could pick up his teammate. You see offensive linemen, once the running back hits the hole, they stop. They start walking. He does. He's a hustler, man.
Chiefs have traded up.
Traded up to take 63.
By the way,
more than likely, this feels like a tackle.
Vitality. So just for your knowledge, so that video that I pulled up was from ESPN Best Remaining, and they have the video that's available. we can show that kind of stuff. But if you were to
Very
like go
good.
to someone's Just Bombs Productions or something and try to pull up his videos or something like that, that would cause a copyright issue. But these don't.
You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
Now I can see a run on tackles right here.
Yeah, of course.
I think the run has already started. It feels like it's drying up.
Yeah.
So again, this is I know you guys were talking about before I jumped in about how the Bills were pretty weird for giving assets to the Chiefs because they can't beat them to begin with. Now the 49ers just lost a Super Bowl to them and they're willing to make business.
One
weird.
place. Yeah. Swap a 5th for a 6th.
Yeah, but that's a Super Bowl, not an AFC championship game, or an AFC conference game.
So not as likely. The Bills would be the weird one for they're in the same conference and they just lost 8 times in a row.
Yeah.
I think at this point of the year, if it's a win-win for both teams, I think the rivalry actually goes out the window. It's like a business decision.
They went up like 40 spots really late from 211 to 170, something like that, and they're only going down 1 spot. So,
yeah,
from a 6th to a 5th.
Jamal Charles is a great player.
Mm-hmm. Did he blow out his knee? The Chiefs.
There goes Kingsley.
Yep, and I knew it.
You guys had to do it. You talked him up. Like I was trying to say, me and PJ were more of a Kieran type of guys. So,
well, Kieran's got the overwhelming size and length and all that. He's a far more raw prospect. I still really like him. I just thought that Kingsley was a French first-round pick, and Karan was a late 2nd, early 3rd.
Yeah. If I'm being honest, I preferred Kingsley. I just, like you said, he was more closer to the 1st round. So in the later, I was going with Kieran.
Right.
So
yeah.
I knew that we needed to address it at some point in the draft.
Gotta show him jumping out of the pool. They gotta show that.
Oh, he's what was the guy's name that we drafted that did that shit?
Totally bamboozled us. Yep.
Gilmore.
Jerron Gilmore. Yeah.
Or Gilbert. Jerron Gilbert. Gilmore.
Yeah. Gilbert. Jerron Gilbert.
Yeah.
That's how you skin up your shins doing that shit, right?
There it is.
If you mess up.
Yeah.
Man, the Chiefs are having an annoyingly good draft.
Yeah.
I will just point out that if we do get Kieran at 75, he is a late 2nd, early 3rd kind of guy.
Yeah.
He's a little bit raw. I don't expect him to be there at all.
But man, the upside with him is huge. With that length and athleticism.
Do you trust our staff to be able to groom him though?
I love Chris Morgan.
Look what they did with Braxton Jones.
Well, he still has a problem with the bull rush too, though.
True, but I mean, you're looking at a 5th-round draft pick being a starter. Yes, he has issues, but I really do like Chris Morgan and what he's done. I think Darnell Wright played fantastic as a rookie, but he didn't start off fantastic. If you really look at the numbers and the stats and stuff, there is a real serious upward climb to being a much better player at the end of the year than he started.
Yeah.
And moving Tevin to inside at guard. I mean, I don't think a lot of people saw that coming.
I thought he would be a right guard. I didn't see him being a left. And then, with the addition of Davis, of course, he got moved that way. I'm still thinking his best position probably is right guard.
He came out as a right tackle, right? And then switched to left tackle because they traded up to get him, and then you just saw those traits. But he's always been a mauler. There's this one clip I remember. I fell in love with Tevin Jenkins because Brett Coleman had a good video on Tevin. And he has this video where from right tackle takes, I don't know if it's linebacker or who it was, someone bigger, takes them off of the sideline into the bench and just sits them down.
Pancakes him.
Yeah.
So when you hear that anger, I think inside.
Yeah.
He played left tackle, and then he moved to right tackle purely because the right tackle went down, and the best next player just wasn't a pure right tackle. He was far more of a left tackle. So Jenkins did his college team a favor by moving to the right side. But
it shows his versatility as well. So
right, and his character. But I know he didn't like moving inside to guard. But boy, he looks good at guard.
Man, when you put him next to Darnell Washington, the two could have just been like, "Hey, we're running right."
Darnell right or Washington? You still
when Tevin moved to right guard next to Darnell Washington, it was like, "Hey, we're doing a power right."
It's Darnell Wright, not
Darnell Wright, not Washington.
Oh, sorry, Darnell.
Washington is the tight end you liked from
Yeah,
Steelers.
you still got that on the brain.
Let it go, man. Let it go.
It was
yeah. Then I corrected myself and said it again. No, Darnell Washington. No, Darnell Wright. Like, they could have just been on the line going, "Hey, motherfucker, we're running a power right, power trap right. Stop it." And they really could.
I really do like Odunze Isaac. I hope we can get him at 75.
Man, him dropping to the third, that is a shocker to me.
Yeah,
I do like him.
Yeah, because I thought he'd go in the top for second.
Well, Isaac or Trice.
Yeah.
They're still both out there.
Man, that's wild to me because, normally edge guys they go so much earlier. So, yeah, I'm a little surprised.
I'm really surprised because let's say this earlier on today, I was looking at the needs of each of the teams picking ahead of us, which is everyone, of course. And there was a lot of teams needed an edge rusher. But there's only been a couple gone, isn't there? There's not many gone. There's a lot of edges on the board still. So,
cross our fingers. You got what, 11 picks?
Yeah.
There's hope.
You guys still have you guys have any tape on the Trice that you can pull up? Carl,
please do.
I just played it. Here, I can play it again.
That was Kingsley.
No, I played
Braylon Trice.
Yeah,
you did?
Huh. Yeah, everyone was talking.
Oh, okay.
And hey, Brian Gilmore.
Yeah,
good to see you too, buddy.
Still there.
Let me wait till it gets to right about here. There we go. There's Braylon Trice for you. Yeah, I gotta imagine he's gonna go like right before us, probably. He has he plays a little upright, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does like to bend, but you're talking about he's a stand-up player, and a lot of what he does is converting speed to power. So but there's a great swim move, but he's such a toolsy guy that he shows a lot of power, and as soon as a guy settles into I'm getting bull rushed, he swipes, he swims, he counters off of it.
Who you like better between him and Isaac?
I like Trice over Isaac, but I mean it's a little more of a when I put the two to compare the two, I love the violent nature of Trice and the I would say excessive hustle by him.
Mm-hmm.
You watch when he played against Caleb Williams, he would have had 5 sacks if Caleb Williams wasn't Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a shoestring away from having a monster game. And one of the biggest criticism of him this year was he didn't get the sack totals. Well, I mean, look at the pressure totals. They're incredible.
Yep.
Do you guys have any film on Isaac? Odunze Isaac?
It looks like just combine stuff, but let me see here.
And I like Isaac because he's almost kind of a little bit like the opposite of Trice, where he's got this really great bend to him, and he really dips his shoulder, and then he gets his arm out. And I thought that he actually had long arms because of how he dropped his shoulder, got underneath, and would reach out onto the quarterback. But when he measured, they weren't as long as I thought they were going to be. I also think that at Penn State, they like their edge guys to be a little lighter.
Yeah,
so I think that he could put on more weight, and he was just asked to play at a lighter weight because that's their preference of a defensive style.
Sure. By the way, the 49ers took Ronaldo Green, another cornerback. And not Arizona. The Jets traded up. The Jets traded up with Arizona, I believe.
Arizona really is driving home the point of all those extra draft picks. They've been moving down the board, it seems like.
Yeah. Well, they were going to have the first and second picks in the third round, it looks like.
So Cliff brought up a question. He's asking between Roman Wilson or Brendan Rice.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was Carolina.
They're still there. Do we like them? And Brian specifically is saying that we like Roman Wilson, but have bigger needs, which I agree. But what do you guys think of those wide receivers?
My favorite wide receiver that's left is probably either Rice or Luke McCaffrey.
I like Javon Baker.
Between the two, I would definitely say Roman Wilson. I think that guy's really underrated, and because Michigan didn't have a passing offense, you didn't get to see what this kid could do. Plus, he is a fantastic punt returner. Now, having said that, Brendan Rice, there is a lot of upside to him. I think he could be a pure X wide receiver, but he does get bodied a lot when he's contested catches and he gets pushed around a little bit. So the one biggest transition cornerbacks go through in the NFL is suddenly they face press coverage. So I think that's going to be his kryptonite, is the press coverage. If he can just figure out how to beat press coverage and how to not get bodied out on jump balls or just down the field from guys, I think Rice could be a very good wide receiver. He's got a lot of the intangibles, great hands, work ethic. He's got good route running, all the other kind of stuff. I just need to see him be more physical.
All those Roman Wilson highlights were against Alabama in a clutch game. So the first thing that comes to mind with Roman Wilson is just that he's so crafty. Little slot receiver, he's not going high because he doesn't have the best physical tools, but I agree. He's underrated.
And now that we have Odunze, we don't have to worry about, oh my goodness,
Correct.
We can't take a 5'9", 5'10" wide receiver. We can use a gadget receiver now.
Well, maybe we are going to give one final swing of the bat left for Velus Jones. See if he's got some nice gloves on yet. So,
yeah. Well, he's still the fastest man on the team.
And these kickoff rules are probably his saving grace. The last thing that he probably is going to be able to do in this NFL is return kicks now.
Yep.
Yeah, although
we go ahead, PJ.
Although we have a Odunze, I don't see us not. I don't see us taking another short receiver if we just take one. I think we still want to get another height because that's the only height we have for say is Keenan Allen.
And we have Tyler Scott still, too, that needs to develop into that role. So there's really no need for a Roman Wilson. Absolutely not. And then last point I saw in chat was Mark Kazak was asking you guys about, I believe that's Jalen Hunt out of Texas Christian.
Jalix.
It is Jalix. That's how you spell his first name?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I like that. That's cool. What do you guys think, though?
What position?
Edge.
Oh.
Texas
Obviously.
Christian feels like or is that TCU? Texas Christian University, TCU?
Houston Christian.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a little school. It is technically a smaller school. I know that they just walloped Michigan last year, but feels like a player who might be a little bit under the radar. I really don't know too much about this player.
Right. I know next year's draft is supposed to be big on defensive ends. So
yeah, which is why Poles could be playing 4D chess here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we just that cupboard's empty on the other side of Sweat though.
And Gakwe on a 1-year deal and let him go and then pick one next year.
Well, that's what it is, right? If Sweat's on the field, you have your protection at least slid over if he's not double teamed. And then you've got your rotation, your stable of defensive linemen between Dexter, DeMarcus Walker, and Pickens. Pickens is probably going to be more inside than anything. But, you have that door open. It's just going to be a rotation.
Walker's going to play a lot of the opposite edge.
DeMarcus Walker?
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
DeMarcus Walker, yeah.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
just love these
your
Luke
money worth.
McCaffrey highlights.
Yeah,
Do you guys actually watch? I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, the guy is just a gamer. And, he started off as a quarterback, then moved to running back, and he's only played wide receiver for 2 years. And he does this kind of stuff as a wide receiver? Yeah, McCaffrey.
This is not Luke McCaffrey right here, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
So this feels like a carbon copy of Edelman from the Patriots.
A little more size, but still, yes, a slot receiver.
Just the path, you're saying he transitioned from a quarterback, couple years of production in college, and he's going to be a later round.
What's his measure?
Wow.
They just said it was like 6'2", I believe.
Cardinals take Trey Benson.
After all that
Trey
trade back,
Benson.
so not PJ's looking real smart right now because this is probably very good value for them.
Trey Benson?
Yep, Trey Benson just went.
He's like the best
To the
NFL
Cardinals.
running back in the sense that it's not a scat back, but he's got the speed, whatever he lacks for in strength. He's doing a lot of work in these highlights on NFL, on their broadcast, in between the tackles. Now they're saying he's got a physical style as well, but I thought that he was the speedster.
You're talking about Trey Benson, right?
He's a
Trey
power
Benson.
speed guy, but
He's a
he
4-3
doesn't
guy.
move laterally, and he's gonna struggle in a wide zone scheme that's gonna ask him to make these split decisions on bounce bend or bounce bend or break or whatever. He really is gonna excel in like a power scheme, not a wide zone scheme.
He seems very comparable to the running back the Cardinals have right now, who's the cast off from the Steelers. I can't think of his name. He was a touchdown machine.
James Conner.
Yeah, James Conner. It feels like a decent enough comp. So he, again, just fit their system.
He's a speed guy though. He's 4'3". He's a 4'3" guy.
Yeah, he's got
James
fantastic
Conner?
long speed.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about
Trey Benson.
Yeah, he
He's
James
got
Conner is the one who's a little bit more of like a one cut go, a little bit of a wrecking ball, at least from what I saw against the Bears.
Connor moves well laterally. Benson not so much. He's just a very specific type of a running back. He's got great power and he's got fantastic long speed, but there's not a lot of wiggle to him. He's not going to juke guys.
He's going in the third round.
He's going to hit the hole hard, and if everybody's got their blocks, he's going to fire right through it with speed and power.
Yeah, that's how it looks. It's like picks a hole and goes. That's it. Like
not a lot of like
disrespect.
manipulation of the linebacker, basically.
Trey Benson and Marvin Harrison Jr., two of the guys I had mocked to the Bears there at Arizona.
Guys,
the guard just went.
Coleman from
This is the
TCU
first-
goes to Washington.
Oh, that's a pretty good pick, man. That's the offensive tackle that I did like because I think you give him a chance at left tackle, and then you move him to guard. Either way, I think either position, I think you got a great player there.
Yeah, he's probably more of an NFL guard though.
Yeah.
Who's this? Who's this guy?
I agree.
Brandon Coleman. TCU.
I've got a side note question for you guys. You guys ever watch this show Hot what's it called? It's the Hot Wing Challenge with the one guy. He has like all the celebrities on, and they go through different hot sauces with the hot wings.
I've seen it a couple times.
You ever seen when they get to the hot sauce called Da Bomb?
Yeah.
I have that. You guys want to watch me try this on a tater tot right now?
Oh, your fingers looking kind of wet there, Shorty.
Can we get you on a bigger camera or something? Yeah, we gotta indulge in this.
Yeah, let's just.
Now, Shorty, first of all, though, is your life insurance paid up?
Yes, I do have.
Okay.
Yes, I have life insurance.
Can you read off what type of peppers are in it? It's got ghost pepper. It's got.
It actually has pepper concentrate, which is like pepper spray. So it has habanero peppers, chipotle puree, water, orange juice concentrate, natural pepper flavoring, tomato
Orange
paste,
juice?
potassium. So here
It's
we go.
habanero. That's a
Don't eat
habanero
it,
hot
man.
sauce.
Don't eat it.
Yeah.
Just put it in your eye. Just put it in your eye. Just do
What?
it.
That feels like it would be a
Reagan.
direct written violation of his insurance policy, by the way.
What's the Scoville rating?
It's not going to happen soon. It'll take a second.
Yeah.
He's looking tough right now. But let's give it 30 seconds.
It's 135,000 Scoville rating.
Oh, that's not much.
That's it?
Oh, let me go for another one. Jeez.
Yeah, it's habanero. I mean, habaneros are hot, but they're not.
They're not ghost pepper.
Yeah, it's not ghost pepper.
he's feeling it now.
This is the one that creeps up on your ass, man. It's
I tried to tell you.
Oh. Get the milk.
Let me just double
No,
down.
you can't. Yeah, you have to. You have to.
Get the milk.
This is what we came here for, isn't it, eh?
Oh, it's pretty.
Yeah.
You need a White Claw to wash that down now.
Man.
Shorty, when you have to go take a shit in a little while, turn off the microphone because we don't want to have you screaming, "Oh my God, it burns!" Over
Fire in a hole.
A liquid.
Fire in a hole.
Put your toilet paper in the fridge.
Going back to my army days now. You shoot off the bazooka, you go fire in a hole.
Atmos, no, that was a tater tot.
I thought fire in the hole was when they were lighting fart flares.
No, when you shoot off your bazooka, because you got to tell them back blast area clear, because you want to make sure nobody's behind you, because you don't want to get hit. But then you go fire in a hole.
PJ, have you fired a bazooka?
Yes.
You have.
Yeah.
Fire in the hole.
Bazooka. That's why it's got so many kids and grandkids.
Well, technically, I'm only responsible for the 3 kids.
Oh shit!
What they do is theirs.
Yeah. Anyway,
they just want to keep the tradition alive, I guess, because the stuff they did was beyond me. I'm like, my goodness.
Holy shit, that's hot.
You proud of yourself now, Shorty?
God, that's a fucking creeper. Oh.
Fire in a hole.
and a glass of milk.
Yeah, anything that isn't milk might even make it worse.
Fire in the hole.
Milk usually makes that kind of hot thing better, but whereas water makes it hotter.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Any flames come out?
Yeah.
You're turning bright red. Is that helpful?
Before you sit on the toilet, you got to say, back blast area clear.
I think my wife's
blast
laughing.
area clear.
I think I can hear my wife laughing in the other room right now. I think she's
We don't need to see his blast area. Thank you very much.
Back blast area clear.
I have bought every single hot sauce that's on that show, and the hottest one, which is the last one, is actually delicious. It's nothing. This is literally like fucking pepper. It's like concentrated pepper spray that they put in their hot sauce.
That sounds like torture.
Yeah.
See, I don't eat nothing spicy. I don't know why a person doesn't, but you go right ahead.
I really like sriracha, and I'm even dabbling around with topatillo, but that has nothing to do with that type of Scoville level. Like that's just torture.
Spicy, especially Mexican spicy peppers. I grew up with it. So it changes. It basically, like my palate, I can handle it. So I actually get a lot of flavor out of it where someone else, it just completely burns their mouth so much that they don't taste anything. So to me, habaneros taste sweet.
I eat I eat habaneros like they're fucking eggs. I mean, I put habanero sauce in everything. Like I said, I've been through every single one of those hot sauces on that channel, and they're all really good. Like the last dab, which is the final one, that's everyone claims is hot as hell. No, that's because this one destroyed your mouth, so everything gets hotter after that. This stuff is da bomb is absolutely. It's like literally da bomb.
Yeah, it creeps.
And I almost made the mistake of like inhaling a little bit of it.
Oh no. Mucous membranes, no. Also, do not put any on your hand and then go to the bathroom.
No.
Ooh, I was gonna say I'm real bad at touching my face, and my eyes, so I would get that on my eyes if I messed with that. But that's a even better point.
All right, true story.
It's even worse if you need a piss, though, isn't it?
I was looking
That's
at all
what
these.
he's saying.
Yeah.
We had just moved from Illinois to Colorado, and then Colorado to here, Atlanta. And I see all these vines growing on our oak tree in the backyard, and I was like, "That's gonna kill the tree. I have to pull all those down." So I start pulling out, just ripping all these vines off of the oak tree. Then I walk over into the yard and I take a leak.
Oh no, it's poison oak.
It was before that. I actually wiped my face. And then I went over and I took a leak, and it turned out to be poison ivy.
Yep.
And like my whole cock and balls, they just blew up into like a fucking like a head of broccoli, or like a head of cauliflower. my whole face was just. I was literally.
Shorty, I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't need to explain, but
I was literally sitting here working with no drawers on, so I could put all this shit on my junk just to try to help.
It's no fun. First-hand experience. It's no fun.
Oh, God, it's awful.
Yeah, I've gotten it bad. One year it like rained really heavily, so me and my buddies went to the canyon, went to jump our bikes into the water, into the river, and it turned out there's all these poison oak bushes. So the oil was just traveling off the bushes through the water, and then all of a sudden I get all these spots. They thought I had chicken pox because it was head to toe dust. And yeah, dude, I'm talking about taking a bath in calamine lotion.
Yeah,
that's
Okay. Only thing I got to say is this, Shorty. They make gloves for when you do yard work. I just want to put that out there.
I was new to it.
In my defense, I was a kid, so I didn't know any better. So
okay, I give you a pass. You're a thigh, but man, come on.
I had the same thing happen when I was like 10. I was out of school for like a week from it, and I didn't realize that was what it was until that day. But here, I watched a YouTube video. The guy took like car grease and like rubbed it all over his arms and put it in between his fingers and stuff. And then he said, "Okay." So what he did was he washed his hands with like Dawn's soap, and he got all in the nooks and crannies, and he like dried it off, and he showed you. He's like, "Look, there's still grease left here and a little bit of grease left there." So what you have to do is get a rag, like a hand towel, and just soak it in Dawn, and then just literally wipe down every single nook and crevice with the towel, and then it comes off. So that's the solution if you ever come across poison ivy.
Well, I will say this, because I'm more the I do a lot of things with athletes and my grandsons, and having to put Ben Gay on them and stuff like that. Don't forget to wash your hands. To your point, before you use the bathroom. Don't forget to wash your hands.
Fire in the hole.
Man, fire in the hole. Fire in the hole.
All around the hole. By the way, a tackle and a linebacker just went. Junior Colson finally went.
Yeah,
Michigan.
Harbaugh had enough of seeing the disrespect on Junior Colson. He was supposed to go probably when the Packers picked their linebacker. So good to see him get drafted.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I wanted, man, look.
Yeah, but Edgerrin is a really good football name,
Sure, you got it.
Yeah.
Man, we're getting close, guys. 5 picks.
Yeah.
I still got a handful of guys on my board.
It's working well for us so far. A lot of
I got 3 guys I would love to have at this point.
Who you got? Who you got, JGK? What 3?
Braylon Trice, Adisa Isaac, Karan, Omega DJ.
Okay. Anybody else
I'm
got any
good with
picks?
Quran of those 3, and that's again. This is why you don't trade up. You just sit pat, let the draft come to you, and you'll get the best value. BPA.
See,
take Van Pran.
There you go, Cliff.
You're talking my language.
We've seen polls double down on one position in the last 2 drafts. So could it be wide receiver this year? If so, I like Taj Washington just to pair up with his boy.
I'll say 4th round.
They already did double down at wide receiver with a 4th round pick named Keenan Allen.
Oh, true. You're right.
They won't take another wide receiver. I really don't think so. We have too many other needs.
There's only one football at that point. I think now you're spoiled for choice, but one more.
Van Pran.
But kind of to DVD's point, like by tomorrow, there's gonna be a bunch of guys that I have no idea who is, and I'm gonna start. We'll do a thing tomorrow where we're like, what's the best name? What's the best name left?
It's gonna be hard to beat the guy that the Bengals, I think it was, drafted in the beginning of the draft. They called him Scooby Doo because they couldn't pronounce his last name. I think he's out of Clemson.
And hey, I want to point out Raging Oracle, Gabe Hall can play defensive end. Yeah, I love Gabe Hall. He played a lot of 5-tech, and I think his future is at 3-tech, but the guy's athletic enough that he can play edge, and especially in our system, being more of a containment style edge rusher.
Yeah. Edge sealer, not edge rusher.
You guys are going to look silly when Dallas Turner had to come up. They had to come up to draft him at what it was 17, and they're still going to find the equal value or a starter at least, a rotational piece.
20
75.
Yeah.
Guys, we're 4 picks away. Cornerback Andrew Phillips just went to the Giants. What do you guys
This
think
is
about
great, man.
Cedric Van Pran here?
All these cornerbacks going before the Bears is also just exactly how you want it to play out for the Bears.
Yes.
What I said earlier was when you look at what we have in our team already, we already have 3 centers per se, 2 for sure. So if they don't get Van Pran, who I actually want, if they don't get him and they go with the tackle, Kyron, I could see that happening and understand why.
Yeah. I could also see them going with a defensive end.
Yeah,
I can see them going with Isaac or Trice.
Yeah.
You guys can flame me all you want. Is there any way that Van Pran falls to 122? I'm pretty sure I don't know if there's injury concerns, but
it's possible.
A 3-year starter for a 2-time national champion? I don't see that.
And I do like Van Pran. I wouldn't dislike the pick at all. I think that would be a good pick. For me, I think getting a defensive end that can rotate next year is a kind of a better path to go. But I don't mind getting a center that would be a backup. The issue with Van Pran is he's purely a center. So he's not going to help out if a guard goes down.
Yeah.
Now, and I do disagree. Kind of, there's this argument like we don't want a rookie center and a rookie quarterback. Well, I agree with that, but there's more to this story. We still need a rookie center to grow into a starting center,
and
regardless
that's
of who
a
the quarterback
large narrative that I've heard from The Athletic. I always mention the Beast. There's a lot of later round centers who are exactly that, developmental, and the Bears I think the Bears could find one at 122.
From Illinois. Wow.
Yeah,
Tanner Bortolini. Oh, I love this kid.
The Cardinals are killing it, man.
All linemen from Big Ten are always great. So,
yeah, man.
I watched a lot of him play.
Where are the Michigan offensive linemen going to go? There's no one from them being drafted.
Isaiah Adams, he's very athletic. He played left guard when Chase Brown, if you remember him, the running back came out last year, went to the Bengals. The Bengals. Good running back. They ran right behind him. And what's great about watching Isaiah Adams, if you watch a lot of Lovie Smith and his power O and a pulling guard, it's because Lovie Smith was in Illinois. They kept that power O in their offense. Isaiah Adams ran that like to perfection. And what they did was they moved him to right tackle, thinking that, athletic guy, he's got good size, you're going to make more money in the NFL being a right tackle. But he struggled and his feet just wasn't there. And he's really raw because he's a Canadian and he went from a small Canadian school to another small school, but had a better football program to finally going to Illinois and only played 2 years there. So the athleticism is there, but he's super raw. He's a pure left guard. And a perfect player prospect for a wide zone scheme.
Man. Oh, that trade back sounding better and better all the time, I tell you.
The thing is, this was not a really deep draft, which is another reason why I think Poles was fine to have a set of 4 picks that ended 122. Next year is going to be a much deeper draft. And if you really want to go after some young defensive end and defensive line, and if you think it's time to reload in linebacker, next year is really going to look nice.
Well, I think that This year, you got a deep enough draft through the like fourth, maybe half of the fifth round, but then it falls off. Now next year is projected to be deeper as far as all through 7 rounds, but through 4.5 rounds here, it's a good solid draft as far as being quality players that you can pick up.
That's the cutoff line that I've been hearing is like once it hits triple digits, after 100, the talent really falls off. And you saw what teams thought of their players at the top of the second round here, or at the top of the second round today. They were like almost every single pick was a trade.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, especially in the second round.
They wanted to get their guy before they were gone.
Yeah.
What if we're all just reaching for a player? We're not going best available because we're looking at tight end. There's Cade Stover. My favorite tight end in this draft is Theo Johnson. He's still there. I mean, he's got a while to go, so he might even be able to pick him up at 122.
Yeah.
But what other positions are there? Running back? Do we need another running back? I mean, Blake Corum doesn't really fit
at this particular time. No, not with only 4 picks.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see where Blake Corum goes at this point because I thought he could be like a late.
You're a Michigan guy.
If he was a late second, I wouldn't be surprised. But there's so many other running backs that have gone in this round.
Yeah.
Well, we're in the 3rd round, man.
I know we're in it's the 3rd round is probably the names that I'm referring to. So yeah, today in this second day of the draft.
Oh, okay, I got you.
What do you guys think of Brandon Dorless? He's still there.
Brandon Dorless is what position?
He's a defensive end, defensive tackle for Oregon. He played a lot of 5-tech. I've seen mixed things. If you look at his tape and you grade on the highlights, there's some fantastic highlights. When I watch a full game of his, I don't see as many highlights sprinkled in a full game. I think for people who are really high on him, I think he's a bit overrated. He's got kind of a compact size. I wish I could have seen him as a 3-tech in college to grade him better, because I think that's going to be more of his natural position, possibly 5-tech in a 3-4 front, but I don't think he necessarily holds the edge as well as some people say he does. And you can see it. He's a little more of a, like a pit bull, a bowling ball kind of a guy. I mean, these highlights are fantastic. At times he looks like Michael Hall or a Dwayne Carter or Christian Boyd kind of a player. And I kind of group those guys in kind of a category of, I mean, Michael Hall is above those, but these other kind of guys, like they're like stout 3-techs. But I don't know. I'm on the fence. I know like Swift loves him. Jordan Silveris loves him. So I don't want to discount what those guys see in him. I just don't see as many highlights as I would like to when I watch a full game.
Sure. By the way,
are we allowed to play the pick live on
a linebacker?
Who did?
Panthers, I believe.
Man, I still got 3 guys sitting there. Oh, man, I hope I'm a happy camper with our pick coming up here. And Christian Haynes, that's another offensive guard that I really like. I'm not sure how much he fits our system. Right? Yeah, he's a little bit shorter, but man, he is a fighter. You talk about defensive guys being a bar fight. There's the offensive lineman who is a bar fight waiting to happen.
Yeah, you also got Zach Zinter out there still waiting a guard.
Zach Zinter?
Yeah,
he's coming off an injury, but
that's why he's still available. He's good.
They say that he's more of a power guy now.
There's your BB.
Cowboys taking Cooper Beebe.
Well, that's the Cowboys pick right there.
Yeah,
power offensive lineman. Yep.
One more pick.
Come on.
Who is Pace going to pace this time?
I mean, I could see Atlanta going Braylon Trice here. They really do need an edge.
Oh, sorry, you meant Pace, yeah.
Yeah.
Spencer Rattler.
I don't know if I mocked this, but I have a feeling that Rattler's going to end up with McVay on the Rams. Something tells me that combo could work.
That's what I said earlier today.
Yeah. So I don't
Yeah,
know if it's going
with
to
the
happen.
Rams. Don't be surprised. All
I
right,
don't
picks
know.
in for
LAR coming
Atlanta.
up.
We are on the board, baby.
Shorty, am I allowed to show NFL Network on here for when they walk up for the Bears pick? Because I'm pretty sure it's going to be Charles Tillman announcing.
I don't think you can.
That I don't think you can.
I don't think.
Okay, you got it.
Because last night I sent a link to my phone and I held it up to my TV up here to show the Caleb walk up.
And you got clipped?
What's that?
It got hit with copyright?
No, because I was like basically I was like videoing my TV, so it was different because they get the algorithm that comes through the feed, so they know it came from there. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Okay.
All right, who's the Falcons taking?
Good question, though. Thanks for asking.
No, you got it.
Trice.
Braylon
Trice.
Oh, I called it. Fucking called it. Bastards.
Oh, they announced him as linebacker, so I immediately thought of like a true linebacker, but it looks like it's that edge you guys were talking about.
Edge. Yeah, Braylon Trice. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, my next guy is Isaac or Karan.
Yeah, let's see if we get Karan right. Uh-oh. PJ.
What happened?
What's on the screen? They want Cedric Van Prant.
PJ wants Van Prant, I know.
Well, I told you guys, I'm open to not getting him because of the centers we already have. I personally like him. Yes, I think he's the best center in the draft. But that's
bold, but we shall see.
That's just me.
That defensive tackle, you got Brandon Dorless.
All right, so what's everybody's guess before the pick comes in?
I'm gonna
This
go.
roster needs some more blue. Go blue.
I think they're going Cedric Van Pran, or they might
think they're gonna go
Kieran and Mega DJ.
I think I'm going Kieran as well. He was a top 30 visit. He fell right to us.
3 for Kieran. Oh, he was a top 30 visit, you say?
Yes. Well, actually, no. He was a local guy, so he didn't have to be, but he was in that group of top 30 visits when we were doing
All he
them.
had to do was lie to polls rather at that point and say that he was a Bears fan, and that's a slam dunk pick for them because he loves Bears fans.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, Rome Odunze is a Bears fan.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys talked about this, but Rome always said he liked Hester.
Yeah.
He's going to be our punt returner this year. That's so exciting to me.
And he's also getting drafted the year that Hester's going into the Hall of Fame, ironically.
Yep.
Changing
All right,
the
pick
guard.
is in,
I don't
you guys.
know if he has it in him to be a very good punt returner, more than capable than anything the Bears have right now. But
was Fashanu a right tackle on Penn State then?
Olu, left tackle.
So what's this? What is Kieran playing left tackle for then?
That's not Penn State. That's Yale.
Sorry.
We've got a smart cast of people in here today. I'm kind of coattailing off of the Kieran suggestion, but let's just wait and see what Charles Tillman has to say for us.
I'm guessing it's Kieran, and I'm hoping it's Kieran. I would love to pick if it's Kieran.
Provide spoilers, but seems like the chat is starting to come through as well. As soon as Triple R leaves, we've got Peggy in the chat, ironically. Okay.
Peggy, I like MK Murphin. It's a long snapper.
No, it's the Iowa punter boys. They did it. They drafted the punter.
Chuck Podnock. Punter.
I've got PJ. He's scrambling. He's like, you've got to be kidding me.
No, I'm looking at because I am so far behind on you guys. You guys get your feed so much faster than I do. So I'm looking and I'm like, I'm still on commercials. So I'm sure you guys want to get the pick in before I do, but I'm looking at the TV.
Are you guys just looking on NFL.com, or do you guys have a service that you're using to watch TV?
I'm watching NFL Network, but I'm watching it through a app.
Was the draft
YouTube TV?
Yeah, was the draft free on NFL Network yesterday or NFL.com?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just watching it on the NFL Network on cable.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I don't have cable, but I too have YouTube TV. But I don't know if I would have paid for YouTube TV because I had my subscription paused. I don't know if I would have resumed it if I knew it would have been on NFL.com yesterday. And I don't know if it was yesterday. Yeah, Cliff, if you're a YouTube TV subscriber, when they have any sort of ads with the draft, they still try and have the feed at the bottom, but the overlay. But YouTube TV pumps in commercials. It's pretty bad. It totally cancels that out.
I pay for YouTube Premium, so I don't have to watch commercials when I'm watching YouTube videos.
Same here.
Oh, on the same account, YouTube Premium.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's a guy I still liked.
Don't say anything because we haven't seen him yet.
Let's keep it kosher. Yeah, let's wait for everyone to be on the same page.
I'm going to be so last. I'm telling you guys right now.
All right, we'll wait for you then. How about that? Chat, let's wait for PJ to announce it.
Well, I'm not looking at. See if you notice, I'm not looking at you guys.
That's good. We're gonna listen.
No, you announce it, PJ.
All right.
Why do they have to do that on the NFL Network? It says the pick is in, and then in their middle pane it says traded Justin Fields. They had to do that just to PJ.
Oh man, they're just milking that.
They're just trying to twist the knife in your back, buddy.
I tried to be as fair as we could with that draft, the Swan Song, but we are straight in reality.
I believe.
They never had a kid
it's Charles.
4,000 yards or 30-plus touchdowns in a season, of course.
They're the only NFL franchise without a 4,000-yard passer, and there are 5,000-yard passers.
Yeah.
Peanut.
I was going to wear my Peanut jersey tonight, but I wanted to go Hall of Famer since I went Hall of Famer last night.
I could throw that on right now. I bought a Peanut Punch shirt as well, and I can't find it. I'm pretty frustrated about that.
Oh, that sucks.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Jay.
Awesome.
So he doesn't have to start today or tomorrow. Maybe not even next year, but probably.
There you go, baby. I love it, man.
Slam dunk.
All right, let me go ahead and announce it. Seeing as though it ain't got on the screen yet.
Size.
Whose TV is that? Is that yours, PJ?
No.
Oh.
They drafted that tackle out of Yale, Karan Adamanche.
Well, PJ, we mocked that once or twice. We did 3 mocks, and I think Kieran was in at least one, probably 2.
Well, like I told you guys, I thought, given with the centers we already have, that Poles would actually go with a tackle.
So the way their board had to have played out, because Poles has said multiple times that they have the board go in sequential order up to like 200 players. If they would have taken Olu or a left tackle at 9, what wide receiver would they have taken at 75?
Oof.
But instead, they get Rome at 9 and another good, apparently, left tackle.
Yeah, and Kieran, he's basically hand technique away from being a very good starting left tackle. I mean, he has good feet. Sometimes his feet don't match his hands, but a lot of that is actually his hands more than his feet.
Mm-hmm.
So I love this pick because I think Charles Morgan is going to do wonders with them. He's got time to develop, so he doesn't have to start right away. He can get situated. I think this is very interesting because now it's like the clock is ticking on Braxton Jones.
Yeah, exactly. So this pick lights the fire under Braxton. Braxton either A, gets stronger, becomes a very good left tackle that you extend, or simply trade him and start your rookie next year.
Or you might move him inside to left guard.
Yeah.
If Kevin Jenkins doesn't work out.
Our draft pick can play guard?
Or, no, I mean, I'm talking about Braxton Jones. I think that Kieran is a better offensive tackle just because he has such wingspan and athleticism. It's just his issues that he's raw with his hands and his feet being in time.
The man has risen from the ashes. Hello, Foster.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Hey.
He saved his mahogany coffin from the water leak. I love squeegee.
It wasn't a water leak, man. I cracked the 3-inch nipple, and she was pissed about it. No, I'm kidding. That was literally here. Literally.
Yeah,
So my internet goes out, that goes back on, and then I hear water dripping. I'm sitting in a room, like a rec room. Used to be a garage. We rebuilt it into a room. So I hear the water dripping, and I go upstairs. I just got a shower, the drain and everything completely taken apart of a system that has not worked properly since 1983. And I got it all working right, except some of the pieces I had to use to kind of rig it today are from 1952.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's all original, man. I mean, the stuff, I'm amazed at how well they made stuff back in the day.
They don't
Like
make
all
it
the
like they
electrical
used to.
components,
I've
everything
heard that
is still
before.
good, man.
It's
But
older
this
than
is
me.
not. I was gonna say this stuff is not. It's
That's older than me. That's a lot older than me.
It's older than PJ. So, but anyways, man.
I heard that.
It was leaking, and I can't get these parts.
Oh,
right
Newbury's
now.
in.
I can't get them, so I had to rig some stuff up. I've literally got a faucet running. The shut off for the main. I got to replace that. It won't shut the water all the way off. So I was trying to save like 4 walls and 2 floors, and I did it. It was just a pain in the ass, and that's a normal day in my life.
Don't forget about that mahogany coffin.
Yeah. I put another coat of varnish on it.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck that up with a water leak.
No, I got to make sure she's square.
Hold on. I was going to ask for context on that. There's actually a mahogany coffin.
No.
Okay, very good.
Just paneling with a bunch of bodies behind them.
I gotcha. I needed it to be blunt. I'm sorry. I'll take one for the team.
Foster,
Sorry.
stop lying. That's what you sleep in, buddy.
He's got to sleep there. That's his jail cell.
Yeah. They let me out again. But wait, so I missed this because I heard you guys talking. I think J2K was because I didn't get to catch any of the draft, man. I tried to, and I just couldn't with what I had up and down and running around the house. So,
well, we just drafted Kieran, Omega DJ. Did you get a chance to check him out at all in your draft process?
Very, very little. He's a tackle.
Yeah.
So
Yale tackle.
That is the competition for Braxton Jones. I did hear you guys mention something. Somebody said something about bringing Braxton inside the guard. Is he?
I think that would be if Tevin doesn't work out,
or if it looks like he's going to be better than Nate Davis.
Moving Braxton inside. I don't know if anybody remembers it. PJ, Dan, anybody who's on it, because there was talk of that he may not work inside as a guard. Just due to his footwork and his size and mobility.
What player?
Could Kieran
Braxton
play guard?
Jones going inside the guard they were saying that was going to be a difficult transition for him.
Well, the big thing with him is his strength. I thought he didn't like the bull rush.
Yeah, the bull rush.
I think the strength thing is overblown. He's a long guy, and I don't think the strength side. It's more technique. So I think that because he was so raw coming out of college, coming into the NFL, he just hasn't figured out the timing and the technique and his feet to handle a bull rush. But he does have the size and the length and all that stuff. It's less about being the stronger human, and it's more about having leverage.
Low man wins.
Right. He's improving. He really is. He has been less and less being caught by the bull rush. And he did end up in like the top 15, I think, of all tackles, not left tackles, but tackles in the PFF rankings.
Yeah.
And just to point out, the whole Braxton to guard, you can have athletic guards. They just need to be very quick with their hands, because the game is so much quicker inside.
Yep.
But, I don't think Braxton playing guard is ideal. I think him playing tackle. I think the question that Poles and Flus are having is Braxton a long-term fix at left tackle? Or, do we create competition to get the best man out of it?
I think the competition's a smart idea. I just wanted to point out, I think that Braxton Jones, even as an NFL player, I went to the Bears game against the Vikings where Fields got injured this year. I thought that Braxton as a human being stood out physically. He just looked bigger than people. Maybe it's because of his stance or whatnot, but he's a specimen for sure.
Absolutely. I stood by a bunch of those guys. I was fortunate enough to be in Indianapolis. I mentioned that yesterday. I just see it like this because I'm just gonna take what Pohl said. He did talk about prior to the draft bringing in competition this year for Braxton Jones.
Braxton is a swing. I don't know about that.
Well, loser is the swing tackle. You're going to keep Larry Borum, or would you rather have Braxton Jones? You know what I'm saying?
Larry Borum's gone.
Yeah.
I think the hope here is that we get a long-term left tackle out of a 5th and a 3rd round draft pick, which that's great. If Poles can pull that off,
absolutely,
exactly.
Win-win. Win-win. I mean,
you're playing Moneyball currently with your quarterback and a really good wide receiver being on rookie contracts for the next 5 years.
Right.
The shadow knows
nothing. Why the hell are you wearing a Dodgers cap? I was going to bring that up earlier.
Nothing.
Hey, bro, I don't even watch baseball. So, I just wear it because I got on some blue boots today with this gray sweatsuit.
This is a White Sox hat, and I have not watched one pitch of them, so I totally stand by the not watching baseball.
Hey.
I quit watching baseball the minute they took the Cubs off Channel 9. That's my I still follow both teams.
I've never watched baseball ever.
I will not watch.
I got a question for you guys, though.
You guys don't even know what the hell baseball is over there.
Exactly. So it's fucked up cricket, man.
So my question for you is, has the Bears offense got better than they were last year? Around the horn.
Without a shadow of a doubt, especially if Keenan Allen is a wide receiver draft pick, that offense was almost transformed.
I was going to go in order, man. Hold on. I was going to go to Foster.
Go around the horn.
Oh, sorry. We just jumped in.
We were too excited.
Yeah,
Pardon
exactly.
me.
Go ahead, Foster.
Excuse us.
What was the freaking question?
Has his offense got better than it was last year?
Absolutely. I mean, it better be, right? After all the additions and the subtractions.
All right. Okay. What do you got,
better damn well be better, man. If it's not, you're going to have a million pissed off Bears fans.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
you
sorry,
just,
Foster.
Wait, just look at it. Look at the additions. You started talking about them. What's your name again?
Carl.
I couldn't remember. It's on my phone.
You guys can. I
got your name on my phone, but I don't remember shit.
I think I can fix that.
So you just look at the progression the last 2 seasons, what we went through. And last year we took a nice little step up personnel wise. My concern is still going to be that line because we don't know what we have. We know what Braxton Jones is. We know what Wright is. We don't know anything else, honestly. We have an idea of who the other guys are, but we haven't seen it.
Tevin Jenkins has Pro Bowl talent, right? I think that Tevin Jenkins could be and should be a Pro Bowler. It's just the injury bug.
If he can stay healthy enough to play 15 games a year.
Right, and you have to start thinking about that because you've got 2 years in at least of question marks.
Right. Well, that's the huge thing is real quick, and I'll shut up, is we don't know what I mean, we know what Tevin is when he's healthy. But the minute he goes down, there's a huge problem on that line for the last 2 years. You've seen it.
And Davis even played well last year when he played. Obviously, it was a freak thing that, emotionally he could not play. So I wouldn't hold that over his head. Just quickly said, to recap what I said earlier, I think that the Bears offense is transformed. They did not have a proficient 4,000-yard passing quarterback on their roster last year. Now they have that capability, and they've got 2 more toys to go in addition to a very, very good DJ Moore. So
you can retract that first sentence, and I'll agree with you. All right, what you got there, Jason?
What, you mean me?
What was the question again? I'm sorry, I was miles away.
Oh, you're going right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but have the offense improved? Yes, it has. The question is and you're talking about the O-line. We know what we got, but it's the depth, isn't it? Because that's where we fell down. The minute our starting line was, we didn't have a starting line, did we? And that was the big problem. We know that, Whitehair and oh God, what's the Green Bay guy? The center.
Lucas Patrick.
Yeah, exactly. Those two. I mean, Patrick was okay in places, but yeah, it was that interior line. Love Tev. If he can keep him fit, if we can keep him healthy, man, he's a Pro Bowler. Totally, I agree. And that is my concern now with our offense. Is that our weakness still is the offensive line? Because not weakness, but it's unknown, isn't it? And I hope he's improved the backups, because you know that you're going to lose a few games on your O line. I can't believe nobody gets through the season unscathed, do they? You know, they're going to get hurt in the
That's
trenches.
correct. True.
So, and that has always been, as soon as one of our guys goes down, we saw the difference, didn't we? But I think it was like three games we had a starting O line out there, and you could see the difference straight away. So,
yes.
And that's my hope, is that the three guys they picked up will improve our depth on the O line. But to answer the question, that our offense has improved, Jesus Christ, it has.
Fucking has.
Okay.
Has it ever?
Has it ever? Like there's nothing they could have done better than go all in on offense, right now for Caleb.
Yeah,
it's really close to being a night and day difference.
Yeah,
well,
totally. Yeah.
DVD.
Yes, I would say I think that the offense is improved, not just because we have now got probably a top 3 wide receivers room. As much as I love Justin, and as much as I think Justin could have managed this offense really well, it is I think an upgrade with Caleb on the passing game in any way. We've got a better level of depth on the O-line. The O-line looked fine when our starting 5 started, and that was 3 games? But as I said earlier, we were forced, especially by the way Getsy had set up the schemes, into having to rewrite the playbook almost every single time one of the O-linemen went down. And the way that the O-line is set to be constructed now, you don't have that limitation. So you're going to end up with at least more consistent O-line play, if nothing else. And all you can hope for is a level of consistency so you know what you're working with.
Mm-hmm.
And once that's established, then you can go out and you can operate off of what strengths you know you have. And this is a team that suddenly has more strengths than they did last year. So I am very, very bullish on it. I just hope that we can maintain the defensive play and stay in ball games when one guy or another isn't having his best day.
Very well said. Guys, we have hold on. We have Brian Gilmore that's been in chat all night with us. He's hopping in to talk with us. Let's bring him in. We don't want to make him wait. Brian, what's up, my man? Thanks for hopping in with us.
Are you able to hear me?
Hey, Brian.
Nice seeing you, PJ, Foster, Shorty.
Hey,
DVD.
Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Okay. Long time no see.
Hey, Brian.
I'll be right back. I've been dealing with I had to go. My neighbors have been. We have some new neighbors that have been blasting very bass centric music until right now.
Fun! Bring your blowtorch.
I told Shorty he wouldn't like me living next door to him.
No, I wouldn't. I would not, Foster. I would not. That'd be watching you get out of your coffin every day and climb back into it would be awful.
I'm moving to Atlanta and Florida in your house, in both your houses.
I'll be right.
Yeah, and also welcome aboard. It's nice seeing a producer that puts up chat. That's nice to see.
Yeah.
But the main thing I wanted to say is to answer PJ's question is this. So last year, just specifically looking at our roster last year, we had Borum as our swing tackle. We had the kid, what was he, like the 6th round pick as our backup guard. You remember
Tyree Carter?
Tyree Carter.
Yeah, right. And we had
Lucas Patrick at center.
Lucas Patrick and
Whitehair at guard.
Whitehair at
when
center.
Kevin was out.
Okay. And
Well, we had Whitehair at guard when Jenkins was down.
but mainly Whitehair was the backup center. or the starting center, however you look at it, whatever part of the season you're watching. Okay. And then we had the one guy that got in the very end of the season for center against the Packers, who
Feeney.
Yeah, Feeney. That's it. Yep.
Okay. Now that's just our offensive line. Now look at our running back rotation wasn't bad. It was just, I think it was mishandled. Like the Carolina Panthers running back, in my opinion, was the best of the bunch. You can debate me if you want or whatever, but I mean, when he was in there, he was doing his job. As far as just not blocking, he wasn't the blocking back that they wanted. But other than that, he was producing. Okay. Now move on to wide receiver. What did we have? We had Moore, we had Mooney, we had Scott, and then
Jones.
They tried to make Velus Jones work. Yeah.
And they had the guy that they had as a punt returner
in there.
ESQ
games.
Right.
Oh boy.
And then we had the blocker from Green Bay, right?
EQ, right?
Yeah. Okay. So now, if you look at it just from this standpoint, okay, we have a much improved running back that replaced Carolina Panthers running back. I would just ask you that, just as far as Swift goes, he is a runner, receiver, blocker. He does everything pretty decently compared to the Carolina Panthers running back. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, I think Swift is as good as or better than Foreman.
Okay. Now,
at least, yeah.
Right.
It's
Now,
an
if you go to wide receiver, I mean, wide receiver should blow you away. Moore, Allen. Now we got Odunze, and we have Scott and Bayless as backups, as they should have been in the first place. They shouldn't have been trying to start. Scott was trying to start.
Yeah.
That's what they were trying to do with him. Now,
Yeah, it's almost like you get him back in his original role. Totally agree with you, Brian.
And he was supposed to be more backup / maybe like, I don't know, punt returner or whatever you want to, special teams, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's the exact same thing that the other kid that was wide receiver, Bayless. Okay, now going to offensive line, our backups are much improved. I mean, Borum, yeah, I'm not. I want him gone. I just do. And I mean, Ja'Tyre Carter, he was okay because they had to draft him. That was a necessity. That wasn't a. They had to fill a spot basically. And if you look at it now, I mean, we got what, Bates. We got the kid we just drafted, Omega DJ.
I forgot all the guys we signed.
Yes, and we got like
couple tackles, couple centers who can also play guard.
Offensive linemen now.
We can get rid of Borum now. I think that Karen means that Borum is bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
Yeah, definitely.
And then if you look at defense, if you look at defense strictly, like the defensive line, I don't know that it really got too much better, because like we're still missing pieces and we got to see what the off season brings us. And as far as defensive line goes, and then linebacker,
right?
But hold on, Brian.
Right, I know. Because J2K never got to answer the offensive question. We'll get to the defense next.
Sorry.
You know, it's that big IOL, that interior offensive line has been a problem, and that's probably that's the one thing he did for sure, guys. Sorry, the depth on the offensive line has to be better than it was. Sorry, go ahead, J2K. You remember the question?
Yeah, I do. Thank you very much. And I think that was a very great answer by Brian, very thorough. And there's nothing I can really disagree with him. I think when you look at position by position, I think you can say yes, they have improved in all these different categories. But my thinking is, what are we going to be when game one? How good is this offense going to be? No, we didn't improve. We're taking a step back. This is a rookie quarterback going to start game one. You can't expect him to be better than Fields after 3 years.
Correct.
It's going to take time. Now, the hope is that these rookies that we're getting right now are going to grow through this season. By game 17, we see this very bright future. But if you just ask a simple question of has the offense improved overall, it hasn't. We're taking a step back. We really are. And this is, I think, testament to what PJ is saying about keeping Fields, taking the haul, filling the roster with more draft picks was very enticing because you could build a roster with a quarterback that is now in his 4th year. We're taking a step back with Caleb Williams, hoping that this future is going to be brighter, not just this year or next year, but for 10 years. That's the thinking here.
Okay. Now, I want to follow that question up with, do you think the defense has gotten better during this offseason? Foster, going around the horn again.
Defensively, so what have we added defensively? That's the question.
Again, off season, not just the draft, the off season.
Well, what does the draft matter defensively?
True.
I'm just saying. So here, that turnaround of when the defense started gelling under Flus and then bringing in the guy Sweat, and I was a big proponent of Sweat was my guy, So I don't know if they've improved, but they should at least be as solid as they were. And that was more than an acceptable defense because they were encroaching in top 10 territory, top 12, I believe. I don't know, double check that. The one thing that they've done, Paige, is they've played a bunch of games together and got some continuity. So when I see that, and if you got a healthy young defense like this, they should be better than last year. That would be my honest opinion on it. So I'll leave it nice and simple because there's a lot of people on the panel. Go ahead.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, the names that I was just showing up there on the screen, I really don't think that they added talent as far as that goes. It's more just filler position, depth.
Yep.
I agree if Foster, you're saying that another year in the system, staying healthy right off the fresh season, more room to gel together. Can they improve? Yeah, I think that they can improve. And overall, the statistics will probably get better because they didn't have Montez Sweat for the first 5-6 games.
Yep.
And then now he's going to be playing hopefully a full slate of games for them. So they could be better statistically. But as far as the personnel, it hasn't really improved. So it's going to be hard to say. But they were ascending. They played very good in the last at least half of the season. So if that consistency is still there with an improved offense, you hope that they have ends in a winning season and hopefully the playoffs.
Everybody knows they need a defensive end. Everybody in the world knows it. So just get one. Then we got a better defense.
Jason?
Holes and Flus don't know it.
Maybe they do. Maybe they got the guy already. He's on the team. Sorry.
Yeah, it's DeMarcus Walker.
Yeah.
True. I think one area we are better is in free safety because we got rid of Eddie Jackson and we've replaced him with Kevin Byard. Although he's older, but I was pleased with that move because his production over the last 3 years is like much better than Eddie Jackson's and he's at half the price. So
I feel bad for Eddie. I hate to cut you off, Jason. Just quick, I feel bad for Eddie. I feel like he's been the scapegoat. But
I do. I really like Eddie Jackson. I think he's a really good guy. And he produced for us when we were really good, like in 2018. He was a cornerstone of that defense, and he was a leader too.
A couple injuries that they don't help either.
Yeah, exactly. That's what killed his career there. I think was that foot injury that just he couldn't shake it
and
off.
the personality you had around him, Jason.
But in terms of the effect overall, I think Matt's an upgrade. I think Bayard is an upgrade, and we got the other guy from Green Bay, who I still kind of pisses me off because he was the one that hit Justin Fields late in that Week 17 game that fucking put him out of the game. So I'm still down on that. Amos, no, not Amos. That's Jesus Christ. What's his name? Simone Biles' husband.
It's not Amos. The player that you're referring to, Jason, is named Jonathan Owens.
That's him, exactly.
Oh,
He's the guy that fucking dropped his shoulder into Fields' head and took him out the game. But he's again a solid backup. So I think we've improved in that area. So on our already like seriously good secondary. So yeah, we still need that edge. We need that edge rusher to just as another body in there. I agree, Carl, that Walker is a solid player there. It's not our starters are good. It's just that we want some depth and maybe a young player to bring on to fill that gap in the next couple of years or so, because you need that extra player there, don't you? We can't rely on the starters because I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to say it, but if we've said before, if Sweat goes down, then what have we got? We know he's the linchpin in that defense. So yeah, I'm really happy. Our defense is close to being elite, isn't it? It's close to being elite. So yeah, Squeegee says that Owens can play both safety spots. Yeah, I agree. He is quality. I just haven't forgiven him for that hit on Fields. So so I think our over off season our defense is a little bit better from where it was. So I'm really glad we got JJ signed. That was a big deal. Yeah, really happy with our defense, to be honest. Yeah.
I'm going to go last. So go ahead, DVD.
Okay. You know what I'll say? I'll say that if you look at what Poles did in free agency, he signed 2 defensive ends. Now they are rotational and backup and depth kind of pieces, but that just tells me that his defense wants to continually change out the defensive line around a couple of every down players, but only a couple, like Sweat. And that you're not going. I really, truly don't think that they're valuing another defensive end. He already stocked up on defensive ends. He's got all the people he needs at defensive end. He might decide that he wants to go out and find someone who's marginally better, like he did last year with Rasheem Green, but not there. There isn't a whole lot of more that I think Poles and Plus want to do there. I think they think they're set. We did improve in the defensive backfield, and we were already really good in the linebacking core. I think that we were a top 5 defense last year. We should continue to be at least a top 5 defense this coming year, especially if everybody stays healthy.
Doug, you had a really good point too. You mentioned earlier something with Ngakoue going down while having production, kind of as soon as they got Sweat, and their defensive line still was just as productive. So they're not necessarily one piece away as far as missing an edge as a lot may think, even though a defensive end would obviously be very welcome.
Yeah, but the point is that a real strong edge rusher who is at the level of a Montez Sweat, who can actually be trusted to both pressure the quarterback and steal, because it's hard to do that. You have a very, very small group of edge rushers who can both steal on the run or go after the quarterback, depending on how the play develops. And Sweat is one of them, and that's why he takes 2 people off with him, and that's why he changes the entire dynamic, and that's why Plus can actually start bringing pressure from the outside in with Sweat there. You need to have someone to come in who can continue to at least do 80-90% of that if Sweat has to rest, or if he's injured for 2 games or something like that. That's where you want another stud defensive end. And you know what? I don't think that with the number of picks he had this year, because he was going after Caleb, he doesn't have the luxury to find another Montez Sweat in this draft. There's going to be a lot of them next year. And I think he's just going, hopefully we can get through with another top 5 defense, and then we can get really awesome in next year's draft. But for right now, we need to make sure that our O-line is good and that our generational quarterback has enough people to pass to and stop people from taking him down.
What do you got, J2K?
So outside of Byard, there hasn't been enough improvement as far as players brought in. But I think the growth that we're going to see, it's going to be with these young guys who are getting another year of playing. I mean, you're talking Dexter, Pickens, Tyreek Stevenson, right? Terrell Smith. You're even talking Gordon. You're talking Brisker. There's so much youth on this team that it's all going to get better one more year. And I personally have Dexter as a breakout candidate, like big time. I'm really hyped on Dexter. So overall, I think the improvement is there, but it's in the growth of the team.
Okay. What do you got, Brian?
As far as have we improved? I think you also have to add in our coordinators. They actually have a brain. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but we're not going to be throwing screens all the time, and we're not going to be sitting back in cover 2, not doing anything. And to piggyback off of what J2K said, we did when we lost Yannick and Justin Jones and Eddie Jackson, we really didn't lose anything. We got Byard, who is 1, healthy, 2, can tackle, 3, has intercepted twice as much as Eddie Jackson has, and we're paying him less. We're filling in Yannick with, lesser people. And we didn't skip a beat when we missed out when Yannick got hurt in the first place. So, how are we not improving? That would be my question.
PJ, you want to go before me?
Well, you go ahead, Shorty.
You want to go last?
No, I'm not going to go. That's why I'm asking the question. So go ahead.
I want to hear your opinion.
Well, short answer. Everything J2K said, for the most part, I agree with, except for I think we're going to take a regression on defense. That goes for offense as well as defense on J2K's answer.
So a regression meaning worse play and less wins?
Worse play on defense because teams will plan against what we showed them last year. So we haven't made enough improvements to overcome what they're going to adjust for what they've seen of us last year.
Okay.
PJ, do you think Eric Washington's going to throw in a wrinkle? New defensive coordinator.
Well, I was thinking at first that he was going to help improve the defensive lines, but I don't know if he has enough tools to work with.
Is he actually the defensive coordinator? I thought that his title was not coordinator and that he officially said that Flus would still be essentially the coordinator calling the plays.
Flus is calling the plays, but he came from a D-line coach. Yeah. He is assistant defensive coordinator, so he's going to have his point. But Flus set this defense up originally to not be calling plays. He really saved his job
with Alan Williams, and then as we discussed yesterday, Alan Williams had 5 limbs out on the table.
Right. So basically, Flus saved his job because when Alan Williams left, for whatever reason, he called plays and he did a good job calling plays and making the defense work. I think he saved his job. I think the goal for Flus is to be primarily the head coach. because he talked about the transition that they had to go through where they had to shift responsibilities and they could do it. But I think the goal for Flus is to be the head coach. Eric Washington is defensive coordinator in training. And I think that he is going to add a wrinkle to it, because you look at what he did in Buffalo, they still ran a similar defense, but they did a lot more hybrid things, more so than Flus has done. So I think that Eric Washington's going to have a voice at the table, and he's going to add some wrinkles. And to PJ's concern, my hope, my optimism is that Eric Washington adds these wrinkles so offensive coordinators don't just attack what we did last year.
The same can be said for Waldron as well. If they're coming at us as if we were using the players like we were last year, it's going to be totally different with Waldron's system.
Nice. So here's my whole take on the thing. I wrote some notes down from what you guys were talking about. DVD, totally agree with everything you guys, pretty much everything that you guys have said. You guys have all made perfect sense. And just to piggyback on that, I guess I'll say that, like, we have always been a defensive team with a great running game, and we had a top 5. We had a top. It was at least top 10, and by the time what was the last 6 games, they were the number 1 defense in the league. So I just think that we didn't add any players really to that in the. I don't think we're going to add any players to that in the draft at all. I think tomorrow's going to be offense again, unless they trade down and get a couple more picks, and then they can go with a defensive player. I think if they stick with that pick, it's offense again. And I think that's kind of a refreshing breath of air, because it's always been about the defense for this team. And we've never had, we've always had the defense, but never given it to the offense. And now Poles, after turning everything around and getting rid of all those shitty contracts, he's turning it to the offense. So if he does end up going all offense this draft, I'm okay with what they had on defense last year and what they're going to add to it, just with the upgrades in some areas on defensive end. I think that they're going to ultimately have to sign Yannick Ngakoue back. And let's be honest, like he didn't play well when he first came to the Bears, but once they got Sweat, to all your points, he had 4 sacks in 5 games, and he was injured. And Brian, to your point, that did make a difference. Because if he was on that trajectory, he would have had how many more sacks? 8? So it could have been a 12-sack season for him too. And who knows, we could have made the playoffs. So why not bring him back? And that could very well be what they're doing. And I think that if that's the case, go offense again. Go get him Theo Johnson, or go get him another tight end that, we know that Waldron likes to run 3 tight end sets. So go get a guy. Theo Johnson, to me, is like Jimmy Graham 2.0. He's like the exact same. Everything is almost exact, right down to their 40 times. Height, weight, everything. So, I mean, they went out and got their. If you looked at Poles in the interview, man, he was just like, he fell in love with Caleb Williams from just the Texas game, his first game when he took it over from Ratliff.
That's when that's when he put him on the map for sure.
Or Rattler, yeah. And from that point on, he's been in love with them. And like he basically said it on camera last night that once they knew they had the first pick, like Justin was in his mind already gone. He knew he was taking him. So he's got to go all in right now. It's time for us to shift from defense to offense. And if we don't add anything to what was a very good defense, other than some minor upgrades, just bring back Yannick. It'll be a better team with him if he doesn't get injured. I feel that in my bone of bones. So I'm happy with it. I'm happy with where we're at right now. I mean, we got another tackle. Great. Perfect. Let's go get another tight end tomorrow, or it doesn't have to be a defensive end. It could be another wide receiver. I don't give a shit.
Let me share the screen real quick, Shorty. As far as you mentioned in your time as a Bears fan, it's always been defense. I've been a fan since about 2005, and it's always been defense. And someone asked him about this.
You know, I asked him a question about history, Bears history of quarterback, how it hasn't gone well.
Do you guys hear the audio?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just need to make sure. Thank you.
Yep.
He had questions for you guys, and you guys were very explain things to him. What were those conversations like?
I think you just kind of wanted to get a feel for everybody in the organization. What were we about in terms of like what's our direction, what's our North Star, how are we going to get there? And I think through our actions we've shown that. And you know, history's the history. Like I'm kind of done talking about it. Like go back so much.
How pissed he gets.
That those days are over. So we're bringing players in here that want to really just change everything up and do things a different way. Obviously, we love our history here, but it hasn't been smooth recently, and it hurt. So I feel like we got to stop going back all the time.
Right. You see in his demeanor, just before that, he was talking. He was
head down,
and then he gets
edgy there, and he
kind of crackles in his voice, like he's like, man,
sick of
shut
it.
up about it. We're done.
I'm just tired of talking about it.
We're moving forward, man.
Yeah.
We got my guy. If I'm wrong, fuck it, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But he's confident. He's that confident in Caleb Williams, and quite frankly, so am I. We exhausted the Justin Fields thing. We all know how much every one of us endeared ourselves to him in many different ways. But fucking Caleb Williams is the guy now, and his charisma, everything jives well with our city. And when's the last time you saw anyone look that jacked to be a Bear?
He came out of the green room screaming. I've never seen that. I hardly have ever seen that on draft day, period.
I cried last night, guys.
To be fair, I don't think he was jacked to be a Bear. I think he was jacked to be the number 1 overall pick, because in his pre-draft interviews, that's what he talked about, was being the number 1 overall pick.
True.
I agree, PJ.
But that goes hand in hand with being a Bear.
Yeah, not really.
It
And
does.
he wasn't dancing around.
He wanted to be one. He knew the Bears had one.
Every player drafted by their team always in love with that team that drafted them. Like 99% of them, other than Cedric Benson, but pretty much everyone else.
Eli Manning.
John Elway.
Yeah, that was it.
John Elway. Yes.
Eli literally forced the trade.
Okay, not everyone, but most people they're endeared.
99% is accurate, because that's 5 players we just rattled off out of how many are drafted each
Benson
year?
got traded by the
300.
Bears, and he'll always love the Bears for drafting him.
Who's the tight end on the 49ers?
Kittle.
I couldn't remember his name because he wants to be a Bear.
Well, but he's always
an active Bear fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the 49ers are in his heart for drafting him.
Of course.
So I'm just saying you add now that's added. It is added to it, and I know what you're saying. You are correct.
There you go, PJ.
Whoa, what happened? He took off Dane?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
There you go.
You are correct. He did want to be the first pick, but now he is a Bear. That's the added element to it, that this is the team. This is the team. He knew the love affair that they had with him.
Just fucking win, baby.
Did you see his shirt? He took off his Lauren Screeden from the Bears interviewed him, and he took off his jacket, which the Bears, he's like, thank you, thank you, Bears. Like, it's like they bought it for him, and he turns around and he's wearing a black shirt, and on the back it says Chicago.
Okay. See, I didn't know that. So
he knew he was a Bear 2 months ago.
Well, yeah. I mean, which
they have been whining and dining him. They have been showing him exactly how good it can be if he can really bring what he says he can bring. And if they fell in love with him, he also fell in love with them. He really likes this team, and he really wants to be a Bear for his entire career.
So can I say this then? Can I just make one statement?
Yeah.
If the Bears were in love with him that much, why couldn't we have made that trade right when the free agency started?
because
I
they
get
were
it.
proving it to
Due
him that they
diligence.
loved him that much. They were like, we're trading him right now. I mean, they've been doing the key to everything has been done for this kid because they have been in contact with him and they're like, he wanted to go to a team that is committed to winning. And look what they just did. They just have proven that to him. So if they go one more offensive player, that's just proven that to him. Our defense is good enough.
No, I'm not talking about
that
Caleb.
our offense can overcome a
about
bad game
Justin.
by the defense now.
I'm not talking about Caleb.
Talking about Justin, right, Pete?
Yeah,
I'm
I get what
saying-
you're saying, PJ.
Yeah,
What
because
you're,
if you're
for
so
me,
convinced that this guy's the guy, we could have gotten more capital by trading Justin as soon as free agency hit.
my answer for that, it's
sometimes you
process
get
and
greedy.
partner.
It's
Process.
Process and partner.
I keep saying NFC teams were probably the majority, right? J2K, can you not agree with that? I mean, wouldn't you rather trade him to the AFC? So what if all the other teams were NFC and they were just trying to leverage the one
Dan,
team who sat it out?
Dan, you don't choose where you trade someone. You have a partner that agrees with you. So as much as you say I want to trade to the AFC, no one may answer the phone. So you're stuck with the NFC.
No, I'm saying in the circumstance that these other teams offered the Bears the trade, not that they were seeking the trade, but they put him on the trade block, and 3 NFC teams came and the Steelers came. So they were trying to
I
wait
don't
out
think so.
the
No, from what I read from the tea leaves is that Justin wanted to go to a team that he could have a chance to start, and Poles honored that. And if you watch the Amon St. Brown interview they did with Justin, they asked him, and this is very interesting because it got washed in the whole hype about him deleting his social media stuff.
Yeah.
Is that there was a question? They said, "Where do you want to play?" Or where did you love playing in your career? And he said Pittsburgh. And they're like, give me another team. He's like, I don't know. Pittsburgh was the team. They're super lit. And he said Pittsburgh a third time. And I don't think that's just happenstance. I think that he was like Poles, like, I've got an opportunity to go to Pittsburgh to be a backup quarterback. And, at the time they had Kenny Pickett, but I think I could beat him out. Now, Pittsburgh's sitting there going, we don't want to deal with Kenny Pickett anymore. Russell Wilson can come over here for $1.5 million, but we got to wait until Russell's a free agent before we do that. And we would love to have Fields as well, but we got to trade for him. So there's this process that has to take place. So it took time for it because it's a partnership. So process and partner.
And see, that's the process. And that's the point I'm making. So if you really know that that's what you wanted to do, I would have been forced that because I'm sure some other teams offered more than a 6.
Can I throw something in there, Pete?
But go ahead, Foster.
I'm just throwing it in there because I know
NFC teams is my point. That's my point. They were like, no, we want to trade him to the AFC.
But if an NFC team is offering me a 2nd or 3rd as opposed to a 6,
or the Falcons,
I'm picking the 2nd or 3rd.
I don't think you choose who calls you. You can put Caleb on the block. You can put Justin on the block, but you don't choose who's going to give you a phone call. But as much as you want to say NFC, you don't have a choice. The same thing with the draft trades. You say, hey, we're open to trading back, but you can't go, oh, look, this team has these picks. We want those picks. Hey, we're going to trade your picks.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, wasn't there like a big breaking alert that the Falcons had, were interested in Justin Fields, or was that just
how
fake?
do we know that?
It was Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper reported that they could get the 8th overall pick for Fields, which think about it,
I don't
crazy.
remember that, but I just
Mel
remember
Kiper saying that was essentially ESPN
I remember
throwing
hearing
out
they were like
rumors.
the team of top interest, I remember, or something like that. It wasn't like,
well, but that's all media, Dan. That's all media. That's people making assumptions. The truth doesn't really ever come out. Paul said there were other teams that were interested, and he could have gotten more for Fields, but he felt that Pittsburgh was a great landing spot. Now, we heard that the Eagles were interested, but where did we hear that from? Not the Eagles.
I never
heard it from some, radio jockey who's like, this fits.
Fair enough. Fair enough. When I heard the Falcons, I just in my head I thought, well, it seems like it's a legit report, and it would make the most sense.
Well,
But
the Falcons
I
because
thought
of Ryan
NFC.
Pace. So
I thought
someone's
NFC.
making an assumption.
Okay,
Ryan
but
Pace drafted him. He's over in Atlanta. People
from
forget
here.
Ryan Pace isn't the GM. He's just like a scout.
Right, of course, yes.
He's, so you can't guarantee that. Now, sure, he's in the room talking, so that makes sense that Darnell Mooney got signed to Atlanta because he's like, Mooney, I trust that guy. I loved drafting him. Here's a bunch of great
Yeah, he
information
had
about him.
input on it. Yeah.
Right. Now, and maybe he had input on Justin Fields. I drafted him, this and that and this, and the GM overruled him or whatever. But we just don't know the true story of it. I think the assumption,
100% true.
but when we look at basically what actually happened, is that we traded Justin Fields for a low-level draft pick to a team that he specifically said he loved playing at when he played there. And it just so happens that they're in a position where he could be a starter, which is something that Ryan Poles went back to saying, I'm going to do right by the kid.
Right. Yep.
Fair enough. I thought with the Falcons thing, and even if there was just one team and there was the Steelers that had offered them trades, that they would prefer the AFC and try to hold out for the, to make them seem like they're getting more from the NFC team so that they can get more from, the Steelers. And that didn't work out. The Falcons signed Kirk Cousins, and then they, we're like, well, shit, now we're with our dicks in our hand and we have to trade him for nothing more than a 6th-round pick. Because I'm just trying to make sense out of that, because that doesn't make
your assumption, your logic is totally correct. But just go back to it that half of that is assumption and half of that is good logic. Right?
Sure.
And I hate to say this, but it's based on a bunch of sports reporters who came up just as reporters, basically. And I came out of college as a reporter. What happens? They all get together at the bar at the end of the day, and they sit around, and one guy says, it would make an awful lot of sense if Justin Fields got traded for number 8 pick to Falcons. And someone else who's already half in the tank says, where'd you hear that from? And then somebody else distracts him. And the next morning, he's sitting writing a story. He goes, sources I have heard say that they're all just supporting each other's fantasies. And half of the time, they're so drunk, they don't even remember who said what. And I am not kidding. That is really how it goes down most of the time.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it. I mean, so it's it's the reason I couldn't how vocal I was about not being. I wanted to explain this to you guys. It's like I did not want to buy into the fact that the Bears were actually going to not fuck this up and trade the pick, and I equated it to $1 billion lottery, right? These are my numbers. I always use them. I'm gonna win it. Then you're sitting there laying in bed at night looking at those numbers, and you're thinking of all the stuff you could do with that, all the good stuff that you could do with that, the people you could help, and then you go to sleep and you wake up and those numbers are totally nothing like your numbers, and you're like, damn it. And you sat there and you were wishing on all these things you could do with that. That's what this has been with this whole Caleb Williams thing for me. I woke up Thursday morning with acid indigestion, and it was coming up, and I was like, oh guys, my stomach was just raw. I was because I was I just don't believe it. I'm not going to believe it until it happens. It's like knowing you have the winning lottery ticket and just not really if somebody said I came back to the future. From the future, and here's the winning $1 billion lottery ticket, and you're like, yeah, okay, whatever. And then you were really okay, well, is this real? I really believe this guy's story, until it finally happened.
Well, how do you feel now?
Finally, I'm just seeing a guy that can win you a game down by 7 with 2 minutes to go, or down by 12 with 3 minutes to go. I feel
how's this? Let's go around the horn and everybody. What's your your prediction on the season going forward with this new team we got.
I got 10 wins.
That's less than last year you had.
Yeah, I know.
PJ, do you want to start off and we'll go around the circle?
Okay, yeah, I can start off. Playing a week schedule. 8 wins.
Wow.
Did you say 8?
He's got 8.
8 and 9. A losing season.
Yep.
Wow,
Yep.
PJ.
I got him pulling off 11 because of the schedule. And they're gonna rely on their running game like they did 2 years ago. So, but I got a question when we're done with this for everybody.
Okay.
What do you got, Shorty? How many wins you got? Oh, you said
I got
10.
I got 10 and 7.
Brian?
Oh, Eagles took Jaley's Hunt.
Yeah, I'd say 10, and I'd say we're fighting for the playoffs.
Okay. J2.
You know, I'm going to sit right around 9 wins, and I think that there's a huge question mark as far as how much Caleb can progress in the season.
Agreed. DVD.
Well, last year I said that if we had good luck, we'd be 11-6, and if we had bad luck, we'd be 6-11. I think that if we have good luck this year, we could win as many as 12 games. If we have bad luck, I think we're still going to win 8.
I love that. You're right.
DVD, you wrote that in chat last year, didn't you?
Yep.
I remember seeing it.
It makes perfect sense because remember the year that we went to the Super Bowl in 2006?
Yeah.
What happened in the first game? The Megatron catch in the end zone that wasn't a drop, that they called a drop, and it was like that was weird. And we just kind of got a bunch of those, and then we had the Cardinals game and all that shit.
Who does that though? Who like puts their hands on the ball and then puts it on the ground?
A Hall of Famer, apparently.
Right?
What's up, kids? What's happening, man?
By the
What
way,
up, kids?
Megatron went to school right in the town next to me here. I could drive a golf cart there if I wanted to. It's that close.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy. I was like, man, I wish I was. Apparently, they pump out a bunch of good basketball players in that town too.
We were going
Tyrone, Georgia.
Jason, what's your prediction on the season?
He said 9.
No, I didn't. No, I'm actually quite optimistic. Sounding from you guys,
I said 11.
I can see 11. Yeah, I can see 11. I think if we have some luck, if things go well, I'm looking at 12. I think I typed it in the chat. I think it was just another year, Chicago. I think it was asking about next season. I said, I'm optimistic 12. I do think, I think with the talent we've added to the team, there are a lot of question marks. Again, and that's the thing about having a rookie quarterback, isn't it? As good as we think he is, or as some people think he is, I'd say I'm gonna go for a reach and say 11. I think we can be good next year. I think, It
comes down to the interior offensive line again.
Yes.
All right, guys.
3 years in a row.
Before we continue, let's take a vote because Keds texted me and asked if he could come in the show if we were about to end it, and I thought we were about to end it, so I told him we were about to end it. So, do you guys want to end this soon, or should we bring on Keds? Because I feel bad now.
Bring him on.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Keds, I sent you a link today, actually, dude. Check your email.
Could have came on anytime you wanted, dumbass.
No, I think he knew that. That's why he was asking. Sorry, that was my bad.
4 picks left, isn't there? In this round.
It still sounded funny to me.
Yeah, me too. Well, I should have just shut up then.
You guys, anybody got an offensive and a defensive player they'd like for this pick 122? I know somebody's gonna say Cedric Van Pran.
I want Theo Johnson.
Van Pran.
Yeah. At 122, I would love Van Pran, and I believe he's still on the board.
He's on the
board. He is on the board. Yep, he is.
I don't think
that'd make PJ real happy.
I want to triple down on tight end, baby. Triple down on tight end.
I'm going Gabe Hall here. Gabe Hall can play 3 tech. He can play defensive end on run downs. Gabe Hall's my pick. I'm going with Raging Oracle on this one.
So, Shorty, I just want to be very clear. It's Theo Johnson out of Penn State is the player you want and is a direct physical comp to Jimmy Graham?
Yes.
I would love that. That sounds great.
Look up the numbers. Like he might be a quarter of
I
an
think
inch
we
off
did this
in
during
height.
our mock. Yeah.
Yeah, his speed is he runs like a 4.5 40 is like the same thing.
I know you've never heard this, but Jimmy Graham played basketball. Has Theo Johnson played basketball? Because that's very important in a tight end nowadays.
I do not know.
Basketball and helicopters. Okay.
What's up, Keds?
There he is, the Canuck in the
What's up,
building.
kids?
Kids.
How you doing,
Good,
man?
gentlemen. Great to
Keds,
see you.
Keds with his sweet ass video background, so we don't have to see all of his DVDs or whatever you
You
had.
definitely don't want to see my room right now. It's an absolute disaster. But this one is.
That says gentleman because he's only talking to PJ.
That's as good as the Bears green room. Professional.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Where do you get a layout like that in the back?
I'm gonna start with the Bears.com.
Oh,
so he remodeled.
Yeah.
Either that or C Sharp. You always holler at the guy C Sharp.
Oh, look at that.
So wait. Carl, did you have a couple of guys or anybody you wanted at that pick?
Just a head.
So before anything, it's probably be Van Pran because I still stand by that the center class is good to have some developmental guys. And Van Pran, I think at 75 would have been okay, but at 122, that'd be pretty good. But Theo Johnson too, I would love to have him. As far as a defensive player, I don't have anyone too specific.
Go ahead.
Well, those two offensive players, I think, just to drive home this offensive draft, the changing of the guard, I would like
Jason.
that.
You got any?
You got to get a guard to get Christian Haynes.
No, he's gone. Haynes
He's
went.
gone.
Oh, he went. Oh, okay.
Yeah. No.
Did Mahogany go?
Not yet.
No, not yet. No, I'm just scrolling now through who's available still. There's still some great players that would fit us. I like a tight end. I like we need that third tight end, don't we, for the offense we're going to run. But there's still like Bortolini's still there.
That's the guy I was going to bring up.
Yeah,
Bortolini.
Johnson, Mo Kamara. I think edge, tight end.
Bortolini is one hell of a name.
Any of those guys, I think.
Yeah, we're getting into name territory. You're right.
Yeah, we are.
Let's hold our nut for tomorrow. Pardon me.
Yeah,
Bortolini.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I
Bring
think there's
him
enough.
bring him in and let him learn for the next 2 years with Bates, and maybe bring somebody else in there.
This draft is falling to us. I
Limmer.
think it is.
Because
I think
he
it is.
could be
There's
there.
People that are going to drop to 122. One of these guys.
We've already seen some drops, yeah.
Yeah, so I think there's going to be somebody who we had our eye on that will suit us really nicely. Whether it's an interior line, an edge, or a tight end, one of those three positions, I think we're out.
Mecky Wingo.
That's a great name. That's the names, Foster. Don't do the names thing now.
These are guys that I think are going to make it into that slot because they're borderline. They could go before. And I've watched. See, I'm a guy. I don't look at the first two rounds because everybody's got their lineups. I can go through that quick and look at that. I always look at what can we grab in the third, fourth, fifth, man, because those are the steals.
There's four guys.
Mecky Wingo is more like a 5-tech or a 1-tech.
Right.
Someone in the chat earlier was asking about Jalix Hunt out of Houston Christian, I believe. He got selected by the Eagles, another edge into the arsenal that is the Eagles' defensive line.
There's about four guys I want at the 122.
Be
He
afraid.
could be there at 122. That dude.
McKinley Jackson just went to the Bengals.
What about Mo Kamara? You guys check out Mo Kamara?
Yeah, Mo Kamara. Yep, definitely.
Yeah. Keds, you want to say something?
Well, you just said Mo Kamara. That was really who I was looking at. Jalix Hunt. You said Jalix Hunt went to the Eagles.
The Eagles very recently, yes.
Oh,
so end of the third round.
D. Wayne Carter should still be on the board. I'd be interested in some D. Wayne Carter.
No, I think he's gone.
Is he gone?
Yeah.
He's gone, yeah.
Few picks ago.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, he did. Who took him?
The Bills. The last pick of the third round.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's the last pick. It's pick 32 on NFL.com.
No.
Yeah, we still have.
We're in comp
Wayne
territory,
Carter,
right? We're in
the
comp
Bills took
territory.
him at 32. Yeah.
Yeah, we got Pittsburgh, the Rams, and Washington left.
Washington. That's
Man.
300, and that's the round done. Yeah.
Kids, I said Gabe Hall. What do you think?
I'd go for it.
Gabe Hall's a
Okay.
good shout. Yeah, take that. Definitely.
It would be an upgrade probably over the people that we signed to play, swing defensive end, defensive tackle.
And there's another name, Justin Aboybe.
There
From
you
Alabama?
go. There's that's my
Yeah.
guy. But if we're looking at 122, and that's who we're aiming at, it's a late round pick. He may be a trade back there.
Right. Yeah, no, I get that. What about Tanner Bortolini?
Yeah,
what
those
I
are my
like it. I said that.
Aboybe and Bortolini are the two guys that I would be aiming for personally, or Muhammad Kamara. Those three.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind Bo Limmer.
Yeah, an option. If Van Pran's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, between Bo Limmer and Bortolini has 3 years at center, 1 year at guard. Limmer's got 3 years at guard, 1 year at center. So I like both players, but if I'm looking at a center, I'm kind of going Bortolini. Plus, I think Bortolini's very underrated with his athleticism.
Yeah.
J2K,
Big 10 offensive
He's the
lineman, always
long-term
good.
fix for the position, is my opinion. It's just my
J2K, I have to ask you, are you sitting there
Jack
with a
Sanborn.
computer in front of you, pulling up are you looking at stuff while you're talking, or is all this shit out of your head?
It's all out of my head, dude.
Impressive.
Like, seriously. I
The
have
fucking Rolodex, if I say so myself.
so much time researching players. I do this every year. Like, I start the year with a notebook of guys who didn't come out last year who are hyped up, and I write them all down. And then, as the year progresses, I really just like watching football. So I just kind of watch the games. It's not until the very end of the season. Bowl game used to be fun until everybody dropped out of bowl games, because that's where I got all the scoop on guys and watch them at high competition situations. So now it's as soon as bowl games hit, I just hit the YouTube and all 22 film that I get, and I just start grinding. I really do. I go down this long list of guys. And then, 4 months later, I sound like a Rolodex.
Exactly.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Rolodex.
Working, man. He's putting
I want to test him right now. Leonard Taylor III out of Miami, defensive tackle.
Lots of talent, but little production. I mean, the guy could have been a second-round pick had he just played better. A perfect 3-tech, but just, it's like hype versus production, basically.
6'4", 303. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're pretty much reading it verbatim what I'm reading.
Really? I'm just looking at you guys and looking at the draft picks that are being made on a draft picker.
Let me read it. Taylor's tape is inconsistent, and he's coming off a disappointing season, but he flashes the ability to slip blocks and shoot gaps defending the run. He can also locate the ball well and shed working one-on-one. Taylor displays powerful hands, can push the pocket, and chases with good effort rushing the passer. He can play 3 technique in a base 4-man and base 4-man fronts and defensive end and base 3-man fronts. Jesus. You just had a photograph of that in your head and summarized it. And went, yeah, that's what it is. It's impressive, dude.
Yeah, it's fun, but man, it's these 3 days we go through, and then it's all for it's all gone, so to speak.
Nothing,
Then I focus on the Bears and just the Bears. But then over time,
you get to the point you're like, wait, when did this guy come out? 2 or 3 years ago? Or was it 4 years ago? Yeah.
well, eventually you get to free agency, and you're like, I remember this guy. Or you get to team matchups. So we play this team, and you go, oh, okay, they have this guy, and he was good here. I wonder how he's doing now. Hey, what up, Kitty? Getting done with the draft.
I thought my wife was in here. I'm like, wait, where
no.
Whoa.
I thought that was your wife. It's Kitty, right?
Yeah, it's Kitty. Yeah, she goes. Yeah, she used to be the producer of the show. Kitty. Everyone knows Kitty.
There's another Kitty.
J2K knows, Kitty. Talk about your kitty. There we go. All I see is
in the middle of the night.
That's a different video. Shorty,
My
watching
dog
that.
even does that. Man.
Kitty's used to Dan. Oh, sorry.
Dude,
I just figured that my Mr. Gray was deserving of a little bit of screen time.
We had 5 cats at one
Absolutely.
point. My wife and I had 5 cats at one point, many
Wow.
years ago. Yeah, in a
Dude,
big house.
so
So it was.
Wait a minute. You and your wife were an old cat woman together? Like
Well, I was the old cat man when she met me, and she had a couple and added to it. Actually,
He's old cat man. Nice.
So
It's got to be a folk song, man.
I literally built in the garage. It was a 3-car garage. I built in the garage a room that had a cat door that went into like a closet that had a fucking cement mixer tray. You know, like the big tray. That was the litter box for 5 cats, and
Wow.
and they're all gone now. They've been gone for years. But I keep having fucking dreams of this like disgusting overfilled shit box with like 80,000 turds, and it turned into cement from piss. And I'm like, I forgot to change the litter box.
That's why I like outdoor cats. No litter box.
I thought if I ever get a cat again, he can live outside in the backyard. It's nice and warm here year round. They'll be fine.
Or they can come inside, but they just use the outside.
I got 2
But
I
anyway.
don't know, and I haven't had a mouse in my house in like 7 years.
Exactly. I won't have any chipmunk problems and mouse problems and all that stuff.
As Jason was trying to say, we finally figured out how far Cam Kinchins was going to come down to the end
That's
of the
wild.
3rd round.
Yeah,
That is a fantastic player on tape.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that with Washington again?
Rams.
Los Angeles.
The Rams. Man, they're
Yeah,
rebuilding that defense.
My Rams.
They got what? Jared Verse,
What is he?
Braylon Fisk, and Cam Kitchens.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, will all of those 3 players eventually be able to replace the production of Aaron Donald? I say no.
Kobe Turner, which is a guy who I was hyped up last year about, didn't even get a combine invite. And I kept asking everybody, you know about this Wake Forest kid, Kobe
Brett
Turner?
Coleman was on him. Yeah, the conductor.
Yeah,
He's
the conductor.
Yeah,
He's a great
yeah.
kid. I loved him. And I couldn't get people to say anything about him. And then the guy, he breaks Aaron Donald's rookie record for sacks, and he's in the conversation for
Thanks
defensive
in part
player
to
of the
Aaron
year.
Donald, but he had a heck of a season. Good for that guy.
Okay, now here is the actual the 100th pick.
Yep.
How many
The
picks
last
are in this
pick.
round?
This is it. The last one today.
So this is Mr. Irrelevant of round 3?
Yep.
Well, kind of.
Well, he's going to be relevant, man.
And it's Luke McCaffrey.
Oh, he's
Sorry
gonna be
about that.
Ooh,
Oh, my dog. That's my dog.
And he was being projected out to 4th or 5th round.
Reach.
Marshawn
all those picks, they took the haul and they're reaching for picks.
Marshawn Nealon and Luke McCaffrey and Adonai Mitchell, like those were 3 of my guys that I liked that were not in the top guys.
Yeah.
What's up, King Pookie Nation?
Should have
been. Brendan Rice is still out there.
King Pookie hopping in. What's up, brother?
He met
wait.
met DJ Moore at the draft.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how'd the draft go? Met DJ Moore. That's awesome. I didn't know you could meet players like that.
They had 3 or 4 of them at, I believe, that Soldier Field party. It was DJ Moore, Montez Sweat, and can't think of the last player's name.
Well, our guy 313, he met Rome. I already think I already showed
Williams and Rome. And like 5 other guys that were drafted.
Today? They met him today?
No, yesterday.
He met Rome
yeah.
Stever.
Yeah, he met Caleb Williams too.
And he's not a Bears fan, correct?
Yeah, he's a Lions fan.
He's a Lions fan.
He's our Lions buddy.
He'll give you an honest evaluation. He ain't gonna talk no crap. He's like he's going back to last year. He's like the Bears are gonna be. He thought it was gonna be the Bears and the Lions with the Lions winning the division anyway. He's fighting for it.
He's such a fucking great dude, man. He's a respectful fan.
Yeah.
We are, and
yeah.
My guy.
We're like it's awesome, man.
we just started talking, not even football, just life. And it was like the next day we're on the phone talking, literally. And then it's football and all that stuff too, but you know.
And then this one's blurry. It sucks, but it's still worth showing.
He went out of his way to try and help us, and we're a Bears show, man.
Exactly.
Like, no
How
kidding.
many Lions podcasts would do that? Where's your Don Burr now? No.
That's
yeah.
With Caleb.
He's got season tickets, so he got
You guys, you could see all of his stuff on. He's on like 2 channels. It's a newer podcast. They've been around since last year.
Yeah, New Breed.
It's all New Breed 313. And you'll see 2 of them. They're just not. They love their Detroit teams just like we do here, man.
Cool.
And they
But
actually
they're
love
actually
this show. They're
reasonable,
trying to
unlike Don
follow
Burr.
their show after
Yeah.
our show. I don't know if you knew that, Dan.
What's that, Foster?
It said they actually, Steve and Ace are like, they're trying to make that show a Detroit version of this. Fans coming on and guests and, you know,
good.
The kind of crap we do, not as intense as, you know, you could go places and get exactly what you want. If I want to watch film, I got 3 options, man. And I usually sit there with 1 or 2 people and watch it for 3 or 4 hours. But
That's pretty cool, Foster.
Yeah.
Maybe Don Burr will have a home now.
No,
This is the video he sent us.
Not.
I keep going over there. Don Burr don't like them because they're like us, and he wants to hassle all the Bears fans anyway. Yeah, that's one of his buddies, man.
That's his podcaster buddy.
Yeah, that's it.
He was on the Detroit News today.
The Detroit News. Oh yeah.
Well, you'd have to hear what he said. We got it. So I mean, I watched that, Dan, because I got that from Steve too.
Well, it just replayed here. We don't like Cowboys fans. No, I hate Cowboys fans, man.
Everybody was welcome there except for the Cowboys fans, man.
Well, not the fans, I should say. I hate the Cowboys. I hate the Packers and I hate the Cowboys. And those are like the only 2 teams I really.
And a lot of
I don't like to even use the word hate, but I hate the Packers. I hate the Packers, not their fans, but I hate the Packers.
I hated the Belichick Patriots.
I hate them as well.
I hate
I don't like.
Yeah.
I hate the Astros.
So you think that was Tom Brady or Bill Belichick? Bill Belichick.
I think we figured out that answer.
Question answered.
Whose answer? My answer?
No, the question was answered. It was
Oh,
Brady.
I thought you said, what's your answer?
Oh, I think we know what the answer is.
All right, so the draft's over, huh?
Good night, everybody. Stay safe. Talk to you tomorrow.
We're at it. We hit 100 picks, huh? We got nothing else to talk about.
Buster's gone. Oh, there he is.
Half the time, everyone's overlapping each other, and all of a sudden, it's like, you know, you can only allow 10 seconds of dead air.
Hey, let's go for 20, man. We do.
Oh, what's going on here?
A lot of firsts here.
I am no longer a fan of Cap.
Yeah, what's going on there? Who said that?
I did.
Oh, neither am I. I'm not a fan of Cap.
What's the problem, PJ?
I'm just
Mr. David Mr. David Kaplan.
I feel it.
I used to feel him, but nah, not anymore.
Expound on that. You
I don't like Cap. I mean, it was the thing about Fields and the Civil War was I felt that there were so many people who were so rude and disrespectful who got a win on that day.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah.
And here's what happened. There is a fucking mole out there that has created a channel that looks like it's a Bears channel. There might be more than one of them, and there are ones that have also created accounts that pretend to be Bears fans, and they come in and they start shit, and they don't let it go, and they get everyone absorbing it and talk and bitching back and forth in chat without even paying attention to the show, and they're winning when they do that. And everyone has to recognize when that's happening and just fucking block them. They won't be available in your chat if you're running it. They won't be available to you if they are in that chat and somebody hasn't removed them. But they are not Bears fans. We look at all of us. We
That's
don't.
what I started doing.
We are not
Shorty.
that. We are not that way with each other, and so we all have to come together as Bears fans and recognize the bullshit that's going on with that. And just
to J2K's point, Cap, we heard it out of Cap's mouth, the disrespect that he was showing for Justin Fields. It was somebody posing as him. It was actually out of his own mouth.
Yeah.
So my whole thing is, we can disagree. And I disagree with most of you guys here about the whole Caleb thing, but I'm not going to disrespect you in my disagreement with you.
Yeah, and he totally disrespected Fields and his family. I mean, it was all there for everybody to see.
Calling the young man a coward. Called him a coward.
Yeah. And the people he argued with.
Yeah.
He disrespected people he argued with.
Yes.
You know? Yeah. What are you afraid of? Greatness? Like, what kind of a question is that? It's a fallacy argument. So rude.
Yeah. Look, Cap 40 years ago when he was doing Cap and Haw, the whole point of the show and the whole point of his persona is I'm going to go out there and make the wildest, weirdest fucking takes I can, and I'm going to have someone to play off of me that will go, are you out of your tiny little mind? And then we'll have
engagement farming. Yep.
Yeah, that's always been his MO. He just has decided that his wild takes are now real and everyone should pay attention to him.
DVD, you remember when he was on he was on WGN AM in the morning?
Yeah.
He was on that. What was that show? It had they had the pauses for and that's the news. Harvey what was his name? Harvey Williams.
Hopefully not Weinstein.
No, it was something it was something Harvey or Harvey
Ken's
something.
got it. Ken's got it.
Paul Harvey, and that's the news.
It was in the same,
and he was the sports guy on like that popular show. Remember the guy who ended up he flew his plane into a building. He had a Cessna.
Bob Collins.
Bob Collins. The Bob Collins show. He was like the sports guy. And he had a full head of hair.
Yep.
They put out. I loved that show in the morning because I listened to it at work, and they put out a cookbook, and I bought it. And I have a picture of him in there with a fucking full head of hair. And I tweeted it to him. I'm like, remember these days?
David Kaplan.
What the hell does that mean? What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
We know that's just invisible hair, Foster.
No, I had hair once too, motherfucker.
Yeah, we all did.
Hey, I'm 68 and I still have at least partially dark brown hair. My mother was died at 88 and she had a little bit of gray. You had to really look to see it.
Yeah, I'm 50 and I barely have any gray, so that's pretty cool that she didn't have any gray. I hope to be that way.
My dad died at 82 and he had to get a haircut like the week after he died because it just kept growing. Bastard.
Yeah.
Keds, what's up, man?
From your mom anyway.
It's good to have you on the show again, Keds.
Boys, I'm so hyped, man. We got ourselves a quarterback. We got him a wide receiver. We got him some protection. We have an offense. We might have some viable football to watch in September. And I mean offensive football, right? Like this, I'm good. You know, PJ, I know, like, you look like I felt, but I'm trying to pull you around, bro. I think it's
hard to get a smile out of him anymore.
You know what I mean? I know where you are. I felt that way too for a minute, and at this point, the reason I wanted to jump on is you actually started to touch on the whole question of how did we get here and when did he make that decision. And that's a whole can of worms. And me and Coach T were chopping it up on my show a minute ago. And I hope there's a documentary in 5 to 10 years on how this went down and what the process was. And down the road, eventually, maybe we'll find out exactly what it looks like. But guaranteed, I'm watching that documentary because I need to know when he made that decision. He didn't capitalize, in my opinion, and like you articulated it, he didn't capitalize on the trade. And if you made the decision early, why not just save us all the heartache and just rip the Band-Aid off, get rid of Justin? It's fine. Like, it sucks, but like that's what happened anyhow. Just do it. Just get rid of him, get the big pick from whatever trade you make, and away we go. But here we are. I don't really care anymore. I got a quarterback. I got an offensive tackle. I got a wide receiver. I have 2 more wide receivers. I'm
You got a
expecting
fast running back?
offense.
You got a really swift running back?
Yes, we do. We have a swift running back. We actually have
You
a
got
couple more
two
running
nice
backs as
tight
well.
ends. That's why I would love to add Theo Johnson to those 2 nice tight ends. Oh my goodness. Oh.
There's only one football, though.
There is only one football, which is gonna, it's definitely gonna bring somebody's numbers down. Somebody's gonna be unhappy at the end of the season.
You know
I don't know who it is. I hope it's Romo Odunze. I'm gonna put a place and a name on it.
Caleb's gonna find that guy in practice and in preseason that's gonna be his guy. Maybe it's Odunze, maybe it's Komet, maybe it's Everett, and somebody's gonna lose some catches, right?
Yeah. I hope it's Odunze. Just because he's a rookie, we can blame it on rookie stuff. But it can't be Keenan and it can't be DJ. I think those guys need to eat. If they put 1,000 yards up apiece, we're having a pretty decent season on offense, right? Like everybody else chips in a little bit too. We could be talking about a 3,000 plus passing case scenario, which is great, especially for a rookie coming in. If he can do better than that, then we're talking about some special things.
So what's your prediction for record? Because we already gave all ours. Well, Foster didn't give us it.
I'll throw you mine, and we will have another conversation when the schedule comes out. But as for now, I know the schedule is going to be a little bit weak. But the other thing I know is that the North got a little bit tougher today. And I think it might as well tomorrow too. So I'm betting 9 wins right there with J2K. 9 wins, wild card berth, playoffs.
I like that.
Hey, Cats.
Yeah.
What's a Lanai?
Say again?
A Lanai.
A
What's a
Lanai.
Lanai?
I don't know what a Lanai is.
Is Cliff talking about his fucking Lanai again?
What's a Lanai, Cliff?
That's a Florida thing, isn't it?
It's a grass skirt.
It's like a
latrine.
porcelain screen house. And I said,
Cliff,
I know you guys got them out
It's
there.
a grass skirt. Cliff is wearing a grass skirt, like the Hawaiian. There you go.
Whoa.
Cliff is sitting here in his Lanai listening to this right now going,
Yeah.
No
In a
way.
hula skirt, drinking
what-
some Hawaiian cocktails. Making a steak, roasting a meatloaf, and mowing his lawn.
Isn't it like a
Cheers to you, Cliff.
gazebo? Isn't it like a gazebo?
Yeah, it's an enclosed patio. I'm joking with Cliff. Cliff, I love you, man. I'm just joking with you.
Yeah, just to let kids know. That's what I was trying to make sure he understood what it really was.
Hey, Cliff, I got one of those too. It's my cell. A lanai is like a paddle, usually with a cage around it to keep bugs and pests out.
and there's
Cliff
usually
is in a cage? They locked Cliff in a cage?
Yeah.
Instead of a screen, it's wood
Ricky Leahy
paneling.
is in the building. What's up, Ricky Leahy? Cheers, brother.
yeah. If you're real special, there's a pool in your Lanai.
Keep the alligators out.
You know, to
It's-
go
it-
off.
basically, think of it like this: a Lanai is when you live in a really freaking buggy area.
Cat, you're supposed
Okay,
to say,
so like where I live, basically.
we got
like,
those up here.
How's the Lanai? It's you know what? It's not really buggy right now because we're coming out of winter.
Exactly,
It's
but it's
actually-
buggy right.
today
It's
was-
buggy as hell in Florida right now.
I live in a swamp. Like, man, I live in a swamp too. So Florida's a swamp. We just don't have alligators where I'm at. We have freezing cold winter. So like, I got to move to Florida. I'll trade. I'll take the alligators at this point.
But you see, you up there, it kills off all that shit, and then it just kind of it takes time to regenerate. So you only have it for a little bit. When you need a lanai, it's because it's like year round.
But it's bad. Like
Just
he
wait a
like
little
Foster,
longer,
like
Cat. You'll get your alligators up there eventually if you live long.
you might as well bring the alligators too.
You have bears?
Oh, yeah.
What is
we
raging
do.
bull?
I mean, do you
They're
have
not
bears
like around. They're not
You
like
have bears
around.
where you at?
There's bears. There's moose. Moose.
I mean,
is
where you
fine.
at?
They're hanging out by PJs, man.
Like
So,
in your
Like,
yard?
I live in the city. Bears ain't walking around the city. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Like they're not. But like if you go maybe an hour or two out into the forest, a bear might whoop your ass.
You got black bears or brown bears?
Black and brown.
That reminds me.
Oh, okay. Black bears, they're like scared cats. They'll run from you. Brown bears, they will chase you.
It depends. Yeah, there's
Black bears will chase you too if they're not threatened by you.
Hey, Carol, are you
There's a saying. There's a saying for that. I don't know what it is. It's like
climb a tree.
I believe, and I am referring to wildlife bears. Let me be clear. It's black, fight back, brown, lie down, white, say goodnight.
Yep, that's it.
All right.
That's it.
Any of them are going to kill
Only
you.
applies
Come
to
on.
bears, correct?
I am referring to the wild animal bear, not Chicago bear or any other non-bear animal. Let me be very clear in what I am saying.
Very clear. Very clear.
You're talking about fighting blacks now, yes? Come on.
Oh no, that's all you, bud.
If you did equate it to the Bears, it'd be like black, which would be like the dark jerseys, brown, which would be like the orange jerseys, and then white, which would be the white jerseys, right?
Well, now I'm thinking of what Adam Rank said.
Polar bear.
I'm thinking about what Adam Rank said on your guys' pod recently. You had to specify it was a Chicago bear,
Yes.
bar or something.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm butchering that, but I'm glad you guys get it.
Yeah,
I'm laughing my ass off over here because PJ is asking Keds who lives in fucking Canada if they have bear there, and that reminded me of like me driving with Chris Watts, you know, in Lake County, and talking about bringing them to. I was taking them to Lou Malnati's, and I'm like, "Do you have pizza there by you?"
Not good pizza, but
and his fucking reaction was just like,
You realize he's 2 hours away from
pizza.
He's 2 hours away from actual Italy, right? Like,
Yeah, I was actually asking whether or not he actually had the bears close enough, like in his yard, because I've seen videos where people have bears in their yards pretty
it
regularly.
happens.
Yikes.
Like, I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say it doesn't ever happen, PJ. It does. Like,
Okay.
There's been a couple of times where bears have just been running down the highway, and they have to send people have to go and deal with the bears, and they get dealt with. And
there was a brown bear spotted or a black bear spotted in the town that I grew up in like 2 years ago.
Yeah,
they
just tranquilize them, put them on a stretcher, carry them off.
Yeah, down here in central Illinois, we never actually seen a bear down here, but there was like a mountain lion down here. So,
yeah, but there's more coyotes down here. I'm in central Illinois too.
Oh yeah. We got coyotes all over the place. I had one in my backyard a few weeks ago.
I got videos of coyotes running down streets in Chicago as I'm driving next to them.
Yep. Oh, I've seen that. Where I live, I've seen coyotes run down streets looking for cats.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm in Chicago.
That's no good.
I'm filming
Yeah,
this
you go to the dog park and you see all these signs up for all the small dogs. Yeah, no bueno.
Yeah, because they make friends with they make friends with your dogs, and then the pack comes out. Yeah.
Well, and that's why my cat never ever goes outside. Period.
Well, it's only going to get worse because been out for about 30 years. There's now a breed coming out of the Northeast. All the coy wolves, they're all over the place too. They're going to be worse.
They will eat all the fucking pigs, man.
When they amount to the amount of coyotes, they're going to be way worse because it's like a wolf, man.
We were getting wolves up in Minneapolis, up and down the banks of the Mississippi.
Hey guys, let's form like a team and go out boar hunting.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Dude,
you got to go pretty far south, though.
Boar are overtaking this entire globe, like this entire continent. Like it's becoming an epic.
But there's a food shortage, Shorty. There's a food shortage.
Exactly. So we go out and we kill
Two birds with one stone. I'm about it, but I don't have a
Yeah, we
Floyd.
could make
I don't
all
have a
kinds of bacon.
firearm. I'm
Get a
not
bow and
getting
arrow.
anywhere near a bow and arrow.
Yeah.
One shot. I'm not Legolas. I'm not
You got a
Legolas.
penknife.
One miss and I'm done for.
Have you got a penknife?
I'm good.
That's why you gotta get in the tree there, Bob.
From you.
Yeah,
You know what though? That would be fun though.
Have you ever eaten boar? My neighbor was a boar hunter in Colorado, and he brought back some.
thought you were gonna say your neighbor was a boar.
It's like
Just the same as
10,000
pig?
times better than like normal pork. I don't even like pork.
I don't like pork
fantastic.
either, really.
It was fantastic. It was really good. So
Yeah,
I don't know, man, because they say
there's like an epidemic. Let's form a team and go out and kill some
they
boar.
say
together.
that pigs, a domestic pig
will turn into a boar.
Will turn into a boar within a year.
And tusks and all, hair, everything, and then
Yep.
it'll have like 160 babies a year, and most of them will live.
Get out of here, man.
No
What's wrong with you
joke.
guys?
That
It has
sounds like
4 litters. It
BS.
has like 6 litters a year,
Yeah.
dude.
That sounds like BS. The bit of a pig turning into a fully horned, fuzzy
Fucking cute
boar.
little farm pig. You're like
A pig with the pink skin and no hair within a year, if you leave him out in the wild,
that asshole who
grows
has a
hair
pet
and
pig
grows the
and
horns.
it gets out of the apartment, turns into a fucking boar.
I just seen that on I watched that on YouTube last week, as a matter of fact.
Oh, it must be true then.
Dude, I was driving them to Coach B's lake house.
Does National Geographic have a week for this?
No, I looked it up on YouTube, man.
Dude, they're coming up into your
I'm
country
just-
too, brother.
You, PJ, you were bored, and you were like, you know what? Fuck.
Look, if y'all can see my recommendations underneath my YouTube, I'm telling y'all. I said,
So you got some facts on board.
I watch a little bit of everything on YouTube. Bro. That's all I'm telling you.
It's funny. These are the things we do when we're bored as all hell.
How do you know
Everyone in chat, thank you for still hanging out with us. Obviously, the draft show's over, so we love you guys.
How do you think I know about your Bears? How do you think I know about your Bears in the backyard in Canada? I'm telling you, I watch everything on YouTube.
I just have a lot of questions about your country, man. It's like the wildlife.
We don't have any. I've seen coyotes.
I've seen like a squirrel and a hedgehog. It's like
Chris was saying that when he was here. He's like, we don't even have any fucking deer in our country. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you talking?
Jason,
I have deer in my yard. I have foxes in my yard. I have coyotes in my yard.
I
Raccoons.
saw a fox like sprinting down just the same road that I drive home, and it was so surreal. I was like, "That's not a dog. What's going on here?"
It was probably all
It's weird.
scrawny too, like it was malnourished, right?
Yeah,
maybe a little bit. It was just it looked young, and it actually kind of looked okay. It wasn't nasty looking. It had all its fur.
Scrawny ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I believe
I'm in
it.
Des Plaines, just west of O'Hare. So it's a suburb. It's not far from Chicago. And I'm doing.
I could have bailed you out of jail. I was
Wait.
just at O'Hare.
Yeah. I'm there all the time, man.
You got dropped the
I'm picking
Eddie.
up
I got
bodies.
you. I'll bust you out.
So, but like in one day, at 3:00, a coyote's running down the street with a big smile on its face, and it's not doesn't look hungry one bit. Dan's a lot.
Coyotes are not scary. I was by one because I would mess around in like the subdivisions that weren't being built yet, and I remember playing around in the snow with a friend, and there was just one coyote within 15 feet of us. Didn't even look at us. It was scared of us. So
You're lucky there wasn't like 5 or 6 more with them.
Yeah, we didn't stick around for the rest of them, but I mean, solo, it's okay.
So
That's
the
why there's no
same-
team called the
same
Coyotes.
day,
isn't it?
man, I get the coyote run down the street, and then
What is
I'm
that?
going to get in my car at like
Hockey?
lunch, and I hear this, and I turn around, and on the net of the house, they had a driveway with a basketball net. Is a freaking hawk with about 10-foot wingspan. It was like one of the weirdest days ever. It was 2 years ago in July.
Damn.
Dead of summer, nice and
Hey,
like an
you're
80
talking
degree
about
day.
the fucking Phoenix now. I saw a documentary about this dude. People are seeing that kind of shit.
The hawk scared the shit out of me because I turned around. It was just sitting on the net looking at me, and I'm like, that thing's big. I couldn't believe how big that.
Oh, yeah.
Like it almost could have picked me up.
Big bird.
Well, I was
Jason, the
in
stuff that you're talking about that you see, that's a delicacy in some parts of this damn country to eat.
Yep.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. When we lived in Colorado, we go up to Estes Park where they filmed The Shining, that hotel. Dude, the ravens there, I'm not kidding you, were like almost fucking 3 feet tall. They were they were like eagle size. They were so impressed. They were like probably 18
like a
to 24 inches.
Raven?
Like they were like 2 foot tall fucking ravens. They were huge. And
Have
there
you
was
seen those
hundreds of them.
owls? Those owls get to be pretty big too.
Yeah,
they can be about
yeah.
3 or
But I've
4
never,
feet.
like the ravens up there are like literally 2 feet tall, not 3 feet, but 2 feet tall. They're impressively sized, and I've never seen a
what she
raven
said.
that big anywhere else. It must be the lack of oxygen for some reason. I don't know.
Well,
I
in
have a
Minneapolis,
question for you guys. One word. What's the first word that comes to your mind to describe a coyote?
mangy dog.
Yeah, mangy. I like mangy.
The word mangy.
Yeah.
Has there ever been a coyote that wasn't mangy?
Monster.
Yeah.
All coyotes are mangy. Like that
I've never
word is
been
dedicated
close
to the
enough to.
coyote.
I've never been close enough to notice if they had a beautiful coat or not.
No,
I'll
their
tell you
coats
what,
are.
man. The one running down the street displaying was the nicest looking coyote I've ever seen. It
should have
must be the
adopted it.
neighborhood.
You know what I'm saying? Coyotes aren't groomed. They're all mangy.
Nope. Yeah.
It's just a
They don't
word.
really
It's a
groom
word.
themselves much.
Full
So
of
when I
tips.
was in Minneapolis, we had a lot of very large hawks in the area, and in my house, it had a chain link fence along the front, and that had a lot of squirrels. And one day I was just sitting out on the porch looking out, and there was a squirrel on top of one of the posts of the chain link fence, and there was this huge flapping black blur that came down, and when it
Shadow.
flapped off, it was the squirrel was gone.
Yep, I've seen that in my front yard here in Georgia. Yep.
Just pulling it right off of the fence and taking it away.
Man.
Yeah, these are enormous birds. That thing had to have a 4 or 5 foot wingspan.
I also watched a cardinal fly into my front window and knock himself the fuck out. And I had to I picked her up and I put her in my hand, and I was just like, oh, you poor baby. I thought she was going to die, like she broke her neck. But I was like, I just held her for a while and put her in the grass, and she was fine. Crazy shit you see living
Got
out.
knocked out.
But
Hey, I
to
got a
watch
question
a
from you
hawk
guys real quick.
steal a squirrel?
I think,
What's that, Brian? You heading out?
I got a question for you.
Oh.
So, normally speaking, I really don't care for the bear symbol, but I like the C better. And as far as like the draft hats this year, what is your guys' opinion on them? I really like them. I think they're really smooth. Those gray.
I didn't like the
Are
gray.
they the mono gray dark with just like the one splash of color?
And, there was like an Illinois symbol on the side that says "Da Bear."
Yeah, it's really nice.
I don't like the gray. I like the blue.
Are they on NFL Shop or something?
Oh, I'm sure. They kind of look like Ked's hat, only they were gray.
Kinda, a little bit.
A little bit like.
But they have that outline. They have the outline on the left side as well. I don't know if you noticed that, like an orange outline on the left side of the hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, here, I actually took a picture. I forgot.
They showed it. Caleb and Odunze both had it, but they showed it off, man.
Yeah, it was pretty nice looking hat.
I forgot to show this. What do you think?
I like this. I like that bear, and that's from 60.
I'm going to segue really quick. We'll get back into that, but I had this prepared. I wanted to ask you guys, what do you guys think of all of the people that went out and bought a 13 Caleb jersey when I literally, like, you could, if you went into the NFLdraft.com or NFLshop.com and tried to buy a jersey, and I have it here somewhere. Where is it? Because I have it as proof. You could buy anything from 0 to 19, but you couldn't buy 18. They would not let you buy number 18. And all these people at the draft, because we asked New Breed, he's like, everyone's got Caleb jerseys on. I'm like, what number is it? 13. I'm like, oh, those sorry saps. Like, what do you think of that? What do you think of the fact they wouldn't let you buy a fucking 18 jersey with it? You could change. I even changed it to Williams with 3 L's, and it would let me. But it wouldn't let me buy a Williams. I changed all the names around.
Well, it goes back to that video, isn't it? The Bears, they put out they as they do every year. Someone mentioned it earlier. They show you the video when they make the call to the player they're drafting. And when Ryan Poles was speaking to Caleb, and he said, "We've been waiting 5 months for this." So is that kind of how long they decided?
Caleb said 5 months.
Exactly.
Poles only on the record said 1 month.
1 month, yeah.
But
I thought he said 2 months. I thought he said 2, and he said no, like 5. But he said
it's not a long video. I could play it right now.
But Caleb made it seem like, oh, I just meant like since I became, a draft eligible or whatever.
Yeah, I know. But
look at this.
The thing is, it's when there was no other when he didn't visit any other team, it's like that is insane for someone like him. Because it works both ways, doesn't it? Because we had no other quarterback to visit on the top 30, but the fact that he didn't go to any other team, that's like they've already said to him.
How did the 30s exactly?
They fell in love with each other.
How did the 30s exactly work? Is it the NFL team requests it and the prospect approves it? Because I would be flabbergasted that the Commanders wouldn't have at least asked for the hometown.
He's a local guy. He's not part of that 30. He's a local guy. For
if he did an interview with them, it'd be like off the record or something.
Yeah.
So they have
like Penix wasn't a top 30 visit for Atlanta.
They were only 60 minutes into that, J2K. A 45-minute interview and then 15 at the combine. That Penix pick is terrible.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
I actually disagree. But anyway, they did send a whole contingency to his pro day and talk to him. So it's a little different. And as far as Penix is concerned, the draft pick, I like that. We always talk about quarterbacks getting taken and not getting time to sit. If there's any quarterback in this draft that needs time to sit, it's Penix, because his throwing motion, everything is upper body. He needs to completely retool his throwing motion. But the guy's got a cannon of an arm,
24.
and he's a great kid.
He's just 24 years old. You want an old quarterback, an old rookie, that is, to sit behind an already old quarterback?
Well, I mean, 2 or 3 years isn't that big of a deal if you're looking for a long-term situation.
He'd be walking in as a starter at 27.
Yeah, but he'll be able to play till he's 50.
Who cares?
Not 50.
They'll change the rules again, so you can't even touch it.
Forget about the
flag football. Sure, you got it.
I want to know what you guys think of these numbers. Do you guys what in your ideal favorite your dream quarterback for the Bears? What number is he wearing? Is it 18?
4,000.
Something between 1 and 5. But I have a bit of an old school head on that.
I like 9, but then again, I remember Jim McMahon, so
yeah,
I like number 1.
I knew. Besides 1,
you only got 50%. There's a 1 in there. There's a 1 in there.
That's on me, PJ. I forgot to say. I meant to say besides 1, but there is a 1 in there. So, anyone else? Foster, what's your favorite? What's your dream quarterback number? 7. Well, that's not.
7's a good shout.
One that's not retired.
Well, doggone.
I won't embarrass myself.
7 is Hallis, dude. It's retired.
Oh, that's right. Halloween was the last one to wear it.
See, 18 is always Tom Zach to me.
And Kyle Orton.
I'm going to go 9.
Yes, Steve Spencer.
I like 9.
What's yours, Jason?
Yeah, if I had to pick one, I don't care about numbers, but 9 because it's the 85 Bears, isn't it? It's Tim McMahon. But
it's not like soccer. Soccer has more meaning, I think, in the position or the numbers.
Come on, let's think about number 34, number 23.
They don't know. Yeah. Well, they can't wear 34, can they?
What's yours, Keds?
Honestly, you guys have picked all the ones I like. Number 1, PJ. Number 7 and number 9. The only other one I'd pick is 3.
Me too, but that's unavailable as well.
Yeah.
DVD, you said 9. J2K, you got one?
Yeah, I mean, not really. I like the numbers. Keds just brought them all up. I think those are all good numbers. But honestly, I kind of I don't care too much about it because I think
I know
if
we're
Caleb wins, that 18 becomes iconic with Caleb.
Thank
and
you.
then all of a sudden 18's our favorite quarterback
Totally
number.
fucking took the words out of my mouth. You're right.
Agreed.
Bingo.
That's what I was
69,
gonna
dude.
say. So for personally me, I love number 3, but that's not available for the Bears. 12 is enticing to me because it's such an iconic. Like there's been so many great quarterbacks who had number 12, or at least Hall of Famers or iconic. Like Joe Namath wasn't great. Come on, but he wore. Even Eric Kramer still. Most of the records for the Bears are number 12. Josh McCown had in my opinion, a better season. And they shouldn't have pulled him that year when Cutler was injured, wearing 12 and beating the Cowboys and racking up points with those 2 receivers. I think 12 would have been good for me. 3, not available. So I was kind of actually thinking he was taking 13, and I didn't like it at first, but I kind of settled into it because of all the memes that people had changed the jersey to 13, and I was like, that kind of looks pretty cool on him. Maybe he could be the guy that could decurse that number for the Bears, because as far as I'm concerned, you got Rick Meyer, you got Johnny Knox, you got Kevin White wearing 13 to start off with. Didn't work. So I was worried about
all the greats.
What's that?
I said you're naming off all the greats.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought, well, then maybe I wouldn't want 13, but then I kind of settled into it. But you're right, like maybe 18. Well, definitely 18 will become that number, because listen, they won't care about Jordan anymore because we're not a basketball town. This kid will take over. Like he'll be right up there with the icons of the Bears, the Paytons, the Sayers.
Hold on, Pimpin.
And that number will not get retired.
About Jordan.
You're a Lakers fan. You don't
I understand that. But all the guys I socialize with, they're Bulls fan, and they will never forget about Jordan, for real.
No, they won't. But when this quarterback takes over the entire nation,
I mean, Fields had a bad passing year, but a good rushing year. It was the 1,000-yard rushing year where they earned the first overall pick, and his jersey was top 5 in the entire NFL of sales. So if a quarterback in Chicago has a good season, forget about it.
It just makes me wonder why they would not allow you to buy 18 when they could have already.
It had to have been a glitch. It had to have been a glitch.
Or it would have been tampering. It would have been tampering, right?
It is tampering. It's not. Was it in the draft when you got the first pick?
Tampering.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if they had cahoots with him and they knew what they, which we know now that they basically did, he was the guy all along.
They didn't want the jersey sales to start before he came, because they already knew he was going to wear that number.
The team wants them, yeah, exactly.
Why not? Why not start making money now?
What's the difference?
They made money off of 13s that are garbage now. What's the difference?
Oh no, those will be worth like $100,000 in 15 years. So somebody even said it in the thing.
I can make one tomorrow with 13. No, it won't.
Don't call it
You know what the best part of all this is? Danny Parkins has to throw that stupid jersey in the garbage.
I hope he goes with it.
That's the best part of this whole thing.
He'll
we
just
got
buy another
Caleb Williams
three
either way. We got the pick, but the jersey has to get rid of the jersey.
Just buy another 3 and flip it around and have it.
Yeah, he could just have it modified for sure if it was stitched, right?
Sure, I think he's got enough money.
Oh, buy another 3. That's even better idea, actually. You're right. I like that more. Truly a custom jersey.
That's too funny.
Just throw it in there with it. Jeez,
man, those 2 kids look so happy in that picture, man.
I think I'm gonna split, man. It's like 5 a.m. now.
Wait, Jason.
That's it.
Can I officially say it then? Jason, piss
off.
off.
Yeah, I'm gonna piss off now.
Piss off,
you wanker.
Fucking wake. Hey, on your way out, wake up Chris for us and have him come on.
Yeah, go wake him up.
It's about that time.
It is.
See you later, Jason.
Yeah, have a good night, Jason. It was good talking to you tonight.
It's been a blast, man. It's been so
Take
cool
it easy, buddy.
with you guys.
Are you happening with us tomorrow?
Yeah, of course I am.
Excellent. We'll see you then.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
hopping in. He's hopping in again tomorrow. He'll be getting divorced on Monday.
He's not married.
Oh.
Lucky bastard. So we start. The tomorrow's at noon, right?
You okay, kids?
Yeah, finally a fucking decent time of day. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I'm not working. We're all good. I get a lie in, do some jobs, and I'm going to catch it and see what's going on tomorrow with our last pick. So,
all right,
yeah,
brother.
we'll see if we get
Tomorrow,
with that. Maybe,
tomorrow we're going to have
over at 122.
Tomorrow's going to be more fun because we're going to be just picking the best names, like Orlansky Jabralkovich,
More
whatever.
fun. Even more fun. Get out of here. Yeah.
DVD's showing up in the reel.
He's in, man. Just as I'm leaving. Something I said.
You're on mute, DVD.
Guys.
We'll see you tomorrow, Jason.
Great draft. Great show.
Later,
great
Jace.
draft. It's really cool hanging out with you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Love you,
Take
brother.
Cheers, mate.
Take it easy, Jason.
You on mute, DVD.
Bear down.
Bear down. We should probably wrap this
I
up
love
here.
that
So
accent.
we're going on. We're past 5 hours.
That's it.
I wonder what people
Tomorrow.
like listening to this in the audio stream, driving from Texas to Oklahoma, are thinking. Like, is this the fun part of the show, or is this where it's like I'm gonna fucking turn this off?
They're thinking what Carl was thinking earlier. What the hell are these guys doing? What's going on?
Hey, DVD, you're on mute.
You can tell Carl's having fun, and you can tell by his
What's
laugh.
going on with these
Damn.
guys, man?
There we are. Bear down, Blank.
You got it. You got to. What? You should be wearing a jersey. You have no jersey.
The only jersey I own actually is a Schwarber Cubs jersey.
All right, GoFundMe for a DVD jersey.
We could do like a real quick. We could do a round table to see what players we have, and like when someone has to tap out, we'll see who's last remaining. Because I've got a couple. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, you want to preview tomorrow?
You want to go band for band tomorrow? I'd have to stop at my dad's house, but
No, I'm saying you want to preview like some picks that we should be looking for tomorrow with our one pick.
oh, instead.
Oh wait, what? No, wait. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is we'd each start. So PJ would start, and we'd go around the horn. PJ would say, "I have a Justin Fields jersey." Then no one else here could say that they have a Justin Fields jersey because someone has it, and we'd keep going, band for band, so to speak, until whoever's last remaining.
Okay, that sounds like
Is that-
fun.
I mean, we could do it tomorrow. We could do it now. Whatever.
I have
Let's do it right now
several.
to end the show.
I have several Bear jerseys.
All right, so
State
So whoever has the most jerseys wins.
I mean, quantity probably makes it unfair, yes, but
Or-
also I
or-
was going for like unique.
Is this like that game where you have to say something that you have or that you did that nobody else thinks that you did, but it's like something that you have that nobody thinks that you have, and you have to agree with it or not? What is that game called?
I'll say yes. I don't know if I fully understand.
Okay, never mind. That's my
yes.
West game. All right, so
Sure, that game.
so PJ has to name a jersey that he has.
And the goal
Specifically, ideally a Bears jersey, but I guess it wouldn't matter. I don't care.
No, I'm talking about Bears jersey, but I'm saying, but I gotta try to make it to where nobody else has that jersey.
No.
Yeah, so PJ's gonna say I have a Fields jersey or whatever he's gonna say, and then Foster's gonna say I have a Devin Hester jersey, whatever he says.
Yeah, okay.
No one else can repeat, you know.
Okay, I got you.
Oh,
That makes
okay.
sense. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. I have a Walter Payton jersey.
I have a Devin Hester jersey.
I have a Nathan Vasher jersey.
Nathan Basher. Okay, I've got an Alshon Jeffrey split jersey.
Cool.
I have a Peanut Tillman jersey.
Damn
I
it.
have a Kyle Schwarber jersey.
J2K.
I got a Urlacher jersey.
See, I'm
Signed. Official and signed.
Yeah, mine's official too from
Lucky.
the day. There's
I saw
one-
the Reebok sign on there. It made me pretty jealous. I'm not gonna lie.
I have a Is yours a game jersey?
Yeah, mine's a real game jersey with the
Yeah, awesome, man.
back from the day without the numbers on top. God, I hate that.
You got one, Brian?
I got a color reversible Charles Woodson jersey, Michigan.
Oh, that's not a Bears jersey though.
That's not a Bears jersey.
Hey,
Neither was
neither is
DVD.
Kyle Schwarber.
We can
You're welcome.
include Michigan. That's fine by me.
Oh no.
All right, who you want to go around again?
Yeah, got to keep going, right?
If we could, ideally until someone's out or
I have
everyone's
a
out.
Lance
guys are
Briggs
out.
jersey.
Son of a bitch, me too.
That's
I
what you
have
got.
a Steve McMichael jersey.
I have a really worn up from playing in it, but a Bernard Berrien jersey.
Oh.
Kids.
Which happens to be right here as well.
Kids is pulling them out.
I happen to have them right here. I was just about to do some laundry. This is my Khalil Mack, 52. It's destroyed.
Okay.
Going in the garbage.
Football on that one.
Damn, I got an orange 100 season anniversary Mac.
I have a Mitch Trubisky jersey.
Counts. It counts.
J2K.
I got Singletary.
Ooh. We're getting down to the nitty gritty now.
So it's back on me, right?
Yep.
I have an Eddie Jackson 39 jersey.
Gail Sayers.
Ooh.
Boys, I think I'm out. I mean, I've got Tillman, Briggs. You guys were all naming the players I had. I thought it was cool with Tillman. I got a very good deal. It was shipped to the door for like $30. Darnell Wright. Very, very cheap.
Did it arrive today or is it coming tomorrow?
It arrived like 90 days after I ordered it. Fella.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Keds?
I have a Walter Payton 34 camouflage jersey.
We ain't doing that.
We already said Walter Payton.
We already said Payton.
Yeah, I mean, I've got an orange Mac jersey, so I think it should be by player.
Yeah, it's by player. Come on. You got another one? Or are you out?
I have a bunch. I do have a Singletary as well, but Singletary's
that's already been said.
Did anybody say Justin Fields?
Yep.
Damn it.
Who said Justin Fields?
Did PJ say it?
I didn't say Justin
I
Fields.
thought PJ said Justin Fields. No,
I said
he didn't.
Peyton.
Nope.
I don't think anyone said Fields.
Nope, nobody did. PJ started with Peyton.
Ked survives.
Wait, what did you say? Oh, you did say Walter Payton. Okay. I've got a Bobby Engram jersey.
Okay.
I'm out. I just got 2 jerseys. That's it.
Okay. I have a
You can win this one.
I have one more.
I actually have a few more. I have a Roquan Smith jersey.
I bought that for my dad. Fuck, and then that was the year, like, essentially he got traded. Yep.
I got a Connor Bedard jersey.
Claypool jersey. I'd feel terrible.
I know what you're saving for last, Foster. I got a couple more in the bag myself, though. I got a Curtis Conway jersey.
Oh.
I'm tapping out. I
Got
can't
a
beat any of
Richard
that.
Dent.
Oh, that's a good one.
White
Wait,
Richard.
Okay, so that should have been your last answer. You were out because you chose.
Well,
Walter
no,
Payton.
I wasn't out. I had
No,
I have Justin Fields. Nobody else.
Oh,
had
sorry.
Justin
I
Fields.
apologize. I apologize. I
No.
apologize. I keep thinking
I survived.
my head just goes. PJ said Fields. Okay.
So it's back on me then, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a Dick Butkus jersey.
Good one.
Wow.
Now you got us.
I have a Charleston Chiefs jersey.
That's not a Bears jersey.
Foster's out. Foster's out.
No, you're
Connor
not.
Bedard was a hockey player.
You're not fucking out yet. You don't even say your main jersey. You fuck.
What jersey?
McMichael.
You
I
already
did
said
say
it.
McMichael,
He said McMichael.
Oh.
and he beat me to Butkus.
Oh.
So
Okay.
that's why
Okay,
I pulled
I'm
out
still-
my Hanson twins Chiefs Charleston Chiefs jersey, man.
Okay.
Come on.
So
No, that doesn't count.
Keds.
Come on.
Do you have anything else?
What
No,
you got?
no,
No,
no.
Shorty, it's on you, right?
Yep, I got a Rashawn Salam jersey. That actually
What?
had our winning streak this year when I wore it. Every you guys remember that shit? Rashawn Salam, go
Yeah,
ahead.
and then you didn't wear it. You
What's up,
forgot it at
PJ?
one point.
It's you and me, baby. What you got?
Tommy Harris.
Ooh,
I love that.
yeah.
Boom.
I should have said Butkus earlier. I would have been out now.
I should have saved Alshon Jeffrey. Is what I
Yep.
should have did. Should have started with that Khalil Mack.
Yeah, Khalil Mack would have been a bit more common. Yeah.
Khalil Mack's.
All right, man. I got to pull out the big boys on you, bro. Got a Neil Anderson jersey.
Nice.
Wow.
And it's
so
a legit.
underrated of a player.
It's like a legit
underrated.
material jersey of the time.
All
I
right.
love a Neil Anderson jersey.
I think I'm down to my last one. I got a Tariq Cohen jersey.
Wow.
Fuck, I'm gonna have to check my closet. This might be a tie. What else do I have? The only thing I have left is other than this is a white Urlacher. So is this a tie?
Nope. Because I went first. So if I win again, you gotta go. You gotta name one.
This is just a tie.
What else do I have? I've got a Peyton. I've got this. I already mentioned my Tillman. I lost. All hail PJ.
How many more you got? How many more you got, Peach?
You're lucky Dan Aguirre wasn't in this picture. He'd be able to go on for like 40 minutes. He just bought a Caleb Williams jersey.
Did he really already?
Yeah.
Dan's that deep. He's got that many jerseys.
The guy bought a Glen Allen. What's his name?
Bro, my jerseys are back from when they
Mike
weren't
Glennon
even
jersey.
real.
He
They
had
were
a
just,
Mike
like,
Glennon
shitty.
jersey.
What?
Yes.
I don't know if I've ever seen one of those in the wild.
Dan Aguirre has one?
He had one, remember?
God.
I went off on him for 3 weeks in a row. Every time we talk about jersey,
I keep telling him stop.
Mike Glennon jersey. I think he had to burn it. I think he burned it.
Stop buying jerseys, man. You're jinxing our team.
I had one more jersey.
I was asking you, Pete, because somebody stole them, but I had a Roland Harper and a Terry Schmidt jersey back in the day.
Don't even know who those are.
The last
I cannot lie. So I'm gonna tell you that I had a Neil Anderson jersey and somebody stole it. So I don't have it anymore. But damn it, I wanted to see how long you could go, PJ. You did win though.
What do you got, PJ?
I had one more.
My Neil Anderson jersey was so sweet, guys. It was from literally like the fucking late 80s. It was like that like flat material with the jersey material with the holes in it, you know. It was awesome, and it had the sewn on numbers, and somebody stole it from me.
Damn.
What do you got, PJ? What was your other jersey?
Anthony Miller.
I love that player. I would have bought his jersey.
I love him too. I love
Knox. I would have bought a Johnny Knox.
I bought him a beer. I bought Anthony Miller a beer.
What?
Hey,
that's cool.
So
At a Hooters. I had a Hooters. I said, "What's that guy drinking?"
I tell Carl this because you guys.
Wait a second. You said that's Anthony Miller?
I was at a Foster. I was at a Hooters. I looked over. I saw Anthony Miller there. I said, "What is he drinking?" A Bud Light. I said, "Buy him a Bud Light for me." And he looked over at me. He's like, he just tipped his beer at me. I tipped it back. We both took a sip. It was like cheers, and we were done.
Like the wide receiver they recently had in the Trubisky era. That Anthony Miller?
No, Anthony Thomas from your Michigan team back in the 90s when you were born.
Yeah, the A train. I didn't experience him, but I know his name. I know that he was a good player.
So I did that with.
I actually had an Anthony Miller jersey.
Dennis Gentry.
Oh, I was thinking Anthony Thomas. Sorry, buddy.
I'm talking about the hothead Anthony Miller, who before he was a hothead, I love that player.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's a badass jersey.
You keep interrupting fucking Foster.
No, I was just talking to you. No. I was just saying. I was saying I actually bought Dennis McKinnon a drink. That was cool because we sat and talked for about 5 minutes. Not even football, just life. That was weird. Addison and Central in Chicago at some fucking club at like 11 o'clock at night. Walk in, there he is sitting. But what I wanted to tell you,
from the scrolls.
Dennis Gentry was a great player, totally underrated too, man. He was.
Oh,
what I was going to tell you was the Roland Harper, Carl, is he should have been the first back to with Peyton to both have 1,000-yard seasons as a fullback, a true fullback in '78. Roland Harper. He had like 960 yards, and Hallis stopped him in a game against Washington from getting it because he would have had to pay him a bonus.
Are you referring to like when we were looking at the first overall picks? Like that? Okay.
Oh, 70s.
No, I mentioned the jerseys, Roland
before
Harper
I
and
was
Terry
born.
Schmidt. and you didn't know who they were. And I just wanted to say Roland Harper should have been, I mean, Harper Payton in 78 should have been the first two backs to gain 1,000 yards, and he was stopped by George Halas.
I forgot about my Peppers jersey.
By the way, Roland Harper was featured on a commercial that was flooded throughout the Chicago market. In 78 and 79, it was for an insurance company.
Railroad Insurance.
Yep, and he gives like the first 2 sentences in the commercial, then they go to somebody who's doing all the detail stuff, and then the end of it, I can hear it in my head even now. Tell them Roland Harper sent you.
Talk the tail.
Just as flat, and it was the funniest piece of this guy should never be in front of a camera advertising I have ever seen in my life.
DVD, they've shown that commercial like recently on MeTV here in Chicago.
Really?
They do flashback commercials, so they actually show some of those.
Wow.
Peppers.
But I remember
I got Peppers jersey too. Peppers.
You said that already. You already said that.
I knew you had a Peppers jersey, man.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
We
You're
talked about
with
that
Dan
before.
McGuire now.
Simply put, no one can go band for band with PJ.
Phi, do you know who Rick Cazares is?
We'll change that. Rick Cazares.
Damn, guys, we are old.
I do. I know who he is. He's a Hall of Famer, dude.
Rick Cazares?
I don't know.
From the Bears?
Yeah. Is he in the Hall of Fame?
Go look it up.
I don't know him.
So
get your ass out of here.
I do not remember.
Just to give you guys a good timeline as to my Bears fandom, I've tweeted this
I know,
out.
that's why I asked you that.
One of my earliest memories of the Bears before I really got deep into it, when I was young, I was middle school, maybe elementary school, maybe. It was Desmond Clark. He caught a touchdown in the Panthers loss, the playoff loss against the Panthers.
Number 88?
He caught that. Yeah, Desmond Clark caught that touchdown. He kind of backed into the wall, and then the fans started to massage his shoulders like he's a boxer or something. That's probably my earliest memory, I'd say.
1969 for me.
Yeah, you guys got me beat by quite a ways is what I'm trying to explain.
And the reason why I say that 1985 for me was because my parents didn't give a shit about sports. They didn't give a flying fuck about anything sports related. But the Bears took the world by storm, according to it's actually, I should say, in proof with Chris Watts and Jason UK, both of them 84, 85 fans.
Same here, bro.
So like I remember like all that shit going on with 85 when I was 10. It was
bro, that team had a friggin' G.I. Joe figure. It was really like that's how iconic that squad was. Name another football team that has a G.I. Joe figure.
Mm-hmm.
They did the Super Bowl shuffle before the Super Bowl was played, yes, or after they won?
Yes, they did it before.
Well before.
That will never happen. There will never be something like that again.
Before they lost to Miami, they did it.
Ah, so they were that confident.
Yeah,
they kind of jinxed it then.
They lose to Miami.
Yeah, that was done except for Peyton McMahon. Who else? They had to film it later because they weren't there. If you look at the video. It's the background screen of everybody except for Peyton McMahon. That's what it was. But they filmed it like 6-7 weeks into the season. That was already filmed, man.
Jeez.
They were so
Rick Cazares was not in the Hall of Fame, but he was a great running back for the Bears. The guy,
well, he's like ranked third, he was third for the longest time, but now I think he's fourth now after number 22.
Dude, who could go a 12-game season and carry the ball 230 times a season? He did.
Well,
I remember. Oh, you said a 12-game season?
12-game season and carry the ball 230 times.
Jeez.
He was a fullback.
You're talking about a cloud of dust and 3 yards every fucking carry. That was it. 1,100 yards. That's almost 100 yards a game, man.
Jeez.
I remember thinking when I was younger, because I loved Walter Payton, like, who the hell is Rick Cazares? Because he was like second or third on their list. Yeah.
Cazares, that's how you say it.
Oh, Cazares? Sorry, thank you. I always thought it was Cazares, like Caesar, like
This Hallis did this from day one, man. It was get solid running backs. Go back and look at all the running backs from day one. Red green, right
formation,
and then have a great defense.
I thought when they did the T formation to start the season, I don't know if it was in Green Bay or what it was.
It was
I
in
thought
Green Bay with Nagy. I was like, I love this guy.
Yeah, I thought it was so fucking cool.
Nagy came in awesome. He was awesome like when he came in. It
Yeah.
The Oompa Loompa. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
The Oompa Loompa.
Yes, I loved it. I honestly did. I thought it was great. I thought Nagy was a smart guy, and then we found out that Nagy thought he was the smartest guy in the room, and he just
on earth.
Carl, I actually played for 3 years. I played in the T formation, dude.
I promise you. Bring back if the fucking Bears brought back the league is now a passing league. What happened? We watched it when with the Niners and what's his name? Who's Shanahan, and he like destroyed the Packers with the running game. Remember that? Like they barely even ran the ball or passed the ball in the playoffs and kicked the fucking Packers' ass. Like there's no reason that you cannot bring back because it's a passing league now. Just stock up your offensive line, get a running quarterback, and put 3 guys behind him that are all, and just invest in those 3 guys instead of your receivers, but make sure those guys can catch and bring back the fucking T formation. Why is it that difficult? I wish I could make plays in Madden now. When Madden started sucking for me is when you could not make plays anymore. And why? Because they knew that if you made plays, nobody else could defend those plays because they were your plays, and they were in the. Now they're in the algorithm of the game cannot figure out your play.
Who started sucking there, Shorty?
What?
Huh?
So who started sucking?
Who?
You said something about when somebody started sucking.
Oh, Madden. When Madden started to suck was when you couldn't make your own plays in Madden anymore. For me, personally.
I got it.
I love to make
Yeah, he's trying to
get your fucking ass out of here.
To the Shadow Realm.
It's a little game we play all the time.
Oh yeah, you catch me in a rant like, wait, what?
The Shadow knows.
D knows, Keds knows,
Shadow knows.
Brian's seen it.
Let's clip that for later. Save that for later, PJ.
I'm just saying. He just saying, when Madden started sucking, I'm like, pause. He said it twice. That's why I asked. That's why I asked him again. Like, who started sucking? When Madden started sucking, I'm like,
nice and clear clip.
I don't pick up. I keep forgetting to pick up on your Beavis and Butthead fucking comedy there, buddy.
I'm like,
he said dick.
He said fart. Yeah, he said dick. He said fart.
I'm just saying.
And PJ's never even seen Beavis and Butthead.
He's so fucking wholesome. He's just like Beavis and Butthead funny with this comic that I can't even pick up on half the time, and it works.
I've seen the previews of them. I never saw the show. Actually, I actually had a guy who I worked with who looked just like the blonde hair. Which one was the blonde hair? Is that Butthead or Beavis?
That's Butthead.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
The blonde? Okay, the blonde is Beavis. Yeah, okay. All right. So yeah, had a guy look just like him I used to work with.
Poor guy.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Right? Is it the blonde Beavis? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so fucking funny. It's so funny.
What the hell are we doing, man?
I don't even know what we're doing. We're having fun. You know why we're having fun? Because it's draft day, draft weekend marathon, and we are here supporting our team and having fun talking about it. And we had one damn pick today and 2 yesterday. 2 yesterday was a gift. Today was one with 2 rounds, and it was still a gift because we made our team better. So I'm trying to segue to this to end this show. So what, you guys want to follow me on it?
All right, man. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, man. We'll follow you.
So, this team, as I said before, I think when maybe right before kids came in or right after, it's a time right now to this defense, I think is good. I think that it's proven to be what it is, and they've added a couple of pieces that are a little more solid than the ones before. And if we can just continue, none of that matters is the point. Now hopefully that we have an offense that can overcome any mistakes that the defense makes. If we start to blow a lead, if we go up 25-0 in the first half, and or 24-0,
we start to do what now?
Blow a lead in the second half. we start to blow.
It's after hours, man. PJ's going nuts.
This is my friend
Peaches
Mr.
go
Lead.
crazy.
Mr. A Lead.
How does your wife deal with you, PJ?
Just lining them up for PJ.
What's wrong with you tonight, Shorty? What's going on, bro? What's going on, man?
That's it, PJ. You're banned. I'm not bringing you back, motherfucker.
The shadow knows. Man, this dude's on a roll tonight.
If we start to let a lead slip away, then we have the guy with the careful mechanics right now, and the swiftness with release capability and rhythm and timing
to drive the ball home.
So during this blowing, there's going to be a release. Okay.
He released swiftly. He releases swiftly.
This has been a running joke for a while. There's nothing like if you watch the NFL, it's like, well, the tight end is what do they say? He penetrated the hole. And the tight end got in there.
I got a good one.
Or Willie Whitehead penetrating the A gap.
Yeah.
Which is a real thing. An announcer said that.
So it already has its sexual innuendos to begin with, which you can't add PJ to that shit.
Hey, I just listened to you, bro.
I'm gonna tell you what, kids. You want to segue this show out so we can end this shit so it's not 8 hours?
I'm not sure.
Give it your best shot.
We got a quarterback. We got an offense. We got Skip Bayless.
And he can't extend on me anymore, and he seems a little overwhelmed by my girth and tonnage.
I'm so sorry.
That's my producer.
And we got Skip Bayless. Man,
his girth and tonnage. I'm just saying, his girth and tonnage.
Well, Elon Musk's solution to every problem with his rocket.
No Diddy.
All right, so we're going 24 hours right into the next show. Is that what we're doing? Who's keeping this going?
Right in.
Not I, brother. I'm screwed for tomorrow, so I'll be late. Something's gonna happen on top of it. Let's just make it 3 days.
Something's gonna happen on top of it. That's what she said, right, PJ?
Classic.
Lined it right up.
Are you done yet?
That's what she said.
Right.
For everyone listening to this in audio stream, I hope you're having fun with this.
Well, Scrolls in the chat did say Walden has more toys than a Diddy party.
Oh man. Skip Bayless's own brother hates him. I bet he does.
Real. Yeah.
Guys, PJ, here's how we can let's segue it this way. PJ, get the chat. I'll be back.
Mr. Mayhem, thanks for joining us. Raging Oracle, The Scrolls, Cliff Victoria, Jay Grizz. Missed you today, man. Who else? Plank, yes. The Plankster.
Ant Miss.
Mark Kazak.
He's like, I'm just gonna watch the draft tonight. Jeremy Munoz. Yeah, GCA was in here tonight too.
GCA, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Good to see
King
you again.
Pookian Nation.
King Pookie
Jeremy
at the draft. I know we saw New Breed 313 in here. You are awesome. Love you, brother. Thank you for taking your time out to remember us while you're hanging out watching your Lions draft in Detroit. It's pretty cool of you. Squeegee. You got to give it your best.
Mo Bierman.
Oh, wait.
Just stole it from me.
PJ, say that deep voice and tell Hair Bear what you think.
Thanks for joining us, Hair Bear.
No, you got to say Hair Bear.
Hair.
Hairy Bear, you. Ricky Leahy hanging out with us tonight.
King Pookie Nation.
Alan Pena. Man, yeah, we got to scroll up for like 6 fucking hours to find everyone.
I see a Robert Friel.
Robert Friel, man. Good to see you again tonight.
Mark.
Keds the Canuck was hanging out with us. Who's that fucker?
Hey.
Oh, sorry, Keds.
I resemble that fucker.
Mo.
Mr. Mayhem.
Alan Pena. Mark Kazak.
Squeeze.
Hey, Mark, is that in the building? He's
He
hanging out.
was.
S-T-C.
Thigh, you ready? Are you prepared to end this show? You want me to do it?
Fellow Canadian Ricky Leahy in the building.
I mean, I could give it a shot, but I'll leave it to you.
Okay, I'll do it this time. We'll go through another.
Simon says.
And Moss.
Gar, you're probably better at the.
I just don't have, Shorty, I don't have the timing down. I can never best what you did yesterday, cutting off PJ.
Lead, brother. Follow my lead, brother.
You don't have to. Yeah.
No, like the way you cut off PJ yesterday when he tried to sneak in the fields. It was perfect. I can never replicate that.
Oh, you can. It's all just luck, guess and luck work for him. He doesn't know what
Get some luck.
That's true, fucker.
I know. I see it. I see it on a weekly basis.
Charles Johnson. When you're here, you do, yeah.
Wait till
when you're here, when you're fucking here, you do, Foster.
That's
You
because
can
you guys
call me
really
John.
don't get
You
back,
can
man.
call me son,
Not
but you
paying him
can't
enough
call
money
me
to be on the show.
Charles Johnson.
Charles Johnson.
PJ's on one.
PJ
is
sucker. He's
off the stairs.
All he needs is a sucker right now that he's sucking on the fucking stick end and not the sucker. That's
Oh, thanks, Peggy Gubbins.
Pause.
Man, Peggy.
Brian Gilmore hanging out with us in chat and on the show. Brian Reberg, my man.
Fucking J2K.
Fucking J2K. Is he here in chat tonight?
The Rolodex. J2K, the Rolodex.
Mr. Shorty.
Freaking Rolodex.
Mr. Shorty.
Better known as Crody Fitz.
Yeah,
Philip Larkin. Philip Larkin. Philip Larkin.
Scotty something.
Was it Philip Larkin that woke you up, Foster? Because he's like, I gotta go get Foster up.
Was it who?
Philip Larkin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he thought he did because he was like, he called somebody else up going, hey man, the show started at 6:45 and Foster's not on. And I'm like, dude, we started at 5:45. I text him all the shit.
He's
internet out, water leaking, talk to you later.
Let me clarify
You
something
did
real
try.
quick, fellas. I gotta clarify something really quick. Somebody just texted me and asked, what do they mean by a sucker? I had a lollipop. So let me just be clear about. I don't have one handy now, but it was a lollipop. So let's get the sucker straight. The sucker.
Did you swallow it?
So I
Ooh.
no.
Was that Thigh? Did Thigh say that? Was that Thigh?
That was me.
Oh, you asked me, did I swallow it?
Oh no, that wasn't me.
That was Thigh. That was Thigh.
Yeah, that was Thigh.
You see the finger? He's just like going, there he is, right there. He's
So
gone.
he told himself.
We'll handle that one real quick there, Thigh.
Wow.
Did I swallow
You can tell he's fitting right in, huh?
Oh, Peggy Gummins.
Leo Factor.
Peggy Gummins.
Okay. Oh, say that again. Come on now, like
Peggy
Barry White.
Gummins.
Oh yeah, Peggy Gummins.
Yeah, I like that, Peggy.
STC Harry Berry. I already said that. New breed. We already said that. Yeah, man. It's just, we got to keep going.
Cheryl Izzo.
If we got to scroll up 5 hours.
GCA.
I'm going to go back to my Johnson.
Oh!
He's talking about a boat motor that used to get
Okay, a vote on whether we let PJ go back to his Johnson.
Yeah.
Yes.
PJ loves his Johnson.
Wow, man.
Shorty's probably going to join him.
Cheryl Izzo, you guys are awesome. Cheryl, okay. Do you know her, Foster?
I do.
I fucking knew you were going to say that.
Do you know her in the sense of the word, in the Bible sense of the word?
Does she live in Green Bay? What's up, Cheryl Izzo? Thanks for hopping in. We are awesome. We appreciate you acknowledging that. Just kidding.
Oh, boy.
Why, thank you. I resemble that remark.
Yeah.
And we're also humble.
Hey, dude, you notice how Linda avoided all these shows this year, Dan?
Right.
Yeah.
My sister Linda?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Must have been me, huh?
Yeah.
Right.
Yo, the scrolls in the chat.
Greg B. It's all past your bedtime. Damn right it is.
We're just getting started.
Little
Just
shank.
started.
Little shank.
We're gonna have like 25 more people pop in right now as we're trying to end the show. We'll be here for fucking. Who wants to keep going? We'll just
nobody else is on. They're all fucking sleeping.
Yeah, let's do a rotation, huh?
They're getting ready for tomorrow.
Philip.
Hi, you just dropped off your girlfriend at the airport, right? You got the next 6 hours free. Now, who's after that?
Yeah, you guys go to sleep. I got you covered. Nothing
You're not doing anything important.
Trust me, BCP's in good hands.
I'll wake up, take it over, and then hopefully PJ.
I can't log into my channel. The channel doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. In 6 hours, it'll be gone. The whole show. You just see the Thai Smy emblem. We'll replace it every time.
Colluding. Okay, guys.
You down with BCP? Then they'll be like,
who the fuck is that?
Like, are you down with BCP? And I'll be like, no, you fucked it all up. Are you down with BCP?
Leo. Fact.
Or are you high with Thai and Smy?
Oh God. Seriously, everyone in chat, you guys are fucking awesome for hanging out with us this long. You guys are what makes this entire world go around, the BCP world. You guys hanging out with us all night. Every one of you that has been here, we want to thank Vernon for hanging out with us. J2K, you're amazing. You are J2K and DVD. Both of you have been like going back and forth with fantastic information. And we want to make sure that we want to ask you if you want to be a part of this with us tomorrow.
Have a safe trip, Scrolls.
J2K, you got somewhere to be tomorrow?
You know what? You know me. I'm kind of being pulled in 3 different directions.
That's a no.
So
okay.
It's a maybe, but let me just see where everybody's feeling as far as like I'm happy to be where everybody wants me. So I'm just.
We got to reserve the Rolodex.
Whoa. I mean, you're going too much there, J2K, being pulled in different directions. Are you playing Naked Twister about right now? What's going on over there?
Naked Twister?
How many different hands?
What's going on over there, bro?
Brian, if you want...
No Diddy.
Brian, I want to thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Brian, you want to come back with us tomorrow? I can send you a link as well.
You can send me one. I'm not going to say yes or no because I don't know what our plans are for tomorrow. But thanks.
That means I don't know if I'll put up with this fucking shenanigans again tomorrow night. I'm translator.
But Dan, send me a link because I'll figure it out. It's late for everybody else because I'm on the West Coast. So I'm going to hit everybody up in the morning and just see where everybody's at.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we have we're doing a foodie special while we're sitting here doing nothing for 4 fucking rounds. Hopefully hopefully more than one pick, but that would be a trade down in my personal hopes. So it's going to take a while to get there, right? What, we're 22, well, actually not 22 picks away tomorrow.
It'll happen quick.
It's going to go fast tomorrow as well. The draft board, it goes fast. I forgot the timer.
All right. So
I think it's like 2 minutes.
It's short.
Yeah.
It's
so
short.
tomorrow. So in the meantime, we're gonna have fun with just picking the funnest names. You know,
we're gonna have fun tomorrow.
Who the hell is on the board? If J2K is not here, we're not gonna know we're gonna just pick the best name. And go from there, and then we'll have fun hanging out. We'll talk some food, and we're gonna do the feed the bear moment and show some pictures and maybe more. And we're gonna have a lot of fun. And we appreciate all you guys hanging out with us tonight. Seriously, you guys are what makes this go around. Thank all of you guys for hanging out with us tonight. Keds, great to see you. JTK, love you, brother. DVD, man, it's been great to have you on with us. We'll see you tomorrow. Brian, thanks for hanging out with us again tonight. Foster and PJ, love you, brother. Thigh, welcome to the team. You are fitting in like a champ, and we can't wait to have more shows with you.
You're fitting in like a champ.
Don't even start with me.
Go, Daddy! Go, Daddy! Go, Daddy! You're fitting in like a champ.
Until he has this shit down. Ready? We'll see you tomorrow for draft day 3 of our marathon on a 1, 2, 3 Bears. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Just